pretty hot, huh?
And welcome back to Soundrles Inc. We're covering the Phantom Menace, Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, Episode 1, part of our Skywalker Saga series that we've been doing for the past few weeks. We just wrapped up the original trilogy last week, so you can check out all three of those discussions on the channel in the playlist. And guys, I think this is a pretty significant one, at least for myself and Brandon. I don't know about you, Kevin, but we'll get into that.
What's that? Is that a crack about my age?
Is it?
Wow. Hey, question real quick.
Yeah.
When you're going into grocery stores and the door automatically opens, do
Yeah.
you still, to this day, use the Force to open them?
Of course. Do you do the sound effect, though?
I do not do the sound effect.
I don't do the sound effect either because the doors usually actually has a pretty good sound effect.
Yeah,
itself,
exactly.
So,
Other than the scene in Attack of the Clones on Kamino when Obi-Wan does that, is there any other time where we see that in the movies?
In Revenge of the Sith, when he does it with the door, and then someone made a funny meme where he does it, and then it says "Nope" on the other side of it on Padme's ship.
Yes.
oh damn, yeah, that's right.
It's a great meme to use, or GIF.
Sure.
I don't know.
Only money.
All right, so I actually, I kind of want to start this off with how did you first see it? Because I think this is really, because Brandon, you've talked about this is the first one you've seen in the theater.
Yes.
I remember seeing this one in the theater. I'm sure, Kevin, you do as well.
I saw it on the phone on the way here during traffic.
For the first time?
For the first time. So I'm all prepped.
Wow.
I feel like I missed some parts, but yeah.
That's the way that me and Rick intended people to watch it.
Brandon, so let's go ahead and hear your memories of watching this.
I should open with a statement of our man, Sean. He prepared a written statement.
Did he?
Yeah.
Everyone has written statement these days.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
So-
I can never tell if these are real half the time.
No, this is a real written statement. It was sent to me via registered mail, so complete with the stamp and everything.
I believe it's actually written for real, but I don't know if he wrote it. But I guess we'll see.
No, he absolutely did. I would not put words
Okay.
into his mouth.
Because he put words into your mouth last week.
Did he? Oh, God. What was this? Oh, God, I'll have to see
It's not
that.
that. It's not that bad. I forget. Anyways, go ahead. What is it?
Well, now I wish I knew so that I could put some freaking words back into his mouth. Sean says, in objection to the crimes of Ben Quadraneros, I will be abstaining from this episode.
Dang. Okay. Strong words.
Powerful words.
Strong words.
What crimes did he do?
If only his power couplings were powerful.
If his crime was being adorable...
Yeah, exactly. He's the most adorable pod racer ever.
Where's he from, Sean? What planet was he from?
There. I think that's probably where it stems from.
Probably.
That's an old
That's the
Schmodown.
crime.
That's a Schmodown throwback reference.
Oh, yeah. I'm cosplaying as Schmodown right now. Smasher when he won the
hoodie.
second belt, dude.
The second belt.
Anyways, this is my only Star Wars hoodie, shockingly.
Really? I only
Yeah.
have one too, actually, and I've worn it on the show.
I have a good shirt where it's Vader pointing at Leia and it says, "Give me some space." I can't find it. I'm
sure
trying
your
to find
wife,
it every episode.
Your wife threw it out.
Yeah,
probably.
I think so.
Brandon,
Yes.
the first time you saw this movie,
Yes.
how was it?
It was pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good, that's it?
Has there ever been a little boy that has gone to see The Phantom Menace and not enjoyed it?
I don't know. Did you enjoy it? See, there you go.
I did. I
Who'd you see it with?
I have a vague memory of this. It's like because I was
You
a
guys
wee
are so young.
I was a wee lad.
I was in college.
I actually went to go see this with a family friend, and we got a little Darth Maul action figure before the movie. I remember that.
I wonder if I got one.
Did you have ice cream before?
I don't know. It's probably after.
Yeah,
It's probably after. Ice cream before a movie?
during.
Maybe when you're an adult and you could do whatever you want, guy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I was trying to figure out if I was going to take a sorority girl or not to the movie.
Oh my god!
I decided not
serious?
to.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, nah, I need to geek out. They can't know my true self.
The first time I saw this movie, I do remember it. It was at Fort City AMC. I think it's Fort City 14. With my dad actually brought me. This is actually, I was thinking about this earlier today. I was like, I think this is the only movie I ever went to the movie theater with my dad, and also a friend of mine that lived on my street. He came with.
I gotta play for you.
I remember sitting somewhat near the back on the left side of the middle section, and I just remember seeing Star Wars up on the the screen and the music playing and the opening crawl, and I was just like, holy crap, this is actually happening. Very I remember it very clearly to this day. Kevin.
Well,
What was her name?
Was it Sabe?
it was Ashley. But no. Here's the thing. So I was in college at San Diego State. But what my memory is, I mean, I have the memory of opening night, which is funny. Like, I remember the joke. The negotiations were short. I was literally the only person that laughed in the theater, and it was like that thing on Family Guy where the chicken's like ha 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 or whatever, and he like gets the joke. So that was me because I like that joke, and but I remember when just to jump before that, the hoopla when the trailer came out.
Oh, sure.
I saw.
It was a Matrix, right?
Meet Joe Black.
Oh, Meet Joe Black.
I saw Meet Joe Black. They played the trailer before and at the end, so they would try to get you to stay for the entirety of the movie, which I did.
Which a lot of confidence they had in that movie, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, I don't know, Meet Joe Black.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt.
Put it at the end.
I mean, brilliant, because our theater was packed, and then half the people left, like, in the middle of the movie. It was really funny.
Oh, my gosh.
But I remember there was a guy in my this is the time where I was, like, straight, like, jet black, spiky hair piercings in, like, college. And there was a guy named Crazy Phil who was like an older member of the fraternity. Whenever you're in a fraternity, you all live in a house with all the younger guys. But it's open to anybody who can come in, like an older guy, or like anyone who's alumni can always come in. And I've never done that. I vowed never to be the guy to just come back and be like, hey, can I drink all your beer? But this one guy, Crazy Phil, and it was right when the episode 1 trailer released on QuickTime. Remember, it was a special thing through QuickTime, and you got it on the StarWars.com.
Yeah.
I had dial-up.
I remember watching the Batman Begins trailer kind of like that. Like,
Yeah. And so this is 1999, and we had a party at the fraternity house, and Crazy Phil showed up, and he's wandering around, and he saw it I just had it in my room before the festivities, and you have to understand, Crazy Phil was just this like crazy. He was really friendly, but just crazy, and always have a beer in his hand. Very friendly, but he was just kind of wacko. And he went in my room, and I remember he was like, "Can I just watch the trailer?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, go watch it. You go ahead, watch the trailer." So he plays the trailer, and then I go out to like party or whatever. And I'm not joking you, 90 minutes maybe later, maybe 2 hours later, I'm like, where's Crazy Phil? I haven't seen him the whole time. I go back in my room. He's sitting there watching it again. He literally watched it like on repeat like 500 times. So that I was just starting to crack a smile when you guys were talking about it, because I completely forgot about Crazy Phil until just now. But yeah, I remember seeing it at San Diego State at a movie theater in Fashion Valley. And my only other memory of it is we waited in line like all day long. So like we were the first ones in line, but it was before reserved seating. And the person who worked at the theater really blew it. So there was these long stairwells to go up to the theater. I know I'm supposed to talk more about Star Wars, but it's the event, people.
Yeah.
You're going up the stairs. And so we waited in line behind an usher. It was like, okay, wait. And then San Diego for you. Everybody just figured out, wait a second, we could just go. Why are we following this usher up this slow escalator? And so everybody started hopping the railings and just darting up the stairs. And I was like number 2 or 3. And I was just like, hey, guys, like, what are you doing?
Oh, my gosh.
And so I didn't get to sit 0,0 right in the middle. But we had great seats. And I remember TC-14. That was the only other memory from that night is I remember it got a big laugh when he's like, "Duh, send the Jedi," and you just hear the and like a quick, you hear like the servo move.
Yeah.
And that got a big laugh. And then I just remember freaking loving it.
Did you see it opening night?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Brandon, do you remember if you saw it opening night?
Probably not.
I know I did not. I saw it, I think like the following Tuesday or Wednesday, and let me tell you, that whole weekend it was just killing me. Because
How did you do
this was
that?
the summer or spring, I guess.
Now, did you know
summer...
Empire Strikes Back came out at this time?
Yes, I had seen all the films. Okay. Actually, at that point, I had like the Star Wars Insider Anniversary Edition for Empire Strikes Back, and I was still getting an Insider at that time. But I remember having to wait for my dad to go take me to see it, and it was like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday night after the weekend. So I didn't have like a huge crowd to deal with. I mean, there was still a packed theater, but it wasn't anything crazy that you saw like on news reports or anything like that, or people waiting around the corner. Nothing like that. But I do have an interesting, weird story surrounding that involves Episode 1, and I was at an Osco drugstore. This is back in Chicago, and inside there was basically like a life-size Darth Maul with like holding the double-bladed lightsaber, and it was like a display for like all the Pepsi and like all the other memorabilia or whatever. And I just thought it was like the coolest thing. And I remember, so I went back, when I was home, my friend that lived down the street from me that I went and saw the movie with, I was like, we gotta go, you gotta see this thing. Like, we'll ride our bikes over there. Now this store was closer to my dad's house, and I was down to my mom's house, which is like about 20 minutes apart. So riding our bikes was like a good like 35-minute bike ride. And you have to go over this hill and downhill and everything.
I'm picturing the Goonies right now.
Kinda, a little bit.
Frank and the Goonies.
I'm riding at this time. I have like a Huffy mountain bike that's like too big for me, but I'm still able to ride it. My other friend, he has like a really cool bike, like a Dino. Remember Dino? I don't know if you ever had Dino bike. Like, anyways, a really cool looking bike, a little like
Dino bike.
And so
I was thinking it.
I beat you to it. I saw the twinkle of your eyes.
And so we ride our bikes to this Osco Jewel drugstore type of thing, kind of like a Walgreens basically. And so we didn't want to leave our bikes out there. So I was like, let me go in and see if it's still there. And so then I walk in, I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's awesome. So I go back out, I tell him, yeah, I'll hold your bike, I'll watch your bike. Go inside and just go take a look at it. And so he goes in, and I think he couldn't find it like the first time. And I was like, no, it's over, blah, 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 you know? And so the second time he goes back in, he's in there for much longer, because during this time, a group of older kids, I want to say at least in high school, maybe juniors, seniors, and at this point,
I'm older than you. Man, I am old.
And well, you know, people are different ages all the time, Kevin.
Is that how it works?
Yeah. And so I see like there's like 4 or 5 guys, and I'm like I said, I have a huge mountain bike that's not very appealing. And I'm holding my friend's really cool bike, and it's just me, and I'm like 13 years old. And these guys are at least 16, 17, 18, taller than me. And they're looking at me, and I'm like, they want this bike.
Oh.
Because like I'm in the part of this neighborhood where it's a little, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And so, and I'm like, oh man. I'm like, I don't know where my friend's at. He's better come out. And he's just like taking, because I think he's still looking he couldn't find where it was at the second time around. And so I see them start to approach me, and I had seen something like on Oprah or whatever. Like if you're ever in danger and like draw attention to yourself, you don't say help, you say like fire. People like attention gets more drawn towards if you're yelling fire as opposed to help me, whatever.
Unless you're next to a lineup of soldiers and you're in front of them and you say fire, that would probably be a bad idea.
Yeah, that'd be a bad idea. So I start yelling fire, and like there's people walking in the parking lot that are going to the store that are looking at me like, what's going on? And even like the guys are getting like, whoa, what is he do? What is he talking like fire? They must think I'm nuts. And so that they actually kind of staved them off for a little bit, but then they were like, no, screw this, we're gonna take this bike.
Oh no.
They come over to me, and I'm holding onto my bike, and I'm holding on my friend's bike, and they go to grab the bike. I'm like, whoa, like holy crap! Like they're grabbing. I'm holding my bike, and I'm trying to hold on my friend's bike.
Please tell me the stand-up of Darth Maul shows up and saves the day.
I wish. This entire time, my friend is still inside. And I don't think he's looking at the Darth Maul.
How big is
display.
your friend, by the way? Is he?
No, he's like.
What's that guy gonna do? Both of you guys are just gonna get your asses kicked.
Well, maybe, but it would have been nice to have
some backup.
He could have. I can't ride off with another bike. Like at least we could have maybe rode off on the bikes. So I was hoping he would come out in time so that we could just ride off, and that didn't happen. So I'm like struggling with this guy, and he goes to me because I'm not giving it up. You know, he's like, I got a gun, and then when he says that, I let go of the bike. I'm like, oh
Ow.
no. So then my friend comes out, right? I'm like, dude, a group of guys just stole your bike. I'm like, I'm so sorry. We're like pretty far from home.
Yeah.
Like we shouldn't really be over here, like as kids. And I'm afraid, you know, I'm scared and
your
upset.
bike,
I still have my bike, my stupid Huffy bike, mountain bike, whatever, that no one wants. They didn't want it. Like there's like 3 other guys. They could have took my bike too, but no, they wanted this Dino looking cool bike.
I love it.
And so I'm like,
I mean, I don't.
And
love
I
it,
told him, I was like, I'm gonna find your bike. I'm gonna find your bike. So. He stays there at like the Walgreens, and I ride my bike around the neighborhood.
They have a gun, I thought.
And no. Well, yeah.
Look at this hero. Frank is like, I will find her. I will find you.
So I come across a squad car, a cop. I'm like, oh, dude. And by this time, I had actually found where they were at. They were at like some like community center. And
Wow.
I saw like the same group, and I'm like, okay, that's the group. And I was trying to figure out like where I was like looking for the bike, but as that was happening, I came across the squad car. There's 2 cops, and I'm like, they just stole my friend's bike. They're in this community center, and this is just the worst. This is like a really bad look. But they go. I'm 13. They go, okay, all right. Here's what you do. You go around the back. We'll go to the front, or they told me to go to the front, and we'll go to the back.
Cops said this?
Yes. And so I'm like, okay.
Where's my badge? Is the first thing I say.
No, they were in an actual legit squad car. Like they were wearing their uniform. Like they were like, this wasn't like, oh yeah, we're cops.
They're
No, they were
setting you out to
actual
be
cops.
You're using her as bait.
Yeah, and so except I wasn't the bait. Except they didn't go to the back. They just left, and they had no time. And I was like, and so eventually I go down to the police station, what was like actually like another like half mile down the street. Call my parents.
Hey,
call
you
his
get your
parents.
hands off her. Get
your damn
the
hands
kids.
off her.
Hey, you get your damn hands off my friend's bike.
Oh yeah, it was a whole thing, and like
Oh, man.
file a police report and the stolen bike and everything. Yeah, my parents were pissed, and we couldn't hang out for like a couple weeks. And
Isn't
it
that
was,
funny though? How you can
know?
attach moments.
Yeah.
That was really loud. Sorry. Attach moments to that with like movies. I wasn't here for Return of the Jedi, but my main memory of Return of the Jedi, not to go too off topic, I spent the night at a theater. It was the only time I've ever done that with my buddy Tyler and a lot of people from high school. And I'll never forget. The name will be redacted, but this girl. So it was a really cool theater. It was Big Newport. Have you ever heard of Big Newport? It was a really famous kind of movie theater, especially back in the like T2, Terminator 2 premieres and stuff like that. Like big theater. And they everybody who was spending the night for the movie, they let us go inside the movie and watch the last ever screening of A New Hope special edition because that was about to be moved out. Because remember, it was like every 2 weeks they had a new release. So we got to watch A New Hope at like...
It was every month.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, but we got to watch A New Hope at like the last thing at midnight. But then the other memory I have is a girl behind the thing. She's like, "Oh, I got nipple rings," and I was like, "You got nipple rings?" And she, without me asking to see it, she showed me. And
Whoa.
so I'm, I always think of
Scoundrel.
Return of the Jedi special edition. I think of when the girl from high school showed me her nipple rings. God bless that woman. But
So-
yeah, the little moments like that. you always
So
think of.
Brandon, have you ever seen nipple rings or have ever been robbed because of Star Wars?
Yeah, do you have any?
No,
Yeah, you're on deck now, bro. No pressure.
The only thing I could think about is that kid was probably like, I happened to acquire this bike in a game of chance. I hope you didn't kill anybody I know for it.
You didn't kill me, but
We keep going back in time, and I'll go back in time a little further. When I was on set for a movie called Calendar Girl, they always have a stand-in who was a kid. It was my stand-in was a little person. I forget the exact term. I don't want to like
dwarf.
Yeah. So the dwarf was my stand-in. So whenever I was in school for 3 hours,
It's funny because my roommates, we recently looked up what's the
Yeah, I
proper
think I
term.
was there. For
I think you
one-
might have been.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Rest in peace, Eric the Midget. I always loved him though, and he always was like, "Don't call me midget" on Howard Stern. But but my dwarf stand-in was telling me, he was like, "Oh, I was one of the Ewoks on Return of the Jedi," and I freaked out. Now this is back in like 1991. I think we shot it in 1991, and he told me, he was like, "Oh yeah, like I'm still part of the group of like we all like get together, like all the people that were Ewoks, but." We remember George saying, he's like, they're going to do a movie about when Darth Vader was a kid. And I was like, no way. Like, that was the first, I didn't read about it in Fangora. I never knew about the quotes about how he always had prequels in mind. First time I heard about it was as a kid, hearing it from a dwarf that was an Ewok saying, dude, they're going to do one where Darth Vader is a kid. And I thought that was cool. But I wanted to ask before you get into the plot, I know this is going to be a long episode.
Yeah.
The build up to this movie, too, is very important to talk about
Yes,
because
it
of
is.
casting. With the casting announcements, there were so many rumors. I remember that Ray Liotta as Anakin Skywalker was a huge rumor.
Was the Leo one out there at that time or no?
Leo was for episode 2 for Anakin.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
The big rumors I remember was Matt. I think Matt. Yeah. Who's the guy who directed Thor? I'm retired.
Taika Waititi.
Kenneth Branagh, I think, was
Yeah.
in the running for a young Obi-Wan.
The first Thor.
Oh,
Yeah, the first Thor. Yeah.
I'm like,
Taika Waititi.
he's so synonymous with the franchise now. I'm like,
I feel like
I was like, yeah, that's not right.
but there were some a young Matthew McConaughey. Like I remember, like because I was all like,
The dark side
looking
is
at-
all right, all right, all right.
Exactly. But then, I remember.
I'm sorry, it would have been perfect if he plays Anakin. I keep getting older, and they just stay the same.
Well, the Padawans don't get older around him. Younglings don't.
Anakin,
boy.
I can't let you turn to the dark side. Be a
But
lot cooler if you
you
did.
So I was older, so I could remember these things that you little kids
yeah.
couldn't. But I remember when they first announced the cast, and I remember the photo they used for Natalie Portman. It's like this black and white photo with her hair like to the side with like the mole or whatever. And I was like, oh, like she looks like a little Leia. That's gonna be really cool. I remember I didn't know who Ewan McGregor was. I just kind of remember I knew him from Trainspotting, right? And then the announcement of young Anakin with Jake Lloyd, who's the kid from.
Jingle all the way.
Jingle all the way. But I remember not the Newsweek, the Entertainment Weekly. I think I had it. Like I was all into it. I have the Entertainment Weekly from like the release week, but the build up. I don't know if you guys remember though, was so sky high huge that in fact that summer they hadn't raised prices in movie theaters for a while back then, and that was the summer they raised movie prices for the first time in years because they knew they can get away with it with the Phantom Menace.
Absolutely. I remember actually watching the trailer and seeing this little kid, and remember this. I'm just seeing this for the first time. I wasn't really reading up a whole lot on the leaks or whatever, like reporting whatever. So I see this just completely oblivious to anything else, any context really, and I'm like, I remember thinking like, wait, who's that little kid? That can't be Luke? Like why would that be Luke? He's this wouldn't be. I distinctly remember having that memory, but I do remember all the promotional from like Taco Bell and stuff like that, the Pepsi cans.
Pepsi cans, I remember vividly.
I mean, many. I mean, the Taco Bell stuff is just the best. Was it Taco? Because they also did special edition stuff. I remember Taco Bell. There was remember for special edition, they had like a Death Star like spinner thing. Yeah, it was like you press this button, it would spin, it would open up. It was like a spark.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah,
and I had a Millennium Falcon one too.
Yeah. But they had this was like the golden age of like promotional like fast food chain products, food products, whatever. I mean, there's just like everything you could put Star Wars on.
And I bought
it's Jurassic Park. It's Jurassic Park. Ian and Malcolm talking about you just put your logo on it and you're printing it and you're selling it. And
it's like in Spaceballs. Spaceballs, the fire extinguisher. Spaceballs, the boom. Spaceballs, the thermos. Spaceballs, the flame torch or whatever. So yeah,
I'll talk about some other stuff outside of the movies when we kind of get near the end or once we finish talking about the movie, because there's some other stuff in terms of like figures. And there was a specific PowerPoint I made that I'll get into.
What? Can you please put that on our website,
dude? If I still had this PowerPoint, oh my God,
I want you to present it to us.
I wish, dude. But okay, so I think if you have any preamble to the movie, Brandon, anything else you can remember?
The poster's cool.
Yeah,
the teaser poster with the shadow behind.
The Duel of Fates music video came out before the movie.
Oh, and you know what else came out before the movie was the soundtrack with the track Qui-Gon's Noble End. I remember driving home from San Diego for Thanksgiving. No, it was for Easter. So right before the movie, whenever it was, I had the soundtrack, and so I read the track. I didn't care about that. I was kind of annoyed, but I remember listening to it, just trying to find some hope in it. Like, well, maybe like it means like it's a noble end. First of all, I didn't know. I kind of knew Qui-Gon from the pictures, but I was like, well, they wouldn't do like noble end. Maybe he's like leaving the Order or whatever. And I remember driving up on the freeway and listening to Duel of the Fates the first time. And I remember the first time I heard it, I did not like it. And I was like, and Anakin's theme, I didn't like it as well. I was like, I can't hear a theme in here. Like I was expecting something a little more pronounced. And then it's funny. The second time I listened to it on the drive, it just snapped. And then the first time you hear the notes of Vader's theme at the end of Anakin's theme, that da-da-da, like freaking blew my mind. I almost got in an accident on the 5 North.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's get into the movie then, because
there's a movie? I thought.
Yeah.
I want to say also, people talk about Qui-Gon's Noble End a lot, but I think there's also a track on there called Qui-Gon's Funeral.
Oh, there is. There is. Wait.
Which really solidifies.
In case you didn't.
Yeah.
What were they thinking?
So we open up with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan as ambassadors for the Chancellor, and they're on
the Chancellor's ambassadors.
They're into for negotiations, which were sure short.
They're pretty short.
Pretty short. But they
still.
kills me. But they run into this particular droid called TC-14. Isn't that right, Brandon?
TC-14. I've heard of her. Sounds like a lady droid.
Didn't one of you send a GIF of TC-14 saying I'm here for the?
Oh, I that was me.
That was
Yeah,
you.
I
I'm gonna
did.
save it. That
Yeah, don't-
really made me laugh. Is that from a GIF or from you?
That's from me. That's from me.
You are
just because of like the still
funny.
because the still that you sent in the group chat. I was like, this would be kind of fun.
Yeah, it's really
Because
good.
it's TC-14 and the B1 battle droids, right?
You need to make a meme of that and see if
I
it goes
don't.
viral.
It's really really dirty, really raunchy. I won't even say it
It's
on
not
this
that
show.
raunchy. It's involving robots.
Yeah, it's.
What is TC-14 serving them to drink in that scene? Do
What
we know?
idiots though? They're drinking like it could be poisonous. Would they?
I
Jedi
think they can
sense it?
sense deceptive. It was
Maybe.
deceptive. I think they could sense. I mean,
Yeah,
they
possibly.
already sensed there's something
They couldn't
trivial.
sense that Padme wasn't Padme.
Well,
Those idiots.
Well, there's actually I've seen a
wait. We got to tell this TC-14 story first,
Okay.
Oh God,
Brandon.
Okay.
We'll get back
And
to
then
that.
we
We'll
get
get
into that.
We'll
Yeah,
get back.
because I remember I was over at your apartment, and I forget why. I think it was
Just hanging out.
hanging out, and
I don't know.
and you brought. I think you brought it up. Do you want to play Star Wars Trivial Pursuit? And I was like, Brandon, I will effing smoke you because I've been playing that version of the Star Wars Trivial Pursuit all my life. I
All
knew
my life.
I knew every card. I knew every answer. I knew like 99.9% of all of that.
So you were the smasher of Star Wars.
At that
Trivial
point in
Pursuit.
time, yes. And so and actually we were both like neck and neck
Yeah.
the entire time.
The entire game we both went perfect up
Yeah.
until the very end.
Oh no!
Yes.
And it's about this, isn't
And it's
it?
about TC-14. I forget
Yeah.
the exact question now. I should have.
Yeah.
I
I
should
don't remember the exact question either, but yeah, I believe that's the one question I got wrong was what's the name of the droid in the opening of
so
the
you always
Phantom
say
Menace.
Yeah, and that was what separated us. And
I love that story.
And
That's funny.
it's just I just every time I see TC-14, I think of Brandon now.
Yeah. And I think of Frank.
And I think of my victory first, but then I think of Brandon.
yeah, you think of crushing.
I think of Frank, then I think of my defeat.
I think maybe one of these days, one of these recordings, we should replay that match, Brandon.
Yeah.
I'll be a host.
Yeah, yeah, you
Because
can-
we know if I played,
Right.
it could be another
Actually,
settle
I-
the score. Another settle the score.
Actually, I think I loaned that game to Kevin and it disappeared.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to buy it on Amazon again. I think I used the
man.
cards in training, and then they all got separated.
That's funny.
But I will get you another.
Okay, so
I believe I owe you a Harry Potter one.
Yes.
Oh my! What are you just stealing from him?
I was just dreading the day he was like gonna say, "Dude, I'm having a party tonight. Can you bring it by?" And I'd be like, yeah, hold on." And then I just don't show up to the party.
Well, I mean, my only friends that would want to play either of those games are right here. So, there's no party I can host. I'd be like, you guys want to play like Harry Potter Trivial Pursuit? I'm like, no.
No. Come on, Sabrina.
You can't name all the Deathly Hallows?
Oh my god, dude.
Okay. You were gonna say something when I cut you off.
Yeah, so I've seen this circle the interwebs many times. It's that moment in The Phantom Menace when Padme goes, I am Queen Amidala, and they're all like, what?
Yeah.
But like there's a shot that cuts to Obi-Wan and
they smirk.
Qui-Gon, and they kind of like Obi-Wan like smirks at Qui-Gon and Qui-Gon smirks back, and they give someone pointed out that they give each other a look like Qui-Gon just lost a bet or something. Like I told you she was the queen.
I
Like-
love that. That's my new headcanon.
Like
when
one of
when
them,
it comes up
you
on
know.
screen here, we'll have to
Yeah, yeah.
look at it.
Like one of them knew, you know.
So I like that.
I always looked at it as like maybe they were like, yeah, we should have sensed that, shouldn't we? We should have. It was. Yeah, it was right there, wasn't it?
And then cut to the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme.
Yeah, it's like, I didn't sense that. This is not my best day. I hope I don't have to fight a Sith later.
I would
Right.
for
Not
the
on my
record,
A game.
Qui-Gon is like my favorite character of all time, but like the funniest video ever is just called Qui-Gon Jinn, the worst Jedi ever, and it's the Cantina theme, and it shows like behind the scenes footage where he like accidentally throws his lightsaber, but it shows the credits will do fine. No, they won't, and then it shows him get stabbed at the end, and it's just this. It's like
Wait,
a
you can get
30-second
healed
video.
from stabs?
Oh boy. Yeah, but like this sets up really what the state of the Jedi look like at this point in the galaxy. With, I mean, it's all very much more vibrant. They're all more, I guess, like a better word, athletic, I guess.
Yeah, they're like people say they're at like the height of their powers. I think they're like a little bit past their height. They're on the decline.
Sure.
They've reached a point where they're too comfortable.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, well, we don't have any real threats, like other than a couple of like disputes that we have to go settle.
Sith haven't been around for 1,000 years.
The Republic's doing fine. We got rid of like all those bad guys from the High Republic era.
We're dealing with trade
all those
disputes
plants,
at this point.
all
like-
those plants, evil plants.
Oh man.
Yeah, Yariel Poof's just like sitting there, you know.
What do you say? How does he talk?
Hello, I talk like this.
Oh, so it's a group decision now?
Yeah. Oh, so it's a council now? It's not just the two of you?
So funny.
Oh man.
I am one of 12 members in the whole galaxy. I'm the Jedi Council. Today it is my job to get the pizza. My parents, they're very proud.
So Kevin, I'm really interested in what you thought
Robot
about
chicken.
this whole opening sequence with the droids and Qui-Gon putting the saber in the door, melting it, and I mean, you're just seeing stuff with the lightsaber.
Two
and
of my
the
favorites. Two of my favorite instances of Jedi. Like, first of all, like you never thought about that. Like if you stuck a lightsaber, in
Yeah,
how
I
it would
sure
like
as hell
start to
didn't.
melt something. Which is why it's like to survive a saber wound. Like I feel like it's like the power of the sun, like inside your
Sure.
skin, so it would boil your blood around you anyway, and all your
palm of
blood
my
would
hands.
fly. It would fly out of your eyeballs.
Isn't there some like I don't know if it's canon or legends at this point now, like the way that Obi-Wan in A New Hope slices the arm as opposed to like there's a way to like intentionally.
so it doesn't like
Like,
stick around?
yeah.
Because if you get stabbed,
I thought I
just feel
heard
like
something like that before. I'm not sure that's.
I feel like you instantly get boiled. But like, yeah, so the stabbing will like blew me away, and then also like the force speed, which you never see again,
Right,
unfortunately. But like just the shot where they first do this panning shot where they're like twirling and fighting together as the Jedi, you're like, oh my god, look, goosebumps, dude, goosebumps. Jedi in their heyday blew me away, and I constantly rip that off in the KOTOR movies because I just love that like adventure and like it was like you hear about it, you heard about it for 20 some odd years, and then to see them in the prime. And I like that George Lucas, when we talk about Revenge of the Sith in a couple weeks, revisited that style with Obi-Wan and Anakin in the opening of Revenge of the Sith. I thought that was actually quite deliberate, because that one of my favorite moments, that first 25 minutes, again goosebumps, first 25 minutes.
I can see them.
I know, man.
I'm like Spider-Man, dude. Like in the
if I could read Braille, I'd read something on your arm right now. I'd say goosebumps.
but yeah, the opening, just the opening 25 minutes in that shared theater on opening night was just mind blowing. Everybody was just so blown away by that, and that it set the tone of like seeing the Jedi in their prime. They're not doing this. It was like there was a lot of the Luke choreography with Vader and Revenge.
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi that got way more, more athletic and stuff, but this was just on another level, and it began with that, and just cutting through the troops, and then the destroyers, and they have shields, and they run away, and then the great, negotiations were short joke. So, it was. Yeah, the opening night of that was like definitely when they call event movies, it was an event, and that scene set the tone, which I thought carried me through. I know a lot of people have their gripes with that movie, especially after it came out and everybody was disappointed and stuff. But that kept me going. I saw the movie 7 times in the theater.
That's awesome. I'm curious though, for anyone else who's listening or watching, what was their first experience, their theater experience, first time watching this movie? Because this really, relaunched the Star Wars franchise in a big, big way, and it was monumental. I know there's a lot of, Brandon and I are in the prequel kids, and I'm kind of like in the middle. Growing up, and I've talked about this before, how I was in the sweet spot between having like 13, 12 years of my childhood, just original trilogy, and then the prequel trilogy. So I'm curious about everyone else's, if you leave comments down below, I'm really curious to see read about other people's experiences, because I think that's like one of the best things I find about Star Wars. And one of the reasons I like doing the show with you guys is because we can talk about all our experiences with Star Wars and how we watched, this movie or that movie or this show. Or
wait till you hear my line story from Attack of the Clones. No,
oh my god! No, I can't wait to talk about Attack of the Clones with you, because there's a.
Oh yeah.
Next week, tune in, folks, because this is great stuff.
But I also will say that I expect the first episode or our episode of The Force Awakens will also be very long in the preamble too, because it's just that time, that build up. And sometimes when something's away and then it comes back, it comes back in such a big way. And I think now that we have Star Wars TV and a wealth of things, I mean, as a kid, I would have loved loved it, right? But I kind of am glad that I did live in an era where we did have these long droughts, like between movies. Like back then, it was 3 years, I think.
It's 3 years
between
for like the
movies.
prequels, yeah.
And then, of course, 20 years, or whatever it is. So to live in that era where like you didn't know if it was ever coming back, and then even after Revenge of the Sith, again, we didn't know if it was ever coming back. And so
I really thought that was because I was like, well, you just told the whole story with Vader,
And when you see when poor George Lucas would be like, dude, I won't do the impersonation, but he was just talking about how like he put his heart out there or whatever, and like people were like crapping on it and stuff like that. He's like, why would I want to make any more? I remember there was a quote where he basically was like talking about the haters and stuff, and he's like, this is like art. Like, why would I want to do any more of this? So that's when I thought, oh man, after Revenge of the Sith would be done. But yeah, this was at the height of the beginning, and also it's kind of the feeling that we got in The Force Awakens when you didn't know what was going to happen in the next two. You're like, what is going to happen with it? How is this kid gonna? And let's talk about that too. That was a big choice to make Anakin young. He really wanted to be that any kid can turn. Well, I guess I should go when we get to that, and when you're going through the story. So,
well, because then let's just talk about just Naboo overall with Amidala, the Gungans meeting Jar Jar. I think so. Like, I think we'll probably have different experiences than Kevin will in terms of how receptive or not receptive you were to Jar Jar. Because like as a kid, I was kind of like in the middle between Jar Jar. I wasn't like, oh, he's the funniest thing ever, but I also wasn't like that's the worst thing ever. I know that was out there. Brandon, I guess we'll just go to you. I mean. Jar Jar. I mean, you do Jar Jar impersonations to this day.
Mr. Jar Jar Binks.
See, there you go.
Humble servant.
You must have loved him because you were like what 6.5?
Oh, bomb bad, Kevin. That wasn't my best Jar Jar.
No.
It's okay. You saw. Stop it there. Hello, Daddy. I always thought he said Daddy. Hello, Daddy.
Oh my gosh. What if it wasn't? But yeah,
So you loved him, right?
Jar Jar? I mean, I wasn't like, oh, freaking, you're Jar Jar Binks. He's like right up there with Obi-Wan and Luke. I'm like, no, like I'm like, I don't know.
But he was like an all CG character.
You just
the
like,
first,
yeah,
of its
you
kind.
just like,
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't like young at like I wasn't at that point where I just like thought he was like the most hilarious thing in the world.
Yeah.
Like I was like a little older than that, but so like I think I was just at a point where I just like accepted it. I'm like, yeah, he's a character in this movie, and like I have no problem with him whatsoever. Like yeah, like he sticks his tongue in like the power couplings or whatever, and that's funny. My tongue is numb. He says it like 5 times. I rewatched this movie. I did my homework.
You did the homework.
He keeps saying it, especially with the subtitles on. You catch it. No, like he just kept saying it over and over again. My tongue is numb. My tongue is numb.
Kevin, you say Jar Jar for the first time.
He's hype. I like Jar Jar.
I didn't mind him. I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, George Lucas raped my childhood," and like they wanted, I get it. Like they wanted another Wookiee companion because, like, Chewie was, unbeatable, and this was your new option. But, he never bothered me. I mean, some of the jokes it could have gone without, like the stepping in the poo and stuff like that. But like, my only thing is I remember the first clip. Man, these are memories that I have. They released a clip on entertainmenttonight.com or entertainment whatever it was, because remember their promotion for this was huge, and the first clip was his line where he's like, "It's embarrassing. I mean, I should take you there. On second thought, no way, right?
No. I'm afraid I've been banished."
So I'm not joking. When I first saw that clip, I thought it was a parody. I thought it was a joke.
Oh wow!
I was like, wait, what? Why is he sounding like this like, you know what I mean? Like this broken, weird language, like, and he's like, and then he sounded so silly, and I was like, that can't be it. It's got to be like an alien voice. And that someone like parried it, and I just got had. And I remember watching that clip. If they find us, they'll crush us, grind us into tiny pieces, and blast us into oblivion. Which I love the Obi-Wan, but like the it's embarrassing. Like I just remember thinking like, what? Like I wasn't like too thrilled on that. And then when I saw it in the context of the movie, it didn't bother me as much. Again, I had weird reactions to some of these. You telling first time we hear about Naboo, I thought Naboo was a weird name for a planet. Like, and I wasn't one of those. This is not me. I was never like a keyboard jockey, like complained on the internet. This is all interior stuff, right? In my mind, I was like Naboo, like what? I want Dagobah and Tatooine. It was like Naboo, what's Naboo, But like then again, now it's so
like the Naboo. Yeah. That was you and all your friends.
Yeah, and now it's so ingrained in me. But I remember these moments of first hearing it. So yeah.
Naboo, what's up? They don't have a defense system at all. They just let an invasion happen. They just let it happen to them. They have starships. They have weapons.
Yeah.
They just let it. They're like, oh, next thing you know,
like their communications aren't encrypted.
Like the droids literally walked right up to the queen, and th're like, "You're our prisoner now."
Yeah.
Why do they have such easy access to the queen?
Man, Man,
It's like as bad as the Alderaan,
Why did they put up a
Alderaan
fight?
has no weapons. Like so Leia
Why-
proudly says that's like you shouldn't be telling people.
Why did the Queen's security let the droids in the door? Just lock the door.
They were like,
we know that they lock.
They're
We
like,
see it
sir,
later in the
we
movie.
have a warrant. They're like, oh, okay.
And they're fast doors too. I remember I
Oh,
got a
yeah.
laugh in the theater when that button is pressed and near the end, and then just boom like that. Got such a big laugh in our theater because we were like, "Whoa, dude, that is a freaking door!"
That's interesting. The stuff that you guys were laughing at.
Yeah, it was a weird. It was a
I'm
fun
just-
crowd because
Interesting.
everybody's like,
Yeah, for
excited
sure,
about
for
everything.
sure.
And my girl, my wife now, but my girlfriend at the time when she lived in Seattle, her garage door, I think it's to keep transients out or whatever, was fast like that.
Oh, I
And
remember you telling me.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
god, this is like insane. It's like a Star Wars door.
You
and I would
sent
get
me
so,
a video of it.
I did. I did. I'm like, look at this Star Wars door
I've
in
never
Seattle.
seen this door.
Yeah, I wonder. It's just. I think it's still in my messages somewhere.
Oh, you gotta
so.
show. You gotta
Yeah,
show
I'll
that
see
again.
if I can find
Please.
The more I think about it for this specific podcast, I'm just like, the deeper I go, the less it makes sense. But they just like let this invasion army just come in and just like
Hey.
take the Queen.
Yeah.
Well,
They have
They
guns.
set that up in the crawl too, which I will say the crawl was really poorly
That's-
written.
I
They
think-
needed Brian
yeah.
De Palma on that one. 'Cause, like, the first line, the taxation of trade disputes is in dispute, and you're waiting 20 years. You know that's
and
why the opening
taxes.
Crawl,
We're talking about taxes.
Yeah, the opening crawl of The Force Awakens has the greatest fucking, excuse my language, the greatest opening line ever where it just says Luke Skywalker has vanished.
Oh, it's
right?
very
So
great. It's
epic,
very
such
great.
a tale. This one is the taxation of trade disputes. Trade
True.
routes is in dispute.
It's
Like,
true.
what?
The dead speak.
I mean, even that, like, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, the whole sequence then getting off of Naboo, you still you see again Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan.
Well, I didn't like
in
Naboo that
action.
much. To
The what?
like the Naboo.
Oh my gosh.
I'm back, guys.
He's
Special
back.
special guest star Kevin Smith.
So yeah, they don't have a defense system
Yeah.
at all. I guess their ships are for show, their guns are for show.
Yeah, they have this hangar, you're right, and like all these awesome.
And-
first of all, the N1 Starfighter is
Yeah.
one of my most favorite ships in all of Star
you
Wars.
must have geeked out on Mandalorian then when that pops back.
Oh,
in.
100%. Oh,
And it was a fun game too.
I have a quick story about when I went to the Lego store. I built my own N1. Like,
Did you ride it and with your bike? Did you go
like
to the
me.
Lego
No, I
store on your
didn't.
big bike
No,
with
I
your friend?
didn't. No. I went to the Lego store downtown Chicago, and they had just like a pit of like Legos or whatever. I just was in there, and I built like an N1. I took a picture of it. It was like not like a true, just like a
You
true,
build it out of that's what I'm giving
Yeah,
you
yeah.
props for. You build it without like you just did it with random things. Like
yeah,
when
with
I have
random
those
things. I made it
Legos
look, like it was like a modified looking, you know.
that's dope, dude.
I did take a picture of it because I was so proud of this thing. I was like, I wish I could take this thing home. I remember even have like other kids around me being like, "Whoa, that's really cool." And I took like 3 or 4 pictures of it on on one of those instant wind up disposable cameras rather. And yeah, the N1 is just one of my most favorite ships, and I really want to get
good
that
ship.
as a model, especially Mando's N1.
You'd think a whole planet of people that design ships that
He's still
good
on it. I love it.
could defend themselves.
can't get over it. He can't get over it.
Just like the Gungans have a grand army. They say we used to have grand army. They have a grand army, and Naboo, the entire planet. Like when we see the end of this movie, there's like what 20 people from Naboo fighting alongside
wanna
this
do a
grand
video.
army of the Gungans.
I want to do
for
a
an
video
entire
of you.
planet.
You are like if Star Wars had like not Fox News, it could be MSNBC, but you are like that guy that's like pounding the political like you would be on the air like on a news program like, well, we got to change this. How do they have no security? How did they just let them roll?
Imagine, I want to see the Nemoidians and the Trade Federation invade Mandalore and see how that goes.
It's like if
You
this
think they're gonna let them walk right in and take the dark saber?
it's like if this army was you seen the Truman Show, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
there's like a fire and they're like, hey, put out this fire. It's like I'm an actor, I'm not an actual firefighter. They're like they built this army without the ever intent of having to ever use the
yeah,
army. It was just like and then they're asked like, wait, we just did this for the looks.
I bet you
like,
the-
we're not trained, soldiers. Or
Here's a dark
fighters.
thought. The what they don't understand is I think the Gungans had no clue. They could have gone surface and wiped out everybody on Naboo and taken over the planet. And then
Oh
you
my
have
God.
dark Gungans ruling
They
over.
could've.
Let's do an Elseworlds episode
Yeah.
movie where
Holy
we talk about an
crap.
evil,
The
like a
Gungans
Naboo
take
taken
over.
over by evil, war-mongering. Let's
Yeah.
think about it. And like Avatar, you meet other species on the other side of the planet. There's got to be like evil Gungan tribes somewhere else on Naboo, and that would have they could have just taken over Theed and been like, this is our planet.
What
now,
if that happened like a month before episode 1, and then they stopped the invasion from happening because they actually
Dang.
be able to protect? End of saga right there. It's like it's not even doesn't even make it to the crawl. Let's props to George too for design. I know I've talked about this before.
Doug Chang, first of all, hugely influential in the prequels.
George could have gone, and I'm not complaining because I do love The Force Awakens. It's actually up there. I think it might be in my top 3. It hit me the right way. But I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. Because again, I'm bringing back to my that doesn't look. I was expecting X-wings and TIE fighters because I was kind of such a casual fan. I'm like, it'll be back there. And when it was all different, and it was sleek, and I respected it because I was like, of course, it's like. 30 years earlier or 60
something
years?
like that.
Something like that.
30.
It's about 30-ish.
Yeah, about 30 years. And like 30 cars from 30 years ago, or just like in Back to the Future, right? It's like a 30-year difference, right? And 85 to 55. The cars look different than in 85. So, of course, the galaxy would look different. And so I really respect that his production design, his choices, he really did go out of his way to make it a total different looking Star Wars universe. Still lived in, especially when you go in Tatooine, because you don't want to lose that aspect of Star Wars because it is an old galaxy. But he did make those choices, and look what came out of it: the N1 Starfighter and other really cool designs, the droid ship, the droid Starfighter, and stuff like that, and the Trade Federation stuff. So props to the over. What do you guys think of that when you first saw the designs and stuff? Because I think we all were expecting there's going to be more TIE fighters and stormtroopers and.
No, I mean, like when you see the N1, I go, oh, that's like this version, X-Wing's version. That's the X-Wing version, right? And then you see the droid starfighters are like, oh, that's like the TIE fighter version. So like you can draw kind of like the little tiny parallels
Vulture droids
to the
Buzz.
so you can kind of like draw. At least I did as a kid. I was like, oh, maybe the N1's supposed to be the X-Wing, and the droid starfighters are supposed to be the TIE. That's how I looked at it as a kid, and I still think of it like that in terms of it rhyming,
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it makes a lot of sense, especially like Phantom Menace, then One Starfighter. Like, that's something that is specific to Naboo, and it makes a lot of sense once the Empire takes over the galaxy. Obviously, Naboo falls under their jurisdiction. They're going to say, all right, like, nobody on Naboo is allowed to have these anymore. Like, we're going to take things over. We have our sweet TIE fighters. Man, they move, and it's going to be fine. So just throw those in a junkyard, maybe in Mos Eisley, maybe a Mandalorian stumbles across one after the war's over and, modifies it for his little green friend. And then it's silver.
I think this movie is just going back. It's such a good, I love it. And it was the last Star Wars movie shot on film too. Yeah. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I thought the lightsabers looked fantastic. And I thought the
look
lightsabers in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith looked like crap. The lightsabers in Phantom Menace have almost a 3D feel to them. Like you can see and I know the new ones now, they're rotoscoping a lot better because they're actually having lit sabers on set with technology and stuff. But the Phantom Menace sabers, I just thought had this feel like they felt
like these
real.
were like green sticks with the hilt, right?
And it's and especially because I know how to build them in Photoshop or not Photoshop in After Effects. And when I would learn to do it in like college and stuff like that, like the ones that I would make looked like the ones in the Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Like that was how good I can do it when I was first learning it. I'm like, I can match that, but I couldn't ever figure out how to match.
I just think
the
there's
Phantom
a
Menace
certain
style.
look you end up getting from it being on film.
Yeah, transfer to film.
It's just gonna have a different look and feel to it that you could try to even replicate digitally, but it's still not gonna ever unless you shoot actually on film, which they did in Force Awakens, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So. And I love the way those sabers look in The Force Awakens.
Yeah, I think the sabers in The Force Awakens might be my favorite in the entire saga.
They kind of have that it's like that.
The little warbling.
They're a little
and the sound design. We've talked about this on this show before. Like the sound design is like intense. When Finn first ignites it on Takodana,
it's bassy.
Yeah, it is very basic.
And
in Attack of the Clones, it's like
and I was always bummed that I never had those sound effects at my disposal for the KOTOR movies when I was doing them because but my favorite, the second, I love that one. And then there's the sound effect in Return of the Jedi, since I missed it, when Luke he falls off his speeder and then he looks up and the speeder's coming. And when he ignites it, it's a special, it's like a really like that.
That
which
was
is,
good.
That was really,
was that me or you?
Save that. Record that.
But I use that ad nauseum in the KOTOR movies.
No, it's a great sound effect.
Yeah.
So as we're escaping Naboo, though, we get introduced to R2. This is where R2, I guess, comes from, Naboo.
There's a lot of like cool moments like that I almost wish I was a little older to appreciate.
Yeah.
It's like, hello, Obi-Wan, well, you keep your attention here and now. But she's like, oh my God, that's Obi-Wan Kenobi. And then it's like R2, like, is like, oh, that little droid did it. And it's like, his name is R2D2. Your eyes like, what?
Yeah, I was never expecting to see R2D2 and C-3PO in this movie.
And then such a crowd reaction.
Yeah.
So much that we missed like the next couple lines when R2 was released.
Someone going nuts.
And then C-3PO shows up being built by Anakin. You're like, all right, this is getting a bit much.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I like that. I did not like the 3PO connection. You didn't need to do that.
But then Yoda shows up a little later, and you're like, yeah.
So then it's all forgiven with that.
It's a roller coaster.
Speaking of R2, and we'll talk about when I saw this when it was on the screen, and I was like, what? If I was Queen Amidala, I would have Sabe beheaded.
Oh my gosh.
Murdered, killed.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Look, R2 just saves them. They get off the Naboo. They're on their way to Tatooine. And then for some reason, like your job is to die if someone attacks me and you be me. You know, Corday did her duty. That's your job, Sabe. Your job is not to then send me and go clean the droid like some handmaiden. Pick any of the other handmaidens in the scene. Pick any of them. But no, you send me, I would be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go clean R2-D2, and I'm going to come back around.
Maybe
and when I'm back in the makeup again, I'm going to be like, all right, behead her.
Clearly, that threw off Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. They're like, there's no way.
They're really, she's really method acting right there. Method acting as far as being the queen. I wonder if they had a conversation later like, hey, okay, yeah, you don't have to make me clean the droid.
Like,
now I had to hang out with that Gungan who was bothering me the whole time. Like, come on.
Kevin, she wouldn't even have her army resist an invasion. Do you think that she's gonna punish Sabe for making her clean a droid? She's like the most pacifist like leader in the whole galaxy. She's like, oh, they're invading? Well, let them in.
Yeah, come on in.
I
feel like drinking game every time he brings up
it.
it for the rest of the time. I'm gonna drink too.
She's like, I'm gonna clean the crap out of this droid. Sabe tells me what to do, I do it.
Yeah, man. Meanwhile, if I was king and my king decoy did, imagine Henry VIII has a freaking decoy, and then the decoy is like, Henry, I want you to go clean up the pig shit in the back pen behind the castle. Henry VIII would have that guy's head on a spike within hours.
Oh my god.
Have you seen how it should have ended for Attack of the Clones when Corday's like, oh, Senator, I am so sorry.
Oh, and he's
I
like, no,
failed
you did your job.
She's like, no, this is exactly what you're supposed to do.
Great, I love it. How it should have ended
perfectly.
for Phantom Menace is funny too. Where they're like, always two there are, and then remember they have Maul is during the funeral pyre for Qui-Gon. Maul is like crawling. He's like, that's him right there, and like no one's paying attention to him. He's like, no, he really is my master. And then he dies.
Yeah, that's funny.
Check it out on.
I mean, it's like it is like kind of like so obvious for us, but it's just like I feel like somebody like Padme kind of a little bit dumb too. Like I know she's only 14 years old and she's like charged with being the queen of an entire
can't
planet.
all be like Rey, bro.
But literally like Palpatine's like, you should call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Vorm, and then they will elect a new chancellor, a strong chancellor. And then he's like, it was me. They elected me.
Also, how easy is it, by the way,
Like
to replace a leader? You just have one person say, I call for a vote of no confidence. That would be like when Trump was a president and one of the senators can be like, you know what? I'm the senator from California. I would like to call for a vote of no confidence for Trump. And then we'd have another election and it's done in like a weekend.
It is really.
How's that even possible?
It's literally bizarre. In a day. They're like, oh yeah, it's between him and Bail Antilles of Alderaan, and it's him.
Yeah. How's that even possible? That planet's... Oh, wait, that's actually the galaxy. So, yeah, I was going to go back to your thing about how Naboo doesn't know what they're doing. But, how easy is it? So that... Why didn't anybody during Palpatine be like, hey, I vote for a vote of no confidence? Here comes the look. And I won the bet. Oh, okay. I think Obi-Wan knew and kept telling Qui-Gon. And Qui-Gon. Sorry, it's on in the background.
We have it on, yeah. But then Palpatine's smart because he knows, like, all right, I already tricked Padme once.
Yep.
Can't do it again. Jar Jar, why don't you give me emergency powers?
Yeah.
He's like, ooh, this seems like a good idea to me, Okie day.
Oh, yeah, he has everything, man.
like sus.
You really need to be on a Star Wars news network where you're just like on your rant.
Like I'm sorry, like if
like Bill Riley.
If Kevin,
the Bill Riley of Star Wars.
If me and
Bill
Kevin
O'Reilly.
were like gossiping and we're like, man, we really don't think Frank's doing a good job running this podcast. but then Kevin was like, Brandon, you should call for a vote of no confidence in Frank.
And then Kevin takes over the podcast.
But then Kevin leans into my ear and goes, now we will elect a new podcast host, a strong podcast host. I'd be like, dude, that's a little sus.
How did I not see that coming?
Oh my god.
I'd be like, I take back my vote of no confidence. This guy's acting sus.
Poor Valorum.
Yeah, but before we talk more about Coruscant, let's talk about when we first get introduced to little Annie. Anakin's. First of all, I didn't expect his nickname to be Annie and Matt. He's a slave, Watto's shop, and he calls Padme an angel.
I remember my dad gave me the worst. Well, not the worst. He totally unintentionally told me something that like freaked me out for a while. So sometimes when you're a kid actor, you try out for things and you don't know what you're trying out for. It'll just be like, oh, I'm trying out for. You think you're trying out for something, and then you find out later it was like for something bigger. I think for RoboCop 3, I tried out for that. And the first audition, I didn't know they didn't say it was RoboCop 3. It was for something else. I was a kid actor, by the way. Newsflash. So my dad saw a behind the scenes special about Star Wars, and it was down to 3 kids. Jake Lloyd, some other kid, and a kid named Devin Michaels. And my stage name was Kevin Michaels, and my dad misheard it. And he was like, did you know you tried out for episode 1 and you didn't know? And I was so depressed. I'm like, wait, I tried out and I didn't know it? And I was like, the age didn't really work out anyway. I was a little older. But then for like a year, I would tell people like, oh yeah, I tried out for episode 1. Not knowing. And then I finally saw it, and I looked, and I told my dad, I'm like, Dad, the kid's name was Devin Michaels with a D. And he was 8.
Could you imagine watching those like behind the scenes featurettes? Because there's one where they go through all the kids that were like in the running.
You just see an adult.
And I just see. Yeah, because you said you were like in college.
Sir,
you see all these kids, and then you see like a 13-year, because it took a while to make the movie, but then you see like a 15-year-old like Kevin Smith's like, yeah, what's up, dude?
Are you an angel?
Yeah. So,
Moons of Diego.
Speaking of Anakin,
you got any nipple rings under there?
Anakin, my friend. We call him Annie. Annie was a pimp, dude. Let me talk about Annie. His first line
Spitting
to
game,
a chick like twice his age. He says, "Are you an
twice his age?
No, whatever.
Like 5 years.
Whatever." He says, "Are you an angel?" And then he takes everybody who is Pad, and the first thing he does, he's like, "Hey, Padme, let me show you my room." That kid knew what he was doing, dude.
Like, let's
Anakin
go back to my
pulled
place.
Padme from the very beginning.
You want to see my room? Yeah. This is my droid.
Oh, he's like,
no
whoa.
big deal. It's my droid.
It's my droid. I'm kind of a protege.
There's a storm coming. You better hold up in my place.
He slips that old lady like a 20.
Yeah, he's like,
like
give
20,
me some pallies.
He slips her like 20 whoopee. He's like, hey,
just say something about a storm.
Say there's a store coming. You better get home quick.
Yeah, dude.
Kitster's in the back with a fan blowing up sand.
Then he walks later on Coruscant. He walks straight. You imagine like you're in Britain and you go right to the castle as a little boy, and you're like, "Hey, I want to see the Queen real quick and tell her what's up. I'm going to start my Jedi training." He goes straight to like the the decoy, and he's like, or to one of the handmaidens is like, "Hey, I want to see Padme real quick." Like just again, no security even on Coruscant. How do you walk all the way that close to the Queen?
The kid walks right up to the Queen.
Right up to the Queen. But Anakin Skywalker was a pimp.
Have you seen? I think it's another like robot chicken, and where he's like, "Are you an angel? Are you an elephant?" He's just like asking tough stuff like that. She's like, "What's wrong with you?" She's like, "This is the kid that I end up with."
Let's talk about the actor too. Poor Jake Lloyd. If you know anything about what happened after. And I remember, to relate a little bit, when I was a kid actor, I never really hit it big or anything like that. But I did get on a couple movies that when I would be in high school, it would air on I was on a movie called Calendar Girl. I was in a movie called Newsies. And when it would go on whenever it was on HBO, and back then, it was before streaming and stuff, it would just be in the rotation and playing constantly. And I remember whenever a movie would come out, because especially when I was younger, all the older kids would make fun of me like, "Oh, look at little Hollywood over here," and stuff like that. And so with Jake Lloyd, I
Brandon,
mean, that's
we're gonna call Kevin Little Hollywood from now on.
a little Hollywood.
Hollywood, little Hollywood. It is you.
But I remember
podcast.
I remember like, oh, hey, what's up, calendar boy? Like they call me calendar boy. Like even like it was kind of mean. Like, and now that's just for me, which there's little bit parts in these movies that weren't even big. Imagine, he said in interviews like he was just relentlessly called Darth Vader, Little Vader, like made fun of and stuff like that. And he actually it screwed up his life. He never acted again. Look at his IMDb. Yeah. And then he you see his mugshot, which is like, hey, he would have been a good bad guy Anakin. You see the mugshot with like his black eye and stuff like that. Like he went on a high-speed chase, dude. Anakin turned bad in real life. Poor Jake Lloyd. Yeah. And you read interviews with him, and it's like he seemed like such a dear kid, and he just it was the bullying that like sent him over the edge. So I really do wish him well, and I hope that he's doing well. And I think that he did as good as he could. I mean, that's a scary thing as a kid actor. I tell you what, when I was in a soap opera, and if I watch that back now, like it's on YouTube, you can try to find it. You'll never find it, but it was like I saw my acting was horrible. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's hard when you're a really small kid, and he was given. Now there's so many talented actors now.
And George isn't exactly, I think, like an actor's director.
Yeah, exactly.
Not like Steven Spielberg.
You couldn't even like he made Natalie Portman look acting wouldn't too.
She's pretty rough in this. I'm watching it back.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Props to Jake Lloyd. I hope he's good wherever he is. And I mean that is a massive undertaking. And it sucks that I tried out and I didn't get the part. Again, the panning shot kills me. A bunch of kids, and then 14-year-old me, like, what's up?
Natalie Portman looks bored to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, she's constantly thinking about her people dying. How's she supposed to look, Brandon?
I got a story for you after we go off the air. I can't tell it on the air. It's an inside
that one
scoop.
line when they're having dinner at Anakin's house, and she's like, "Oh, they gotta have some kind of a weakness or whatever." It was like, it's rough.
They always bet them.
It reminded me of Rey's delivery of the line that she talks to Luke in The Last Jedi, where she's like, "The Jedi need your help."
Yes,
blah, blah, blah. It's what line? Where did that come from? How did you not have another alternate take as an editor?
That line really does stick out to me too. Yes.
How are you gonna bully a kid for being Darth Vader?
Yeah. Like, well, listen, I get it. And it was like I used to never tell people, and I started lying and never tell, especially when I would like disappear for like 2 weeks. I would just say I was sick. I wouldn't tell them that I was doing stuff because I didn't want. And that kids are just cruel and mean, and like on the 10th level, like that's got to be so brutal on that kid.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we know like the toxic side of the fandom, so I do like see like fans being mean to him for like saying like, "Oh, you did a terrible job." Which is just
think about Hayden Christensen,
crazy.
right? If you go, I like Kevin Smith and I respect his movies, but you see Clerks too. If you're Hayden Christensen and you go to see that with your friends and you're excited, and they have a scene where it's like, "Hi, I'm Anakin Skywalker. I'm single-handedly ruining Saga," like making fun of Hayden Christensen, like he got, it was a tough. Like I think that even short of Leonardo DiCaprio coming in there and probably pushing his weight around to say, "I'm not going to say that sand line,"
I don't think it's any secret that George doesn't write the best dialogue.
Yeah.
I mean, just like take it from Carrie Fisher's mouth, which she says about George's writing, and luckily for her and her talent, she could, she would give notes and whatnot, and she had that kind of status where she could do that, but she wasn't on the prequels, right? And for better or worse, George did everything he wanted to do.
He was surrounded by yes men. It was the worst thing.
I mean, these were independent films at the end of the day.
Sure, absolutely.
Like George was funding it with his own money, 100%.
Yeah,
and he's George Lucas. What are you gonna tell him?
Exactly.
Like he's like, yeah. So
I mean, and rightfully so, he is so revered, in terms of innovation and what he's done for the film industry as a whole at this point in his career when he's about to make the prequels. So you're going to have a lot of people just deferring just because of his resume and what he's meant to the industry. Yep. So it's going to be hard to be like, hey, but that's because at the same time, the spectacle of this movie I think is so overwhelming to begin with. You're just in awe that, first of all, A, you're making Star Wars, and B, you're seeing this genius at work. And I think probably the last thing they're thinking about was the dialogue, so.
Yeah, there's like nobody to tell George Lucas no. And like from what I've seen from him, like he seems like one of the sweetest guys in the whole world.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like with anyone, if there's no one to tell you no, like nobody's like a perfect artist, you know?
Yeah.
Like we're like anything that we make, even if you're like really an amazing painter, like
your TikToks are pretty perfect, bro.
Thank you. They're not, but thank you. But my point is like even like 20th Century Fox distributing the movie, like they're not gonna tell him no. Like be like, oh George, we don't
They're
like
not
this.
going to
Like,
say no to a cash
yeah,
cow
they're
like
like,
that.
all right, well then I'm not releasing Star Wars.
Yeah.
Be like, oh shit, okay.
Oh my God, we have I'm just in my head. I'm like recounting like, oh, we still have the pod race to talk about. We still
Well, yeah,
have
let's talk about the pod race because.
Yeah, we didn't anything more about Tatooine. Oh, well, the mother, Shmi Skywalker.
Oh, yeah, let's talk
I had
about,
a
like-
big time crush on her in
was-
college, dude.
there was
I was
a
like,
song.
Shmi
Let's
is
talk about-
hot. I want to be Anakin's stepdad.
Yeah, let's talk about the midi-chlorian stuff coming into play and
Oh, yeah.
him, Qui-Gon, testing his blood and all
yeah.
that, and Shmi talking about there was no father. I mean, Kevin, you hear all this because, what is your audience? What's the audience like then?
Yeah, the midi-chlorians was no one like that back then when it first came out, because when we were growing up and you see that scene with Yoda talking about the Force and Empire and it's like so mystical and stuff, like
it takes away the mysticism.
Yeah, I think it does, and I think that Sean did a great job for headcanon being like, well, like the midi-chlorians could exist, and because you could still have that mysticism about how they're just like the whatever he said a couple weeks ago on the show about the midi-chlorians, but no one liked the midi-chlorians, and they hated the name of it. It was just so like mitochondria, midi-chlorians,
Yeah.
and like and it was just even awkwardly introduced. Like there are so many different ways to if you're gonna do that. Like the first time you hear about it, could like when Anakin's like, I heard midi-chlorians. I was wondering, what are midi-chlorians? Like it sounds like such like an after-school special where they're about to give you, so not a fan of that.
Yeah. I get kind of like the meaning behind, like the intention behind it.
It was just to show that Anakin was. They could have been like,
It was-
wow, his force powers
it's
are off the charts, even stronger than Yoda's.
Yeah, I think it was a case of kind of over-explaining, unnecessary over-explaining. But with that said, I don't really care about it. Midi-chlorians in the Star Wars Galaxy universe does not bother me.
Never mentioned again
I can,
since Revenge of the Sith, right? In the
Right. Yeah.
It's mentioned in Revenge of the Sith.
and
but
that's it. And I
You
think
can
that was
manipulate the
probably
midi-
The Mandalorian calls it the M count. but
do
that's it.
they?
Yeah,
Yes,
they
that's
call it the M
right.
count.
Yeah.
Which is actually that's a pretty clever way to
Yeah.
to,
And it
to
is-
say midi-chlorians without saying
By the way, and
midi-chlorians.
now though, here's the thing: like we hated it back then, but everything like back then is so nostalgic that if we all hear the word midi-chlorian said in Mando season 3, we'll probably
flip
geek
out.
out
Yeah,
about it. We'll be like,
100%.
yeah, that's awesome. So
Yeah, I don't have a problem with midi-chlorians. The way I have interpreted it, which is that like it's not what creates the Force. It is just a
vessel for the Force?
It's a microscopic life form that just attaches itself to people and things that are very strong in the Force. So like Anakin's like very strong in the Force, so he just has a lot of midi-chlorians naturally gravitating to him, like in his blood. That's the way that I see it. They're just wherever the Force is, there's midi-chlorians also.
but that makes it sound like they could be like you have more of the Force, so then my midi-chlorians would be like this. And like at a horror movie, like come out of my mouth, like in the Green Mile,
I don't-
and go into your thing.
I
That's
don't know
terrifying.
I don't know if it's quite like that. I see it as like it's like a interesting like scientific way of them like they realize like, oh, people who are really strong in the Force happen to have a lot of midi-chlorians.
It's kind of like a genes, like you happen to have like
So-
the gene that predisposes you
Yeah.
to whatever.
Yeah, so like that's a good
Green
way for
eyes,
us to
what-
know.
you know,
Like, oh yeah,
Like, I would have rather had the Force than colon cancer. I'll tell you that much. That would have been way more fun, dude.
yeah.
Your colon cancer count's way high than your midi-chlorian count.
Oh, off the charts. It's even stronger than.
Oh boy.
So many horrible jokes.
Yeah, we don't need to go
stop.
down that road. Yeah.
But yeah, Master Yoda, not as high as Anakin's midi-chlorians, which is fine.
But Shmi and the no father. I always thought
Yeah.
that she was lying
Silly.
at first. I thought that Shmi was lying.
When
I'm
she
in
was
college.
like, there was no father, and she went.
Yeah. I just thought like, oh, something happened, and especially when they show in the pickup scene, which by the way, when they are checking his blood,
Yeah.
Jake Lloyd's like 2 feet taller or whatever, or not 2 feet.
He had a
but
growth spurt.
He had a growth spurt,
Yeah.
so they had to sit him down and hide it.
You can kind of see when he gets up and walks on. You
I
can kind of
didn't
see.
know
when
that.
they
it's in the documentary, the episode 1 documentary,
Do you think I've seen that?
a dozen times.
when they show Shmi, they show Shmi and she's looking like this, and he's like, yeah, either way, this is crazy, right? When he's talking,
Yeah,
to
yeah,
Obi-Wan. They show Shmi, and under the you hear the music, the
Yes.
you hear, and it's a lead in, obviously, because it's about to show Maul, but they show Shmi, and I'm like, she's freaking lying, dude. She knows something that we don't know, and the
Maul's the
Sith theme was
father.
leading it, and of course, obviously,
Yeah, I
not,
think
which
I
is-
always thought she was trying to hide the identity of the father.
which is Snoke.
Good lord.
I'm back.
It's Kino Loy.
It's Kino Loy.
Kino Loy's the father. That's why he went to
could
jail.
be.
And that's why he lived on Tatooine. He can't swim.
I think he's probably at their age, right? What is he?
He's like, Tatooine has no rivers and lakes, right? Okay, I'm going there. He'd avoid Naboo for sure.
I thought it was funny watching this back how like Qui-Gon just like takes Anakin's blood and just like without even like saying
Asking.
like hey, without even asking, he's just
Yeah.
like, hey, one sec. All right. And like if I was Shmi, I'd be like, did you just take my kid's blood? Like we just met today.
She's a slave. She has no say in anything. Like,
And he lies to the kid. Oh, I'm testing your blood for infections.
Like, why would I have an infection?
I think Anakin was definitely infected.
With pipness.
He had Padme fever.
Oh,
Dude, 10 years went by. 10 years. And then Attack of the Clones, he's like, oh, I'm so nervous. Oh my God, Padme. Like, damn. Like,
He lost
it all.
Because he hung
And then
out with
you're saying
Obi-Wan.
weird- Yeah,
10
then,
years.
you're around a bunch of monks.
If he was
in
still
a-
hanging
in a
out with
temple.
Qui-Gon, dude, that dude would have so much game with Qui-Gon.
I'm telling you,
around.
Qui-Gon Jinn was the biggest pimp in the galaxy. He had girls in every system. He was like one of those sailors that had a woman in every port. I'm telling you, with those dude, I had a guy in college. I had a
my
guy in
God.
college. That sounded bad. I knew a guy in college, and he had long hair, and I would always tell him, dude, you got. And one day he showed up, and he did his hair like Qui-Gon Jinn just for me. He was in film school, and I died. I'm like, dude, if I had that hair, I would grow it out, and I would do that same thing with like the thing. It's hard to explain, but Qui-Gon Jinn probably had. I mean, if he was around, he's the one banging Satine, dude, not Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh my
Satine's
gosh.
gonna be all into that older man.
Qui-Gon, I heard you mention STDs. And I was wondering, what are STDs?
Qui-Gon, I heard you mention you had chlamydia.
Oh,
I was
no.
wondering, what are chlamydia? Microscopic light forms in your
Good Lord.
in your lightsaber.
Oh my God. Your lightsaber. Oh no.
This is evergreen, right? It's gonna be forever. This
Yeah,
video. Oh
yeah,
man, I'm gonna get if I can't run for office.
Yeah. But let's talk about the pod racing because that's like a whole like mini movie within the movie.
And to also sometimes if like it's easily skippable because you could skip it and just get right to the
Yeah.
finish. But what I respect about that is there's no music until the very end of the final lap, and it's
Yeah.
all sound. It is Ben. And if you watch the documentary too, George Lucas has input. Whenever you sit in with a director as an editor, like you get input. Or even when I'm dealing with the KOTOR animations, I'll be like, "Hey, can you do it?" And in the video, there's video of him in the control room with Ben Burt, and it's the footage of when Sebulba's coming right,
Yeah.
right coming up right,
Yeah.
thank you, right behind him, and it wasn't loud enough. And George is like, "No, when it gets really close, you want to really up the bass." And then he did it again, and I'm just like, again, goosebumps.
Oh my
dude.
God.
I'm a goosebump machine,
You-
dude.
You gotta get that looked at, man.
I really paid
It might be
attention.
I might have a condition.
He's got goosebumpitis.
Qui-Gon.
Not even
Oh,
Master
okay.
Yoda has this many goosebumps.
But yeah, the sound design was great. It goes on a little too long, to be honest. My wife loved the Phantom Menace. She actually liked Jar Jar, but got bored during the pod race because, again, it's a spectacle. It's great for the
It
fans.
is.
The first time in the theater was an event, but you kind of can get to
If
the point in
I'm,
the
if
extended
I'm
version too.
critiquing the movie, if I'm reviewing it as a movie, then I go, yeah, this is probably too long of a sequence. But as a Star Wars fan, I absolutely love it. I remember, when I got this movie back on VHS, that was like one of the first bits I fast forward to just to watch the race, and then when they later added in more of the other sequences that they cut out
a little
from
bit
it.
more of lap 2, I think.
Yeah.
And
You see
then
more of Anakin like really
messing with that.
he gets a little bit messed up. He gets messed up.
Well, my favorite
more
thing are
in
the little
second
moments
half. Yeah.
too. Like, and I again, I hate to keep bringing up KOTOR, but I ripped off a lot of Phantom Menace because like that was really like a big inspiration for a lot of our episode 1. We have a pod race in it, but my favorite thing about, which is not, incidentally, it's not in the game, pod race. We added one, but my favorite moments, which I emulated in the KOTOR thing, were stuff like when Jabba knocks the thing off the. Remember, it's like in the middle of the race, they'll just cut to Jabba and he just right, and you just hear the thing, or like the shot of Aura Singh or the Udini and like random little things, or the guy in the pit race, come on, and it's like all no music, and it's just cutting to sound design and just cutting these little bit moments in between the big race parts. And I thought that was expertly done because you can't just have the race the whole time. You want to cut back and forth. Did he crash it? And all that stuff. Right. It was a very good blend of just funny little one-liners. And at the end, when Jabba was like asleep the whole time, which is just classic.
I think that's a great little gag or little bit there. I really, really love that this sequence. Yeah, it is too long for a movie. But it's Star Wars, man. It's all about being in the world.
Yeah.
And
who are we to talk of things running on too long? I think we're
two
hours into this podcast already.
But one thing I noticed watching it again is there's a large chunk of the pod race. There's no score. It's only the sound of the pod race.
Yeah.
I never like thought about that before. Like watching it the other day, I was like, there is no music playing right now.
That's a choice. That's what I said in the beginning. I said they only have it until the very last lap, the very end when he's
and in general, I was telling Frank this the other day. Like I thought like the score for Phantom Menace is unique. Like I feel like Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith kind of have like this like identity where it's like, okay, this is like the prequel music, and obviously we get Duel of the Fates and Phantom Menace and all of that, but it's like every track like is super memorable, and it like you like know exactly at what point in the movie it plays. I wasn't really noticing that all that much with Phantom Menace, especially when we first meet Anakin on Tatooine. There's music playing in the background where I was like, I'm not super familiar with this track. Like, if you play this for me outside of the movie, I don't know if I'd be able to tell you it was Star Wars.
So
that's why you lost to me and settled the score because it was a bunch of Phantom Menace questions.
There was so obviously when the movie came out, then like you had the soundtrack or the score on CD, right? It was like with Qui-Gon's
and it was very incomplete, by the way.
Right, exactly. But then they did release.
It was Qui-Gon's fun, not funeral. It wasn't finished yet. That's why
they did release another version of the score.
They did,
and it was a blue. Darth Maul's on the cover. It's a blue case, or at least the one I had was. And
you would even have like 34-second tracks of like just transitions.
It was literally the movie. With no dialogue, it was just all the music.
Yeah, it's great.
Just straight through. So
isn't there?
I think it's called Ultimate Edition.
I think it is. Yeah.
Isn't there a way to watch The Last Jedi?
Yes, you can do that. Yeah, you can. But
How?
What I will say is,
I think so,
because that CD, I had that before the movie came out. So the only way I could replay the movie was listening to that. I listened to that score. I don't even know how many times.
When I'm driving.
And when I'm playing that score, I'm watching the movie in my mind, and I have the music.
I legit
which
do
is
that
just
in the
as iconic as the images you see on screen, right? So
that's what you did with Wedding Crashers too, right?
So when you're talking about, I don't really recognize this piece of music. Like, to me, I know that movie from the music.
I get it. I'm not the biggest fan in the room.
That's what I'm saying.
I get it.
I do think that the Anakin theme, which they reprise a little bit in Attack of the Clones and in Revenge of the Sith, I just remember the first time hearing it, it was hard to pin down, like, you know, with like Luke, like, you know, there's themes in it, right? Yoda, dun, 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 dun. With Anakin's theme, it's so intricate. It's a dun, na, 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 na. It, like, there's several parts to it that form the complete first, like, pronouncement of the theme. And again, I was struggling with that at first time too, where I didn't like recognize it, you know. And yeah, they don't have his theme play the first time he comes out. Like they start to do that a lot more. And also in Revenge of the Sith and Attack of the Clones, they're slowly getting closer to the original trilogy. So you start hearing more of those themes, and it starts blending in together. So yeah, it was a great score, but very unique in that sense too. But like, I like the hidden. You hear the Jabba's theme hidden in the fanfare music leading into, you know, that you got to know that.
Wait, so say it again.
The flag parade track. Jabba's theme's in it. So like dun, 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 like that whole thing, and then all of a sudden you hear dun, 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 and it's underneath the pronouncement of the. I'll play it for you after the show.
I love that this movie has like so many like small connections to other movies and other characters and things in like the Star Wars universe. Like we were just talking about, why am I blanking on the other Jedi's name on Tatooine?
Oh, Quinlan Vos.
Quinlan Vos.
Oh yeah, Quinlan Vos. Yeah.
He's in one shot in this movie.
You know, Quinlan and Qui-Gon. And Quinlan was a pimp too, but that's why he didn't recognize he didn't talk to Qui-Gon on Tatooine.
They were in bro code. It was the bro code.
There's a bro code, and he was well, maybe like Quinlan was like, dude, I don't like that guy. That guy stole my chick on Nar Shaddaa.
But like, especially I noticed there's like a few connections to like Solo as Star Wars, or like we get Aura Singh, which is referenced in Solo.
Pretty much the fall, dude.
Killed by Tobias Beckett. We even have the character of Weasel, I believe his name is, played by Warwick Davis, who's he's sitting next to Watto at the race, and he's part of the resistance group led by Enfys Nest at the end.
You see Gardula, female Hutts do not.
And of course, obviously, there's a Darth Maul connection between the two movies.
There was a Bib Fortuna. You see,
that's a good segue. If we're going to segue about Darth Maul, what did you guys think when you first saw him and he was all over? I mean, like you said, he was all over the Taco Bell things, and you saw the stand.
Dude, like Darth Maul, I was like, that's the devil, dude. George Lucas put the devil in Star Wars. That's what I thought.
He went very on the nose. Like, this is the bad guy. He's got black and red tattoos.
Even people who didn't like this movie when it came out, they went, "Yeah, Darth Maul's pretty bad."
Yeah, kind of the same thing with like when people didn't like Attack of the Clones. They're like, "Yeah, but the last 40 minutes were badass." With and the same thing. Like if people who didn't like Phantom Menace, they're like, "Yeah, but Maul." But that's the thing that they would have an argument too. They're like, "Yeah, the only good thing about Phantom Menace, he's killed at the end, right?" Because a lot of people thought
he's not.
I mean, imagine play it out with me. If Maul was not killed at the end of Phantom Menace, it was a stalemate. He killed Qui-Gon. Now you have Obi-Wan just fuming for 10 years, like, I want to get back this guy. And then imagine that duel in Attack of the Clones. If now Maul is let's say Maul is the orchestrator instead of Count Dooku. I mean, everything could be totally different, but imagine that confrontation when you have the second. Because remember, in the original trilogy, you set up these duels, and there's like, this is not over. I'm gonna fight you again next.
This is Act 1 of our story.
And in this movie, the only real rematch we ever get is the duel with Dooku after episode 2. You have the one with 3. So I always think that it would have been, I mean, he did live, so we're happy, and I love his arc and everything in the Clone Wars and stuff, but
it turned out for the best, really.
But
honestly.
Imagine if he did survive, and then he was the Darth Vader to Palpatine in this trilogy, and he made it all the way to like, and then that was the impetus which started Anakin's dark side turn, that he kills Maul.
Oh my gosh.
On that ship, like because Obi-Wan failed to do it. Like there's a lot there.
Yeah,
that's true.
Could have been cool, but I think like Dooku did end up being a really like interesting and important character. Like especially like just like the whole aspect of like the fallen Jedi and representing what was wrong with the Jedi and the Republic.
And he was right in the end. We talk about that in the Bad Batch, but like he, some people were like, yeah, he was right, because look at the world now. It sucks, But yeah, Maul was badass. The trailer too. Yeah. Let's talk about that trailer when the first time he does it with the
it's
one,
iconic.
And then
such
again,
an iconic shot.
Just so good. And then we'll handle this, and Darth Maul and the voice too, Peter Serafinowicz, because it wasn't
right.
I don't know why Ray Park was probably like, at last we will have our revenge. Right? They're like, no, we gotta revoice.
Like David Prowse in the Darth Vader suit.
But see, that just speaks to George has a particular vision of what he wants everything to look like and sound like.
Yeah, and he would take different like that's the other thing too. If you watch the documentary, his earliest days of Avid, there would be scenes on the ship where it would drive the editor nuts, because he'd be like, yeah, there's a scene on the Naboo starship where it's 4 different actors in it, and it's from 4 different takes. From each actor has a different take that you'd have to comp in, because he's like, well, I like this performance better, and it became really like crafting scenes piecemeal with little pieces together, like those old sticker sets that my daughter now has, where it kind of looks like matte and you can put it on and it sticks.
Yeah.
It's like he would do that for scenes. He would be like, all right, I like the performance of
you see it in the documentary. He's coloring different highlighters and whatnot. Like this will be CGI. This will be practical. This will be this is a background. We gotta work this out. Blah blah blah. I want to talk about that documentary a little bit towards the end of our talk here, but because that's another. I think we've talked about this too. It's hugely influential in terms of how we view movies in general. But let's talk about just real quick how everything happens on Coruscant. This is the first time we see Coruscant.
Yeah,
which
we've
talked
from a novel.
About.
It was
exactly. Took it from Legends and put it in this movie, and I was absolutely just blown away by.
Well, actually, didn't Sean point out last week we saw it for the first time in the Return of the Jedi Special Edition?
We did, and
it's true.
It was an advertisement for the Phantom Menace, and you're kind of really excited to see that. And then the first time you saw the Jedi Temple, though, was not in Special Edition. They added the Jedi Temple during the DVD releases. So just a little addendum to that, Mr. Sean.
Yeah, so, I mean, we go to the Senate, the Jedi Temple.
I am the Senate.
Yeah, what did you guys think of
the... Okay.
Not yet.
The Jedi Council, and then, of course... So for me, in college, like everybody had a
while
Pulp
the Congress
Fiction.
of the Republic endlessly debates the alarming chain of
Yeah.
events. That's
Oh
what
my
Kevin
God. Yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt, but it's on the TV.
Brian
Frank,
De Palma needed to
Frank,
get there.
Frank looped it in.
Everybody in college had a Pulp Fiction poster, so everybody loved Samuel L. Jackson. So like
Oh my
the
gosh.
response to him getting to be a Jedi, actually, you'd think it would have been negative. Like, why is he in it? But everybody was like, yeah, like, and we didn't know the color of his saber at the time.
the most charismatic actor in the world, and then he's in the movie, and he's like, "No, he will not be trained."
Yeah. So yeah,
so
you
just
think it.
wooden.
First time though, when Anakin does the little squinty eyes at Mace, I'm like, oh man, their episode 3 duel is gonna be awesome, and it's gonna be inside the chamber, and then headcanon or head, you're thinking of what it's gonna be, and Anakin's gonna slay him in the Jedi Temple, and then like force push him out the window, and then that didn't
A
happen.
great trivia question for this movie would be: what is the order of objects that Mace Windu is testing Anakin on his little?
Wow.
Can I
A
try?
cup.
Can I try?
A ship,
Yeah.
a cup.
A cup, a ship,
Speeder?
a speeder, a cup.
Yeah.
I thought it was. See, like now you're messing me up because I was so confident in my head before I asked the question.
That was my. By the way, in Schmodown, I would answer questions even if I wasn't sure they were right. I would
think-
answer them as such they were
Yeah.
right, and maybe it would just trick them, and they'd be like,
I
"Oh
think-
yeah, it's gotta be
probably
right."
did.
I
at least
think
once.
I think he just goes like a ship, a cup, a speeder. Isn't it just?
I
that?
think
no, he
it is-
goes. No, he revisits one of the
You
first
think
3
he
again.
revisits
He
a
does,
cup?
and I couldn't remember if it was a ship or a cup again.
I don't know. What do you say, audience?
Why don't you
Tell
chime
us.
in the?
Comments down below, and no cheating. We'll tell you if you got it right or wrong.
I remember looking and seeing Yaddle for the first time and being like, "Cool, there's another
Yaddle.
Yoda species." And also, now they did a great job of doing the CGI Yoda. But I remember when they
I
first
missed the
released the
puppet,
photo
man.
of the puppet, and it was released in a magazine, and everybody's like, "Look, it's young Yoda," and no one back then complained about it. They're like, "Oh, it looks like a
Listen.
young Yoda."
The puppet's pretty ugly, but I miss it.
I do. I'm bummed he went back and
yeah.
inserted.
Like,
I'm not
digital.
because I like everything to be kind of uniform.
I get it.
A
You know?
ship,
A cup,
a cup,
a
a
ship.
ship. Ah,
Oh,
the ships twice.
ships twice,
A
and then a
speeder.
speeder.
There we
Dun,
go.
dun, dun, dun. Your thoughts dwell on your mother. No, my thoughts dwell on your mother. Another great meme from that movie.
Love it.
Yeah, that's a good.
I
meme.
really do.
But yeah, Puppet Yoda. I prefer Puppet Yoda. That's just like I watched the DVD 1,000 times with Puppet Yoda.
Yeah.
So I'm always thrown off watching this on my
Yeah.
Blu-ray or on Disney Plus. I am always so thrown off when CGI Yoda shows up, and the CGI is not as good as it is in Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith. It's like a little like not as good, you know. So it's
Yeah,
like,
why didn't they? You think it would have been
So,
probably less budget?
I want to ask you then, because you prefer the digital Yoda, huh?
I do, and by the way, I prefer Puppet Yoda, and I'm so glad that Puppet Yoda they used the same mold from Empire for Last Jedi.
That's why I want to ask you. So, would you ever prefer digital Yoda in Last Jedi?
I mean, I'm crazy enough to where I'm like, dude, I'm glad George didn't do it, but I would have been all on board. Like, let's see a CGI Yoda throughout
There
all
would
the
have been
movies.
hell to pay.
Oh, of course, it would be horrible.
I
But
don't-
no, I was glad that they did the puppet because I guess when you get older in that species, whatever, we don't know the name of his species yet, but when you finally reach a certain age, when you're young, you are a puppet. And then you get to be 700 years old, and then you're CGI.
A Muppet.
Yeah, and then you become a Muppet again, and you know how they always say like you become a baby again, you're wearing diapers, and you're like as an old person, you're almost as useless as a baby, or I don't know, useless, but what the term is, same thing.
A
You're
useless
pup-
life form?
Yeah, you're a puppet as a baby. My
Why do I
child,
sense
this first 6
another
months,
useless
I love my child to death, but the first 6 months she was absolutely worthless.
she was a
She had
puppet.
she couldn't do anything but shit and eat and cry and.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, you do. We were all useless the first 6 months. Our head couldn't even keep up. Like you'd break your neck if you didn't hold the head back. So
No, I was
what
just
I'm
tricking
saying-
everybody. I could do
So
it.
I was glad they did the puppet in the Last Jedi.
Like, yeah, lift my head, bitch. But no, I just feel like my brain is always super confused watching it with the CGI Yoda because like I'm expecting certain facial expressions to match up with the words, and they're different. If you watch the puppet version and then the CGI version, it's completely different facial expressions.
When you
mean
watch
one is
him,
vacant and kind of weird puppet like?
no, it's just that, like when he's like
he says everything.
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
One
From the
part,
trailer.
that emotion is
Everything.
not in there the way it is in the
No.
puppet.
The
But
puppet,
you can't-
the puppet gives more emotion in the everything line.
When
Yes,
Yoda
for
looks
sure.
when Yoda looks at Mace after and after Qui-Gon leaves, we leave in peace or whatever, or not leave in peace, but he leaves. Yoda does make a look to Samuel Jackson's mace, which is like you couldn't do that with the puppet, where he's just like, like what's going on here with the kid?
True.
So there's certain give and take, but I agree that puppet reminded me of the trailer too. Remember that whole trailer?
Fear is the path to the dark side.
Another side story. The fear is the path. Say the quote again. Say that whole part.
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
I edited
the
a show.
puppet for that.
Did I say this on the show yet or no? I edited a show called Marriage Boot Camp, and we do super teases and we do called promos for the season ahead. And I used to edit those, and I wouldn't write the VO copy. I would just edit them. And one time, our main producer, the writer, was so frustrated with the network because before I can get the copy, which is basically the VO, which will be like, this season on Marriage Boot Camp, couples collide. Will they fall or will they come together or whatever? And finally, no joke, this aired. It made it to air. I look at the copy, and I'm like, because I did the VO too, or I did the temp VO before the VO artist did it, and I'm like, is this freaking for real? And I asked him, and he was like, he got so frustrated with the network for rewriting and saying, no, this doesn't work, that as a gag, he wrote, literally, it was like, this season on Marriage Boot Camp, fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering for these couples or whatever. And I'm like, is that Yoda? Did he quote it? He's like, yeah. I literally, as a goof, wrote the Yoda speech, and I was like, this is brilliant. And so when it aired, I checked Twitter, and one eagle-eyed person heard it and was like, wait a second,
holy shit,
that's Yoda from the Phantom Menace. But it never went, because it wasn't a big show anyway. But it never went viral.
I need to see this now, though.
Yeah, I don't know if I can ever dig that up. But yeah, it's literally like this season on Marriage Boot Camp. If fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, and hate leads to suffering. And then I show like a shot of the woman like,
oh my God, that's incredible.
And it aired. It made it.
That's
the network
funny.
liked it. That's how crazy and stupid networks are.
Maybe George was onto something. I guess
It's well written.
It is. He could definitely write Yoda.
Yeah,
he could definitely write Yoda, no problem. When it
Soundrles Inc.
When it comes to humans, he could write for Jar Jar. He could write for Yoda.
And by the way, good that Yoda was able to say that properly. You know, he didn't say like anger this leads to, and you know, he kept it straight for that one.
Sure.
Which I think we talked about in another episode. But in canon, Frank Oz said he spoke in reverse to honor his former master, who I guess spoke in reverse.
Right.
Which is, I guess, a custom of like samurai back in the day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, when you watch these scenes with the Jedi and Qui-Gon, I don't know, because you rewatched it. Mm-hmm. Did your mind revert to Tales of the Jedi? When it's like Dooku and Yaddle, and it's just like, dang, all this stuff is going on now.
The moment I saw Yaddle on screen, I was just like, oh, damn.
Well, I watched it. So I watched it with my wife. You know, I'm doing that big rewatch, which don't ask me how far I've gotten along.
How far are you?
Exactly the same place 3 weeks ago. Like it's look, and we'll get into it in Bad Batch. It was a struggle to get those episodes out. It's been really, you know, being a parent and now daycare and everything else and prepping for a move. But when I did show it with my wife, what was so cool is I was like, I'm gonna do it. My wife trusts me and trusts the process. Like
trust the process.
Before No Way Home, like I showed her all the Spider-Man movies in a certain order, and she really appreciated No Way Home, right? So we watched Phantom Menace, and I figured out right when to stop it. I'm like, okay, hold on. And I stopped it, and I switched it right over because I had it on iTunes, and then I was able to swap it right over to Disney Plus, which is already queued. And then we kept playing. And let me tell you, when you intercut it with Tales of the Jedi, with what you're saying, with those Yaddle scenes, it's so great. And the biggest thing that it did was and I'm sure that's why it's not in Phantom Menace, because it's like you don't need to set up Dooku that early, but it set up Dooku so well for Dasha that she loved Attack of the Clones, and Dooku was way bigger of a player. When Dooku shows up, it's like, oh my God, there he is, because like she remembers.
It would definitely have a bigger impact. I can see that for like a first time.
I'm waiting for the Frank cut of the Phantom Menace. You said you'd do it. You promised me you'd do it. It's my birthday on April 6th. April 6th is my birthday. I want that for my birthday.
All right, let's see what I can do.
I want an 8-hour Order 66 cut too.
I want that for Kevin's birthday.
I'm just gonna there's gonna be a whole movie just Order 66. Just do that.
I'm there for it.
Just
I used to pause Order 66.
Give me a 2-hour movie with Order 66.
There was a long play of Episode 3, the game, with Order 66. It was 45 minutes of just some guy playing through the Order 66 level and killing everybody. I used to watch Episode 3 and then pause it and then go and watch the long play, 45 minutes of him slaughtering people, killing Sindri, and then I go back, and then when he's like hugging and kissing Padme, I'm like, those hands just slaughtered like 400 Jedi Jedi in a video game. I just saw it.
God.
Yeah.
Recently saw like a behind the scenes video of them shooting like Order 66, the scenes from like Obi-Wan show.
Yeah.
And I saw like one of the Jedi had like a blue lightsaber and they were in front of a blue screen, and I was like, they had to rotoscope that person every single frame, because there's no way they keyed them out with that light up blue lightsaber emitting blue light, because nowadays they have the actual like lightsabers on set. So like emitting blue light on their clothes and everything.
Yeah, that's gotta be a nightmare.
I'm like, there's no.
By the way, they just said
sucks.
T14 hyperdrive, and then there's TC14. What was his deal with T and 14? Also with 397. Wait, what's the docking in Empire Strikes Back on Bespin? He liked that number too.
Oh,
I
don't know. Anyways,
I'm retired.
So wrapping up this, we go back to Naboo with the Queen, and she recruits the Gungans, and Jar Jar plays a part. He gets
421's
promoted to Bombad General. Like, how the hell? You're about to
327.
banish this guy.
Platform 327. Sorry.
There you go. You're about to banish this guy. Also, real quick, I do like there were some actual
bosses
practical
hate
shots
liver.
of Jar Jar in very various
There's a few
scenes.
when he gets his hands stuck in the
That's a practical.
Yeah, that is, huh?
When his foot is on the table when Padme talks to Anakin on the ship.
That's a real I didn't know that.
His feet are her actual practical.
Who owns those props right now?
I don't know.
Hanging
I think
out.
they're probably at the museum or something.
That's
I don't
gonna
know.
be your birthday present, guy. Yeah. I wanted the 8 hours.
Just one leg. Just give him a Jar Jar leg.
And I'm gonna put it in your bed with a bunch of blood in it. Jar Jar's head, like in Godfather.
Oh my god! Could you imagine? Anyways, no, you gotta go into the Opies. The Opies. And a pile of shit, and just
Now
at the foot of your bed.
They go back to this battle for the Battle of Naboo, and I remember someone after Infinity War said the Infinity War battle reminded them of the Battle of Naboo, right? And a lot of people, because remember Infinity War happens with the ships land,
Sure.
and all the
Activate
aliens come
the
out.
shields.
And of course, people were saying it in such a negative way about Phantom Menace, like this should have been how Phantom Menace would be. It's like no, like I thought it was cool when those droids
I liked
come
it,
and
If the Gungans had Black Panther, that would have been over.
you have to do droids, and we'll get into this in the next movie too. But because you can't do human death on such a level. You see it with Andor, how disturbing it is when you see all these people getting killed. So brilliant move to do the droids. Droids versus.
And you can make the logic work of why you would use droids as opposed to humans. So it makes sense practically within the universe. It makes sense in terms of displaying violence like that, where it's family friendly still, because you're still telling you're still making these stories for kids.
Yeah.
And so battle droids is one way to have a huge battle and not have blood and guts all over a battlefield.
And if you think about it, because you're right, they were made for kids, and all of the kids that grew up with Phantom Menace, right, are super big Star Wars fans now, and it happened because they got roped in with all the kid stuff.
Yeah. So, but I mean, look, the best part for me of going back to Naboo
Is the door slamming.
where Natalie Portman's foot slips. Remember, she's like, her foot slips off to the side.
No.
Yeah, dude.
No.
What?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
Viceroy.
it's
They're
like
shooting up the thing when they're
there's that too. But when
Ascension guns.
Wait, did someone get hurt?
They're all
in that?
Batman all of a sudden.
I always mix that up. In Back to the Future 2, someone broke when they crashed.
she
through the
broke her
window.
hip or something
Broke her
like
hip.
that,
But in Phantom Menace, isn't something going on in that part too?
one of the one pulley was slower than the rest of the
okay.
group, and so
wait up, guys.
so then in the next shot you see it speed up to catch up.
Okay.
George Lucas was like, would it be cool if they were just all Batman for 30 seconds?
Yeah, how strong? Like the queen, right? This queen that you say so pacifist. She has that gun, what, and what? And then they all can just. You know how hard it is to hang on a little wire and get shot up like that. Like the amount of
I
muscle.
don't know when have you done it?
Look at my body, dude.
How badass was Sabe though, and she just shows up out of nowhere with whole another group, Viceroy, your occupation here has ended.
Yeah, she
should have been the queen.
From the streets of
Yeah.
Naboo.
Sabe's from the street.
And let's talk about
if
Sabe
she was
real
the
quick.
real queen, they would never have made it even to land.
Sabe launches her career, Keira Knightley, right? Launches
Yeah.
her career. She does Pirates after that and all of that. And what's the cool thing about Sabe is if you read the comics.
It's funny that someone's career can launch hey, you're gonna be Natalie Portman's double.
Yeah, and now you've launched.
You're here because you look a lot like Natalie Portman.
Yeah, it's crazy. But the character, if you read the comics, Vader in his first couple of years of being Vader, I think it's the first couple of years. Forgive me if I don't know the exact timing, but he ends up like thinking he's seen Padme, like he's seen a ghost, but it's Sabe. Sabe's alive and part of some resistance thing, and teams up with Vader to meet mutual ends. And I'm kind of curious. I'm looking forward when I go through that rewatch. That's on the list, so I'm curious how that shakes down. But Sabe is a big player later on in canon, because if you're considering the comics canon,
there
Was she like, hey, aren't you that little kid who kept complaining that he was cold that one time?
But
you're right. Badass move. She's like, hey, your occupation. And she also does a one-liner like Arnold. You could see her on. Do you have an Arnold? You could do Arnold would say that your occupation is ended.
Your occupation here is ended.
Exactly. Pow, pow, pow. And then he like runs off. And it's
now
also
we will discuss a new treaty.
But it's kind of funny how she's like, pow, pow, pow. And then she's like, okay. And then like runs.
But, okay, look. Darth Maul. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Qui-Gon Jinn, Duel of Fates. Everyone's, I think, who's probably watching this has heard Dave Filoni's telling of how this Duel of Fates is for the duel of Anakin's soul. You know,
I played that for Dasha before the right after the duel.
Yeah,
I played that video for her because I really wanted her. She loved Obi-Wan, the show, and that got her into Star Wars. So props for the Obi-Wan show for that, for all of its misgivings or people not liking it. And I played for her that video, and it really enhances that. That's why I think that Filoni is the man to be in charge of Star Wars, hopefully, because he really does understand that level of how deep things can go. And it's a duel of the fates because it's the fate of this boy.
But I mean, like, certainly as a kid watching this, I just was enthralled by the spectacle of it all, the combat, you know, the precision. The aerial, acrobatics by Darth Maul, and just the whole scope of the fight. You know, you're going into this type of, I don't know, was like a reactor. I forget what exact
multiple locations.
And
that little thing too. My favorite shot of that whole trailer, fight, and I stole these effects too because they were really good sound design. Remember when they're going into and it's a low angle, and Qui-Gon and Maul are fighting, and they pass by the camera. The camera's like low angle, and they're like right over it, and you just hear, and the bass of like, you could hear the bass of those saber hits. Some of the best sound design.
It is such a cool fight that I didn't really realize how much meaning it had to the overall story until I heard that Dave explanation. I was like, damn, dude, you blew my mind. And it's just like, man, I've given so much credit to that fight, but for a different reason as opposed to a deeper meaning, which I think is fine if you look at it as like a spectacle and just an incredible fight sequence. But when you look at the actual meaning behind that fight, it really does enhance this movie overall and Anakin's story in general as well. But I just thought it was the coolest thing. It still is one of the coolest things in Star Wars, bar none. I tweeted this the other day about my favorite sequence of this fight is between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Maul after Qui-Gon has died. And it's just him coming around the corner. He does like this little hop and just starts wailing at Maul, and Maul's, reciprocating, and it's just, they're just going at it. And when you watch behind the documentary of them rehearsing and just how hard they're going, and you see their bent props, just how hard they were going.
Imagine how it feels on the fingers when they miss, and that just
which happened, which they talked about in that too. I don't know, Brandon, talk about this duel of the fates.
I really like it.
There we go.
Another funny thing that I was thinking about when my mind plays tricks on me watching this movie, because I watched this so many times as a kid, like watching it on VHS, I'd watch it on like this like little like tube TV, right? Obviously like the screen is curved. So like when like Maul would ignite his lightsaber, and then like Anakin and Qui-Gon would like go like that with theirs. The lightsabers always kind of like curved a little bit because they curved with like the curvature of like the glass TV screen. And so now whenever I watch this movie, I'm like expecting the lightsabers to be curved.
Interesting.
And they're straight now. And I'm just like, my brain is always like fixated on that every time I watch it. I mean, it's like one of the coolest lightsaber fight sequences in all Star Wars. Maul doing that like little like jump that he does, and then he like throws that one thing at the door to open it and spins his lightsaber.
I mean, he's first of all, just an insane
crazy
combat. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, it's just awesome.
So let's stop having a badass young Zabrak and let's go with a 72-year-old man for the next movie.
Dang. But I mean, it's Christopher
There's
Lee
all
though.
moment.
Like he's an icon.
Which,
You know,
vampire, dude.
exactly. Dracula and Count Dooku. Like, come on, man.
Saruman.
Right.
Darth Saruman.
Yeah, no, it's just I don't know. It's just
I
just
would-
a good time, man.
I need to find a screen.
When him and Obi-Wan fight one-on-one and they're like swinging their lightsabers really fast.
Yeah, dude.
I always
mean,
like
I remember
that.
I could like do.
I love the
throw
moment
around.
when he go that like sound effect when like he like blocks like the lightsaber in the back.
Oh,
and
yeah.
and then the front like immediately it's like.
My
part.
favorite sound effect of that scene is the force push when he.
Oh yeah.
And I guess ISO'd that, so whenever I have force,
like I just like
yeah, you could hear it in your head.
I will
We're
say
giant nerds.
you can hear the
You
lightsaber
can hear
fight. Like just the lightsaber sounds in your head. Like
I
the
will. I
timing.
will say I learned the choreography of Obi-Wan's part and Darth Maul's part in that salvo.
I did too.
And I had no one to do it with. I learned both parts.
We could have been
and we
best
could've-
friends,
we
dude.
ran-
And I'm telling you what, those kids aren't stealing your bike with me and a lightsaber, dude. I learned it with my buddy, in the because we had again. That's back when my frat days. We had a dance called Captain Morgan's Rage, and basically it was just our big party of the year. But we always had like a quick like skit at the beginning of the party. It was like a 2-day party. It was really fun. And me and my buddy dressed as pirates it was part of the pirate theme, but we learned the Obi-Wan and Anakin Obi-Wan and Maul, that thing that you learned.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
the dun, dun, and the twirl. And so
Because I had the double-bladed saber.
yeah, people were like, why does that one pirate have a double-bladed sword? That doesn't make any sense, but we did it.
Damn. Kevin, watching this in the theater for the first time that night. Do you remember watching this?
No, like again, the rest of it is such a because you're so overwhelmed. That's why if you notice, my memories are of like basically the first 20 minutes. I don't remember too much more other than like being really bummed when Qui-Gon died.
Yeah.
And and I'm not to jump ahead, but a huge laugh was, I'll be watching your career with great interest.
Yeah,
That got one of those like, I know who that is.
I get it.
But yeah, the fight is just so well done, and I like it. You didn't need talking. Like that's why Maul was there. He's not there trying to turn you to the dark side, which is why we get when Revenge of the Sith. Why I wish there was a little more talking from that, like to show a little bit more of a
Because there's no personal connection there. There's none of that.
He's
So
just
like
this stone cold, crazy ass killer.
he's an
Sith.
assassin,
Yeah.
and so he's sent there to do. And I just love it. It's-
50% batting average, not bad.
right? I mean,
And by the way,
better than Qui.
Sith Lords are our speciality. Yeah, bro, you only killed one. Relax.
Also, I mean, and then he did get a little bit wrecked by Count
Yeah,
Dooku.
then Count Dooku.
Actually,
the
he
last
got ripped by
time
Dooku twice.
Yeah, you did. That's right.
In Attack of the Clones, and then in that fight, the opening fight in Revenge of the Sith.
And not the countless times probably in Clone Wars. So by the time he gets to Revenge of the Sith, that's like me like striking out like 500 times, and then I get like one single, and then I'm like, and I'm resting my laurels on that single. I'm like, oh, singles are my specialty. That's baseball. For
But look.
Jeffords.
So I think you talked about Palpatine's line to Anakin and whatnot, and the foreshadowing there is just like, oh, okay. The what this movie, in terms of what it meant for my overall, how I look at movies, how I view movies, and what it did to my overall, I guess, fandom for cinema, all really started with this movie. By watching that behind the scenes documentary, the making of documentary that was on the DVD. I watched it so many times. Because not only was I just enamored of how they actually make Star Wars, but you just learn so much about filmmaking in general. It really just got me invested into movies. It's so much so that at one point when I was in high school, I was like, I want to go to film school, but then I realized I came from a probably lower middle class family that I was like, how am I ever going to afford film school? So I was like, that'll never happen. But that shouldn't have happened. But things work out for the best, anyways. So, but what I say that to say that had such an impact on me that I wanted. That was my mindset at one point because of this movie. And I know Brandon, you've had a similar take. because of the documentary.
Yeah, just like watching like the behind the scenes, like choreography and lightsaber fights, it made me like want to like get into filmmaking. And also like I not really gotten into filmmaking, but like at the time, you know, like it just like kind of fueled my love for movies, you know. And like I was like, oh, maybe like I want to be like a stunt choreographer, and like, you know, because then like obviously like other movies you could like do like fight sequences, things like that, but like maybe there is an off chance one day I can do a Star Wars movie and I'll get to play with lightsabers.
And then you ended
adult.
up on a movie trivia show.
And then I ended up going, oh, buzz droids.
You know, that story is very similar to a lot of filmmakers like Favreau, like the original trilogy did what you're saying, like almost verbatim. It inspired them as young kids. So that's cool that this movie did that for you. I was already in film school at the time. So by the way, he says my tongue is fat. My tongue is fat. And
my tongue is fat.
That's
right. I always thought he said numb. It's fat.
But yeah.
He says fat.
The being in film
numb.
school and watching those behind the scenes was really great. And I remember storyboarding my Syndicate movie, which stole from Attack of the Clones. And when we would storyboard that movie, we had a loop. We would watch Empire because it took forever to storyboard that movie. So we had Empire, and then we would have the behind the scenes of Phantom Menace. So
I mean,
it's cool.
Great stuff.
It's a great doc. It's called The Beginning, right?
Yes.
And then it ends with the piece of paper with the episode 2.
Yeah.
And it's blank, and you just want to be like, just don't talk about sand.
Oh man, if you don't have the DVD, the documentary is on YouTube somewhere. You can watch it. I wish I still had my DVD. I don't know where it's at.
Props to Ahmed Johnson too, who
I think it's on the Blu-ray too. So
he dealt with a lot of crap.
Ahmed Best.
Ahmed Johnson is a wrestler from the WWE, really buff dude. Googled Ahmed Johnson. He's bigger than like Drax the Destroyer. It's crazy. But Ahmed Best, like dealing with all of that, and he was able to like he dealt with it. It was really hard on him too, and he kind of persevered through that. I think he has like a one-man show and stuff like that. But the one thing we forgot before you wrap is, do you think? And I know that I talked with you guys this before air. Is do you think that Anakin still had that? We never see the thing get taken out of him, his little bomber jacket, right? So I was talking with the fellas, and I was telling Brandon, I'm like, yeah, like you think about it, like if he doesn't have that tracker, like if anyone knew that Anakin was the little kid, they could have stopped him right in his tracks. And you were mentioning that Watto could have saved the galaxy.
Yeah, could you imagine like even after like he gets in the suit and everything, he's full on Vader. He still has like just like a little bomb in his neck. He never found it, never got it removed. And he just like comes to Tatooine, and Watto's just like, honey, little honey, it is you, a Sith. What do you know? And blows his head off.
How was that not in how it should have ended? Yeah, that cracked me up. It was way better when we were talking about it off air, but yeah. I mean, not to say that your performance was great, but just the lead into it. We forgot it.
Yeah, but there was like a meme that I saw once where it was like, you've seen a bunch of these memes when it's like Watto and he's like old, he's like in a retirement home, and he's just like, Darth Vader was once my slave. And he's like, sure, Watto, let's get you to bed.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah. Overall thoughts, thumbs up.
Oh, totally. I mean, but look, I think there was a point in time where I think I was a little down on the movie. Like
I think everybody was.
And then I think because I don't know, but for you guys, after a certain amount of, I don't know how well, I think when I was in college, after Revenge of the Sith came out, I was like, that's kind of it for Star Wars. And so like kind of like my fandom for Star Wars dipped, and then like Clone Wars was starting to come out, and I was like, oh, this really isn't for me. Basically on that first season, I tried to watch, and I was like, I'm not going to do this. And then so it kind of overall just had like, episode 1's a really kiddie movie, and so I went through this phase where I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention to Star Wars, and then things started. I don't know when it really turned around. I think actually when I started working with the Schmodown, honestly, is when kind of like my Star Wars fandom started coming back, and that's when Force Awakens was coming back.
This guy knows his Star Wars too. We were back in the early days of Schmodown Star Wars before it got crazy. Like I remember we would like quiz each other, and I was like, man, you could make a run for the Star Wars belt, and it was legit. You probably could have.
I think I could have.
First couple seasons anyway.
Well, I mean, if I wasn't doing the rundown and all the other stuff I was doing, if I could dedicate all the time to Star Wars the way other players did, I think I could have for sure.
You would have definitely made a run.
Nita for sure.
But what was I getting at? What was I getting?
This you're.
But just the way I
reignited
view this
love.
movie now is just I love it to pieces. It's not my favorite prequel movie. That belongs to Revenge of the Sith, and I think that does for a lot of people. But I really, really enjoy this movie from start to finish, even with all its bloatedness and Jar Jar Binks and Watto and all the other types of stereotype problems it has with Newt Gunray and all them. But it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I do love that this is Anakin's origin story. I do like that we're introduced to Padme and Obi-Wan and characters like Qui-Gon. So over time, I've grown even more fond of this movie.
Yeah, it bumps me out when you see fan edits where they're like, "Oh, I just did a episode 2 and 3 combo movie, and episode 1's in the crawl." Like, or I just make a prologue out of it. Like, I get it. You could have started episode 2 as one, and then done a long Clone Wars movie like Apocalypse Now. I always say I want an Apocalypse Now Clone Wars movie, and then episode 3. But the way it is,
when you
gotta
say
respect the Phantom Menace for the chances it made, the chances it took. Bold choices, not making it a carbon copy, and I'm not talking smack on The Force Awakens because I like that The Force Awakens kind of has some of that symmetry, but that it's just so different than the other movies, and it does feel like that's a prequel era movie, and there's that the vibe and the feeling and the music. Captain Tamanaka and that track is a great track too, and the rescue. I forget Captain Tamanaka and the Rescuers or whatever. But my overall thoughts, if we're wrapping it up, is that I appreciate it for what it is. I still laugh when I was sending you those clips from someone did one where they revoiced Jar Jar as like a sassy Australian, which is funny in its own right, and totally like makes the movie feel totally different and makes Jar Jar more like a Han Solo vibe. But like instead of he talks about he's not banished for being clumsy. It's rewritten where he was like, "Oh, I was banished because I slept with the boss Nass's wife." Like, and it's really well done. He somehow matches the lips so well. I wish I knew the name of it. If anybody is really wanting and itching for it, post in the Discord. I'll try to find it and I'll post it there. But overall, I like it. I respect the choices it made. I remember I didn't like it as much back. Like it was like progressive. Like, oh, I like Attack of the Clones better, and now I like Revenge of the Sith better.
Oh yeah.
Now
totally.
I think my order of prequels is Revenge of the Sith, Phantom Menace, and then Attack of the Clones. So
yeah, I think I would agree with that as well for myself. Brandon?
Yeah, I think my closing statements is actually one last theory about this movie.
Mao Hanek.
Sorry, I just see in this movie, we see Palpatine presenting a hologram to the Queen of Naboo, like saying, "Well, the Chancellor's ambassadors," and then immediately he has to switch his outfit out, put on his dark side robe, and then go do a hologram call with the Nemoidians, and he's like switching back and forth between outfits, calling different people, like all within like the same hour. So like
very talented.
How did he get away with that? I have to think that there is an IT guy out there going like, like this call from Palpatine to the Queen of Naboo and this call from Sidious to the Nemoidians has come from the same IP address.
Space AT&T is onto them.
Like the IT guy had to know who Palpatine was.
Well, I'll tell you what. Back in that days,
He would have had to VPN in from a different thing.
I thought in between 1 and 2, and even between 2 and 3, up until then, I thought that maybe Palpatine, it would have been an interesting twist because you're always expecting a twist in the second movie. I was expecting halfway through episode 2 that evil Palpatine would kill good guy Palpatine, that you realize that he was a clone or he had whatever it was, that you're like, oh my god, they aren't the same person, because that everybody was like, man, he's even named the same, like there's no hiding that, right? And I was like, well, it'd be interesting if like he was cloned or there was some crazy theories out where it's like, no, the Palpatine, this is back in the day, like I said, with these 3-year waits, you're like, no, I like the discussions would be like, no, I think that this Palpatine is actually like good and is genuine, and then it, obviously by episode 2 you realize, okay, that theory's out the door. But
I will also say, lastly, this was probably the only movie, out of the prequels especially, where I really went all out collecting the action figures. I mean, all those action figures had like the comm links, where it has like the little sound clips, sound bites. When you had like that, what's the communication device that they, I forget, the comm link. Right, with the comm link, chips. Yeah, the comm link, and the chips, and then you could actually stand the figures on that chip, and then you could play on their comm link, and you could hear like just lines that they say in the movie. I had the final like place set thing of like the Naboo on Naboo with whatever the walkways and all that stuff, and it's like you hit this little rotation thing where you can like go back and forth. I also had the Obi-Wan, Darth Maul, and Qui-Gon. They were like bigger toys or like figures, whatever, but you would sync them up and they would you would like hit a button and they would fight like on their own and like clash and whatnot. And they were Qui-Gon's on one side and Obi-Wan's on the other side, obviously, and Maul in the middle. And you hit this button. It was all timed where when they would move, they would clash their sabers and stuff. It was really cool.
Did I have that Obi-Wan? I might have.
You might have.
I recently bought a Qui-Gon toy at Star Wars Celebration where he's making this face.
Yeah,
you remember that, Frank?
I'm gonna post that on our Instagram. So Soundrles Inc. on Instagram.
That face you made should be
check it out.
thumbnail.
Yeah.
That's the face
and
the
I think
toy
at
makes.
one point I did this scroll. At that one point I did that. You could have a weird wacky time with this.
I got it for a great deal. So,
but I mean, Kevin, you didn't really delve into the action figures at this point, did you?
No, I was frat guy. I was definitely San Diego State frat guy. But like it was funny because my friends even knew it. Like there was like, you were frat guy. Like I was really like, and I wasn't like a jerk frat guy or anything like that. But like I was into like the girls and the partying. But like they were always like so funny though, because like then behind closed doors you're probably watching that trailer 50 times too. And I'm like yeah, like I was still like the first time seeing the trailer, getting the goosebumps and geeking out about stuff. But I would always be able to separate it and be like, all right, now I'm going to put on my shiny shirt and my spiky hair and get out and party. But meanwhile, my friends would joke. They'd be like, yeah, I see these old photos of you in college. But like, we know that deep down inside, you're like, I can't wait to get home and watch, the Phantom Menace.
Well, I think that's going to wrap us up here for our episode 1, the Phantom Menace discussion, conversation, what have you. Again, we've done the original trilogy, so if you want to go back and watch
Palpatine 327 again. 327.
If you want to go back and watch those, go ahead, or depending when you're watching this, we may have completed the entire saga by now. So if you want to revisit those, there's playlists and whatnot on the podcast.
Maybe you're watching this in the future. How's Ahsoka, by the way?
Is it awesome? Did she do the thing that we thought she might do?
Are we gonna ever do commentaries?
We might. Yeah, I think at some point we'll figure that out.
For only money.
I'm really looking forward to next week. We're talking about Attack of the Clones.
No commentary. No deal.
We got Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith coming up. Prequels are going to be a lot of fun to talk about.
Man, Attack of the Clones and Bad Batch I got to talk about next week. Oh, man, I'm starting to feel sick, bro.
Okay, that's typical. All right, thanks, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you in the next one.
Hello, and welcome to Soundrles Inc., a Star Wars podcast about, Star Wars. Today, we are continuing our ride along through the saga films. We're going to be discussing everyone's favorite saga film, The Attack of the Clones, Star Wars Episode 2. I know for most of you it's up there with Rise of Skywalker and The Last Jedi, so I cannot wait to get into this one. I might convert some of you,
We'll see. We'll see. It's a mighty tall task. We should mention, I don't know if anyone has noticed on the video side of things, but we do have a guest, a special guest with us, Sean.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, his name is David. That's it.
How's it going?
Just David.
Hello,
It's
David.
like-
How are you, David?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me on.
Now, you're a big Star Wars fan, as I understand it, or did I get that wrong?
Well, you're about 50% of the way there. I watched the original trilogy as a child, and I do remember seeing The Revenge of the Sith in theaters and thinking that it was pretty good. And that's in combination with me and your co-host Kevin's love of the Knights of the Old Republic video games from BioWare. And then also I'm an immense fan of the Lego Star Wars sets.
Uh-huh.
And that is going to be my resume as far as things are concerned. I believe that the intention was to bring up the group's consensus on Attack of the Clones by having somebody on board who is basically not terribly familiar with it. And so here I am.
Yeah. So here he is. We're gonna have a great time.
So you love this movie?
No. Love's a strong word. As I recently became aware the Jedi are encouraged to love.
You just learned this. You just learned that?
But unfortunately, well, yeah, I did just learn. I thought they weren't supposed to do that. But and you can tell with instructions like that, it'd be kind of easy for Anakin to get confused and fall in love with Padme.
Well, passion is forbidden.
Yeah,
Compassion is encouraged.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that just speaks to a baseline disconnect from reality.
Yeah,
So
much of the script. So
yeah, much like where we are now. So
hey, Frank, where do we cut in the title? You got the title in there.
I already actually, don't worry, I already got it in there.
Okay, cool, great.
That's what she said. Anyway, so normally when we start talking about these films, I like to, ask, when did we first see this movie? How did we first see it? What do we remember from it? And I think let's start with our guest here about what you can recall about seeing Attack of the Clones for the first time, and what is kind of your personal history with the movie, if you can recall.
yeah. So the first and only time I watched Attack of the Clones, I was in a mall in Japan. And I was waiting for some paperwork to go through for a mobile phone. And I was in the electronics department, and they had a television in which they were advertising the wonders of 3D television. And for display, they were playing Attack of the Clones. And I remember watching a good 45 minutes of it in Japanese and distorted because it was a 3D television.
And you didn't have...
I didn't have the goggles. So I was just watching a very distorted Japanese version of Return of the Clones.
Verbally, it was in Japanese, or
yes.
Okay, wow, okay.
So, and which I don't really speak. So
Great. Do you remember
You were
which 45 minutes?
yes, it was the scene, and I was talking about this with Frank. A scene where they were in a forging, like an ironworks mine.
Great.
And they
one of the worst 8 minutes of the movie.
Oh,
and they
okay.
were building things, and they were jumping. It was like a platformer type of thing, and
So you saw like the last part of the movie, basically. It sounds
essentially. But now we are also approaching the limits of my.
This is fantastic. But
All right, so I believe, and I'm going to set this up now so we can return to this later.
okay.
I believe this film has some of the best 8 minutes of Star Wars.
Interesting.
And by that, I don't mean it's the best 8 minutes. I don't mean that there's not another 8 minutes somewhere that is better. I mean it's got some of the most revolutionary 8 minutes of Star Wars, some of the most revelatory 8 minutes of Star Wars,
Okay.
and an 8 minutes of Star Wars that changes and really hammers home the point that the Jedi in this era are flawed.
Yeah.
And that is why the Jedi Order must end, and that is why they fail to stop the Revenge of the Sith.
Is this all the same 8 minutes?
This is all the same 8 minutes.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess I'll talk about the first time I recall seeing this movie. It was in the theater at my Fort C where I saw The Phantom Menace. I don't recall who I saw it with for the first time, but I know for the second time, I definitely saw it by myself because I walked to the theater from my house to the theater, which was like a good mile and a half or something like that. And I think it was on a weekend. The movie had been out for a couple weeks, and I wanted to go see it again because I absolutely needed to see Yoda again in the fight scene. Because when I first saw this movie, the Yoda fight sequence, which I wasn't fully prepared to see, it was one thing to see a digital Yoda, but it was another thing to see him wield a lightsaber and fight Count Dooku and do all this flipping and jumping and stuff. And I just thought it was the best thing I had ever seen in my entire life. I was still a little, a sophomore in high school, I think. So it was extremely entertaining to me and just mind-blowing. So if for anything, I had to go to the theater just to see that sequence. I do also remember the first time I watched this movie in the theater that when Anakin starts to slaughter the Sand People or Tusken Raiders, I remember the music starts to kick in, it starts with the violin starts coming in, and some guy in the theater goes, oh shit, here he goes. Just like out in the theater, I was like, it always sticks with me every time I watch that part of the movie. I don't have as many distinct nostalgic feelings with this movie as I do with the Phantom Menace. It's 3 years later from when I saw Phantom Menace, but I still remember being very, very hyped for this movie because this was the first script that I found leaked. There was a leaked version of this script out there, and I did not know if it was legit or not. And I would only find out later until I saw the movie that it was somewhat legit, or at least someone leaked parts of it, because I remember reading about Geonosis and Camino and the battle, the arena battle, and everything happening on Camino. I mean, that was all very weird to kind of like read because I just couldn't visualize what George was putting on the paper. Mm-hmm. So it was very hard for me to interpret what does all this looks like, which kind of speaks to the genius of George Lucas in terms of how literally when they filmed all those scenes on Camino, it was just blue screen and Ewan McGregor, right? So it's like, how do you even envision that? It's not going to look anything like, in my mind at least, to what George puts on the screen. But I just remember poring over this, what I assumed was a leaked script, and I remember reading the crawl, which, by the way, the crawl it's probably the worst crawl of all the movies. It is political once again.
The crawl is one of the worst 8 minutes of this movie.
Okay. We're just using the 8-minute thing a lot.
That's my framing for this movie. I'm hoping the analytics pick it up as Star Wars Episode 8 because apparently our Star Wars Episode 8 content does really well on the film.
Yeah, people love to point out how much they dislike the movie. And the people who like the movie, they just click like. They just click like.
And they keep
They're like, yeah, I like that.
They're like, yeah.
Everybody else who dislikes it is like, no, I got to let you know how much I hate it. And so they're the ones that leave the comments. So that's how I've learned to balance the two.
Now, you were a sophomore in high school when you saw this.
Yeah.
Okay. So now your age is finally revealed on the show.
Sure.
Yeah.
I thought it was revealed last week when I don't know. I
didn't watch last week because I wasn't here.
See, there you go.
And I didn't
watch.
Well, I didn't.
You would have watched an enjoyable episode. I think it was one of our. Probably
You're right. But I don't like.
You would have certainly watched enjoyable 8 minutes.
But I don't like Phantom Menace.
Well, you should have said that on the show last week, but you weren't here. So
Kevin.
Moving on.
Did Kevin not read my statement?
He did.
Great.
But it was only in reference to Ben Quadraneros.
Yeah, fuck him. No, I'm kidding. I like Phantom Menace. It's not my favorite.
Sure.
It's in my top 15 Star Wars films.
That's excellent. Excellent ranking.
Yeah.
When's the first time you saw Attack of the Clones? Do you remember that?
It would have been 2002.
Okay.
Same as you.
Yeah.
Except I was 11.
How did you remember?
I was 11. I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah.
I remember going to see Phantom Menace. I don't remember going to see Attack of the Clones. But here's what I can tell you. Growing up, Attack of the Clones was one of my favorite Star Wars films.
Mm-hmm. Mine as well, yeah.
And a lot of that is due to this 8 minutes. As I've gotten older, this 8 minutes I keep referencing, right?
Yeah, what's that about?
So as I've gotten older, I realize there are lots of other 8-minute segments that I could cut from this film.
Okay.
I think this film is too long.
It's like 220, I think.
As an adult. Right, but I don't think there's 220 worth of good content.
No movie. Yeah.
Sure.
I believe Roger Ebert had the same point.
It probably did.
Yeah, it's too long.
Too long.
That being said, I think that there are a lot of amazing parts of this film.
Sure.
I'm not going to go into those yet. We're going to talk about that 8 minutes coming up. Coming up short, after the break, we're going to talk about what is the best 8 minutes of Star Wars. Does this lightsaber fight hold up? And do you hate sand?
We're also eager for you to leave in the comments below your favorite 8 minutes of this episode.
Yeah, or your favorite 8 minutes of Star Wars, period.
Sure. Something 8-minute related.
Oh,
Yeah. Can you last 8 minutes?
That's okay. Well,
I mean, yeah, right? I mean, that would be weird.
Who can't?
who can't, man?
Yeah.
Like, jeez.
Yeah, of course I can. Anyways, so David, have you now seen this full movie?
No.
Which is why we asked him to come on the show, because we're going to talk about certain aspects of this movie, and I think David might have some questions.
I think you may be spoiled, actually, the two of you, because in my minor work producing this podcast,
Yeah.
I can't help but notice that we've got really the Encyclopedia Britannica, or let's say Encyclopedia Star Warsica up here.
Sure.
Or Wikipedia, right? That's
Yeah,
what-
there it is. That's
okay,
what they call it.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, he knows
So
it.
we've got the guys who've got Wikipedia, all 4 of them. And so there are questions probably afloat that don't get voiced because they're taken for granted by
Yeah.
experts. And it's not always amongst experts that the very clear information might be hiding. So, how often do you get to explain Star Wars stuff to a layman?
Well,
That's
as
true.
you know,
That's true.
I'm known many places on the internet as Star Wars Explained.
Okay.
Wait,
Yeah.
no, that's the other guy.
That's the other
sorry.
guy. Yeah.
Who explains Star Wars?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's his
So
job.
it's not just a clever name.
No.
He actually does that?
He actually
All right,
does
cool.
what he does.
Okay, cool. I'll go to him then.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm all right.
You can go there later.
But my question is, so in the Harry Potter franchise, they have a word called the Muggles.
yeah.
So, if I have somebody who's not, let's say, indoctrinated into this Harry Potter universe, we would refer to them as Muggles. Is there a vocabulary word in the Star Wars universe to identify people who are not informed? I'm willing to call myself ignorant. I don't view that as being a slur. I mean, you can call me ignorant if you want, but if there is a in-joke,
I don't.
you don't call us
I-
Jar Jars. You don't call us
we say jizz whalers.
jizz whalers,
Yeah.
as in like in reference to what exactly?
Well, David, I'm not sure. You know what?
Excellent follow-up
You know what?
question.
Hold on. I think I just thought of another great episode for the next time Brandon and Kevin aren't here.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna give him Star Wars vocabulary words and see if he can
Define them.
define them.
Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun.
So
Let
what-
us know if you want to see that in the comments below.
So David, what do you think a jizz whaler is? I will tell you, it's not dirty.
Okay, so I think you have the sperm whaler, right? And so it's kind of like a dirty version of the sperm whaler, right?
So a jizz whaler is someone who performs jizz music.
Which is like jazz music.
No, it's completely different. They changed the letter.
A vowel, no less. I mean,
Yeah, a
wow.
vowel.
This is completely
Yeah.
different.
So
All right.
the Cantina band, which I'm sure you're familiar with,
the
those are jizz whalers.
jizz whalers.
Yeah.
And now, why is it exactly that you would endow?
He just likes saying.
I just
jizz
like
whalers.
saying jizz
He
whaler.
just
I
really
think
likes
it's hilarious.
any
So-
excuse to say this.
So that wasn't even really an answer to my
No.
question. Was
No.
it? Okay, I see.
Which is to say, I don't think there is one
No.
to say.
I mean, in high school, I would have just said,
fucking loser.
normal person.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll take your cue. You guys are in charge, so I'll just call myself a normal person.
Yeah.
And we'll just say that I'm just not like you. So now,
yeah.
that said, what is the first? I mean, let's say that there was a key takeaway and why this particular. There's like 9 of these movies. Is there a key element? It could be the 8 minutes that you talk about. It could be something else. Is there a key thing that makes this movie particularly important in the 9 movie saga that this develops into?
Yes, I want to hear Frank first, though.
Yeah, why this movie I feel is important to the saga is it starts to show the relationship between Anakin and Palpatine and what his attitude is with his Jedi training and how he kind of views at least Obi-Wan, and then I guess in this movie, a lesser extent, the Council. You start to see the beginnings of the Clone Wars and how Palpatine uses this period of time to gain even more control within the Republic, and so it sets up a lot of things in motion in terms of what would come to fruition in the original trilogy with the Galactic Empire and everything like that. So it is a pivotal point for the Star Wars galaxy at a whole, but also really, I guess, kind of the start, more or less, of Anakin's destiny, his path of destiny to fall to the dark side. And you see all this, the makings of those seeds planted here and how they start to sprout up in different areas, where his arrogance or his love for Padme especially, and how that's viewed as something that's not exactly encouraged, although he kind of has a loophole within it. And so it's all those things, and I think it's just interesting how the story is told with all these aspects, and some people like the way that's told, some people don't like the way it's told, some people, and lose sight of. I think some people can lose sight of what the initial meaning, message with this movie is, and then they get wrapped up in, I don't like the dialogue, or this didn't look great, or blah blah blah. So, which I understand is all valid critiques, but I think at the end of the day, what it is to me, it's a good Star Wars movie. It's not my favorite.
Where would you rank it?
Of the saga? Mm-hmm. It's probably number...
Well, not of the saga, of the 11...
Of the 11?
Canonical Star Wars films.
There's 11 of them?
There's 11.
Yeah. If we're counting Rogue One and Solo.
And the Clone Wars.
And the Clone Wars.
You did make me watch... I did watch Andor. You made me watch Andor.
I did. Yeah, he
You
did
liked
watch
Andor.
Andor.
And so the establishment of a, let's say, totalitarian kind of Orwellian regime,
Yeah.
galactic-wide, what you're saying is, to put words in your mouth, the context for how it went from what you say is a galactic republic
Yeah.
to a dictatorship.
To an empire, yeah.
That begins here.
Yeah, begins
yeah.
here.
Begins
Actually,
here.
yeah.
It
Right here.
didn't begin-
This. So if for those watching at home, we actually have the movie playing on mute here. This right here, where Jar Jar Binks votes to give emergency powers to the Chancellor.
Yeah, manipulated, and through his naivete, I guess, all that stuff, they used it to their advantage, and it gets So that's another part of what's makes this movie important. These events that are set forth in motion.
So they're doing a Napoleon Bonaparte thing going on here, where they're electing emergency powers to this guy, so he's the supreme leader. Let us know what totalitarian fascist dictator this reminds you of historically in the comments below. But you're telling me that it's Jar Jar Binks. That is
he does.
the apostate here.
Yeah. So what we should establish is Padme,
Yes.
Queen Amidala from the first film.
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman.
Thank you.
She's the senator for her planet Naboo.
Okay.
And Jar Jar is the representative of the Gungan people from Naboo. So he accompanies her. When she goes into hiding, there's an assassination plot out for her. When she goes into hiding to avoid the assassination, Jar Jar steps up as, interim Senator Binks.
It's a good plan because we ultimately know that Palpatine is pulling these strings to have this assassination attempt on Padme so that he can use this as an excuse to pull Padme away from the capital, away from Coruscant, which then leaves him able to manipulate Jar Jar into voting for emergency powers for him, because that never would have happened had Padme been there. She never would have voted to give Palpatine
Do we know that
powers.
for a fact?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so now my next question, you'll forgive me
Yes.
if you get sick of answering my questions, feel
No,
free to
keep
stop
going.
me. Now, what I don't know, but it looks to me that chamber with the Senate
Yeah.
is quite large, and there's a lot of representatives from all over the place. What is it exactly about the Gungan planet that qualifies it for this much attention from?
Great
Well,
question.
because it's okay. So let's break it down.
Because I mean, if I was to go to the United Nations, I'm like, ooh, that Uruguayan. I have to get that Uruguayan out of here because that's the one guy,
So so in the first film, Padme and Jar Jar are from the same planet, Naboo.
Confirmed. Okay.
They cohabitate.
Jar Jar, who was already unpopular and
Yes.
is not helping his case
Right.
by
I know,
Yeah.
George.
acting as the cat's paw here, trying to overthrow the Republic.
So in the first movie, in Phantom Menace, there's some political turmoil. You have senators, and then you have the Supreme Chancellor. In the first movie, Padme, who was at the time the queen of her people, which is an elected position, as all queens are.
In Star Wars, they are.
I
Yeah.
can't wait for our elections.
Yeah. So in the first movie, Padme pushes for a vote of no confidence against the current Supreme Chancellor. At which point, Chancellor Sheev Palpatine, who you may know as later Emperor Palpatine, is elected the new Supreme Chancellor. And he is also from Naboo. So at the time of the first movie, he's the senator from Naboo. By the time of the second movie, he is the Supreme Chancellor, and Padme is the
Senator.
senator for Naboo. So due to the plot of the first movie, and also, well, in the intervening 10 years, there's political turmoil, and there is this 1,000 or so planets that want to secede from the Galactic Republic. And they are led by one Count Dooku of Sereno.
And that's Christopher Lee's character.
It's Christopher Lee,
All right.
who is a former Jedi Knight. He left the Jedi Order after being disenfranchised by the Jedi and the Republic, which is where we're going to get to my great 8 minutes.
Okay.
Excellent.
Well, I'm happy to set you up.
Because it's all about the disenfranchisement of the Jedi.
Okay.
All right? But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Okay.
Because of that, there's an assassination plot out for her. She's the one that's like opposing the Military Creation Act. The Senate wants to create
And it's really all down to her, isn't it?
well, she's a very vocal senator, and we see this repeated. We see this repeated in Andor with Mon Mothma. We see this repeated in a lot of the Star Wars Legends and ancillary material with Princess Leia and with Bail Organa. So we always have Star Wars has a habit of following these very vocal senators that are what we see as the ideal as the American people. What we would want as the ideal American senator.
Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Right, exactly.
Okay. So you actually have watched films that are.
I actually haven't. I just assumed.
Little did we know that James Stewart was ripping off Star Wars this entire time. And so there's a lot of, will nobody rid me of this meddlesome senator being cried out all the time. Right?
I mean, I haven't seen the movie, but I'm going to take your word for it.
Fair enough. Okay.
That's how we roll on this this podcast.
Because George, George, a lot of what he wanted out of Star Wars was a political statement. People who say like, I don't want my Star Wars to be political, brr. Like, okay, well then you obviously don't know George Lucas, the creator of Star Wars, who, hates big government, hates big corporations. Like he's a very hey, just let me drive my car and
I mean, this guy did not want to be part of the studio system to begin
Yeah.
with in
I don't-
Hollywood.
I'm gonna make my own movie.
Yeah.
We'll get my friend Francis and my friend Steven. We're gonna make some movies together. It's gonna be great. And then
I did read that Sofia Coppola was in Phantom Menace.
Yes.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
she
yeah,
is.
yeah.
She is one of the stand-ins for Padme
I
and Keira Knightley.
Yeah.
I knew about Keira Knightley.
Yeah.
I like Keira Knightley. I like Natalie Portman, but I like Keira Knightley.
So I think there's a world where Keira Knightley was Padme, and I think that would have been a good
That would have been interesting.
good world. All right. So anyways, that's kind of the plot of the movie. So then it's Padme and Anakin go swashbuckling around the galaxy, avoiding assassins. That's actually not what happens, but that would be a way cooler plot, wouldn't it?
A lot more. Yeah, there's a lot more green fields and arguing about.
Yeah, there's I don't know. There's a romance plot that's not very well handled. I should say it's not very well written.
Yeah. I understand. When it gets to the romantic aspect between Anakin and Padme, I understand what George was trying to do and trying to show us.
We put Padme in some real provocative, sexy outfits.
Yeah. Because I mean,
do we know how old? I imagine either of you might know how old Natalie Portman was.
Well, she was. I believe she was 16 at the time of Phantom Menace, so that makes her 18.
Okay, well then that's fine, isn't it? Let us know what you think in the comments below.
Regardless, I think she had it because I think Hayden was 19 here.
I mean, we talk about childhood crushes. I mean, Padme.
I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, for the original trilogy, they had Princess Leia. For us prequel kids, we had
Carrie
Portman.
Fisher is a very attractive woman.
Regardless,
throughout all her life.
Yes. But in terms of the Star Wars,
but Natalie Portman,
yeah, and a mighty fine actress.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
yeah. But okay, so anyways, the B plot for the film.
Jeez, what happened here?
Obi-Wan Kenobi, who you may know as Ben Kenobi,
or as Ewan McGregor,
or as.
No, I saw that bit. He goes to the lab, and there's a lot of big questions over here at this lab. Like, what the hell is going on?
So, do you have questions for the lab?
Yes.
Okay.
I have no two people that I think would know this offhand more than perhaps you two.
Okay.
Interesting. Now, this is something that really got to me. However money works in Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
They have a monetary system.
They do.
They have a couple monetary
now,
systems.
Having seen the renderings of what happened in this lab, I was like, how much did this cost?
A lot.
I see. Now, that being a lot of money, seems to have very little interest on the part of the government officials having gone missing. Like, nobody really seems interested in tracking down what might very well be
So we actually
billions of United States
Because
dollars.
we know that at the heart of every investigation, you always follow the money.
So
That's what I would do. It doesn't look like anybody's doing
So
it.
in actuality, there is a Clone Wars animated episode where Yoda does track down what happened to that money.
Well, we know what happened to the money. We just have to
where
know
it
how
ca-
to
where-
pin the
where it came from. So I will go back.
Okay.
Palpatine,
Yes.
we know him through the Star Wars franchise as being the Sith Lord.
Right. Yeah. He does a really good job, all things considered.
Always-
Everything I know about him.
Always two there are, a master and an apprentice. At some point, Palpatine had to be the apprentice.
Okay.
Well, the banking clan exists on the planet of Munilist.
Okay. Okay.
Palpatine's Jedi or Sith master was immune from Munilist and a member of the banking clan. So he was a very rich, well-off alien.
He was immune.
No, he was immune.
He was a mune.
Yeah, he
from
wasn't immune.
Species name is
Munes.
Immune.
I see.
yeah.
Okay.
But I can see the confusion.
That took a second.
Yeah, we got there.
All right. So he has a dyed-in-the-wool member of the clan in the in this banking planet that has money,
Yeah.
comes from money.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yep. So Palpatine and his master Darth Plagueis. Have you heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Yes, I remember that. I remember that part.
Darth Plagueis the Wise and Palpatine orchestrated the creation of the clone army under the guise of a Jedi named Sifo Dyas,
I have that written down.
who was killed previously before Count Dooku went to impersonate him and purchase the clone army or commission the clone army.
So the clone army is actually privately funded.
Well, it is privately funded, but it is privately funded in the name of the Galactic Republic. So
Correct.
the Kaminoans don't those tall gangly fuckers
Yes.
don't know that the Republic didn't fund it. They think the Republic funded the
So now
military.
this is actually what got me a little confused, is because there is I feel like the main active shift in the film is the instatement of emergency powers
Yes.
to Lord Sidious, as well as the acceptance, because the vote is to accept whether or not there's going to be a Republic army, which I think is weird that the Republic did not already have an army.
So generally in both prior to this event and do you know about Star Wars Legends?
I'm afraid not.
Okay. So everything that was written
Yeah.
prior to 2015
The Disney acquisition.
is considered which is 2014, 12.
Or something like that, yeah.
Anyways, it's considered Star Wars Legends.
I see.
Meaning it is not canonical.
So the Aztecs predicted in 2012 it would be the end of the.
Yeah, it was really the end of the Star Wars universe. So
Not a lot of people will tell you that, but that's true. Not a lot
Yeah,
of people
apparently the Aztecs have been ripping off Star Wars. For years.
canonically, we don't have an answer as to why the Republic doesn't have
Standing army.
a standing army. But in
But
Legends,
they had the Jedi Knights. They over relied on the Jedi.
But they are not soldiers.
But they are not.
I
No,
heard
but they
Mace
are-
Windu say that.
they are keepers of peace.
Not
Peace
soldiers.
and justice.
In Legends, it was the Rusan Reformation, which dictated the size of weaponry on starships, the capabilities of starships, and dissolved any standing army for the Republic.
Something of a Geneva Accord.
Yes,
or
something like
Treaty
that.
of Versailles or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Because there was this great period of peace
good.
in the galaxy, right? It's like it's something like hundreds of years of peace,
Boring.
upheld by especially for something that has
Warmongers.
wars in the
Yeah.
title, right?
For Warmonger.
The Star Peace was actually George Lucas's original franchise.
Yeah.
It didn't take off.
Didn't take off. No. That's why he lost Coppola all that money.
yeah. American Zoetrope went down the down the drain just because of that.
Yeah, we would never want to. We would never want to give Francis Ford Coppola a reason to not lose his own money. He can just lose it himself. What a disappointment that would be.
Yeah.
But so essentially, yeah, there's this, it basically dictates starships can't have weapon sizes bigger than basic self-defense.
No water torture on prisoners. Blah blah blah.
Actually, all that's fine.
Okay.
Kosher, completely kosher.
Yeah.
They got to uphold peace somehow. The other aspect of that is most planets have some sort of PDF, Planetary Defense Force,
Not the digital format.
which I know
Well, they don't have that. Adobe's actually been ripping off the
Yeah.
Star Wars franchise.
No,
for years.
yeah, actually,
Actually, it was invented by.
yeah, Adobe is a Star Wars, is a Lucasfilm product.
There you go. Interesting.
Which you guys talked about last week. Where was Naboo's PDF?
Yeah.
I didn't see
Brandon
that.
wanted to know.
I didn't see that, but I saw the title of the clip. I didn't
Yeah,
watch the
that's
clip.
So where do
Very
you
good.
think Naboo's PDF was? Let us know in the comments
Yeah.
below.
Which Naboo had a very small planetary defense force. They had the N1 starfighters. They had
Fish.
fish, Boombas. Jar Jar used the
Big
Boomba.
Boombas, yeah.
Big Boomba.
Big Boomba.
Nada bomba.
Yeah, now we're speaking gibberish.
Oh boy.
So anyways,
It's not
that's
gibberish. It's the divine language. Spoken throughout the universe before time was time. What movie is that, Sean?
I don't know.
It's The Fifth Element.
Sounds very. Oh, I've never seen The Fifth Element.
Oh no!
And it's on. Okay,
You haven't
so-
seen the 12th canon Star Wars film?
So I will say I have
right.
a list of look, I'm not interested in any of these think piece movies like
well,
The Fifth Element.
good, very good.
Whatever. But I have a list of sci-fi fantasy movies that I know I've missed. I want to go back and watch. The Fifth Element is on there. It's just very low on there.
Put it first.
Yeah, I would.
It goes really quick. You can
the-
watch it and be like, oh wow, I have the whole day ahead
The
of me.
the first one on the list was Blade Runner 2049,
Okay. Yeah.
which
That's
was very, very good.
Let us know what you thought about Blade Runner in the comments below on the Star Wars podcast.
Yes.
Well, Harrison Ford's in it.
Harrison Ford. Yeah, Han Solo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, only like the end bit, and he's real depressed. And
Blade Runner's
You
been
probably
ripping
only
off
know him
Star
as
Wars.
Deckard. That's why you probably.
Yeah, fair enough.
confused.
I only know.
So,
I only know him from.
anyways, where were we? We
Indiana
got this
Jones.
this space clone planet. Anyway, so yeah, there's clones.
Yes, so there's clones. Now here's my real problem though. So the end of the movie, which I think we're pretty much at
Yeah.
here.
By the
Again-
way, Frank, this is it.
This is your favorite 8 minutes. Okay. Well, I think the kind of the.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna
anyways.
the major plot shift is that they agree to form a standing republic army.
Yes,
Correct. And then conveniently there are all these clones ready
they're
to
already
go.
ready.
Now, don't you think it odd that nobody questions that these
Oh.
clones are ready just in time and they, without question, immediately adopt the clones as the source of this new Republic army without any sort of hesitancy or
within the
inquiry?
movies?
So-
yes, you're correct.
It looked
about-
expensive to me. I would want to
here's-
know who paid for that.
So here's the component to this, right?
Right,
You have to remember the person orchestrating both sides of this conflict
right.
is the same person.
That's correct.
So he knows the Republic is going to need an army
Yes.
right now when the army is going to be ready. So they'll have no choice but to adopt that army because otherwise,
I'm not saying they had a choice.
No.
I'm not
I know.
saying they had
No.
a choice.
He's asking how come no one's like where all of a sudden
Oh,
did
There's not
100,000 troops come from?
there's no Aaron Brockovich at work for it's Sean, just so you know, whistleblower. There's no whistleblower at work trying to decipher where these thousands, if not millions, of men came from and got outfitted with.
there's like one or two lines bringing that up in the film,
Oh, good.
but
No,
but no.
Don't they touch on that in the Clone Wars?
They do in the Clone Wars animated series.
They do. Touch
They
on
do.
that. But you're right. Within the movies, like they don't ever get into that.
Because-
they don't.
Oh, thank God there were clones. Oh man, we were screwed.
So
They had clones. Oh God, these guys are great. Perfect timing.
Hey, you know what? Which is going to bring me to my favorite 8 minutes of this film.
Go for it.
So, the plot happens. Anakin, Padme, and Obi-Wan get captured
Good job.
and held for execution in the Petronaki Arena.
Great word.
which was painstakingly designed by one Adam Savage of Mythbusters.
Oh, that was him? Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
It's a big old model.
Yeah, it's an arena. We get it.
So they fight the animals. They have the gladiator fight with the Reek, the Acklay, and the Nexu.
Yeah.
Great scene. But the 8 minutes begins when we see Padme, Anakin, and Obi get cornered by destroyer droids. These new super battle droids that we've just seen. And some standard B-1 battle droids.
Right.
And then we flash to a hallway, and we see the shadow of one Samuel L. Jackson, Mace Windu, walks out, holds a lightsaber to Count Dooku's throat, and says, "This party's over."
Damn.
That's the beginning of the 8 minutes. All right, best 8 minutes in Star Wars.
Can I also
Best 8 minutes in this film, at least.
This actually reminds me of some of the promotional stuff for this movie because that was a promotional TV spot and I poured over the internet for all the clips, all the TV spots for Attack of the Clones because I was obsessed about what this movie was going to actually look like, all the Jedi, all the Clone Wars aspect of this movie. I mean, and you had to, and Kevin brought it up last time when we covered Phantom Menace, how you had to use QuickTime to download, there was like trailers or whatever to watch.
You had to download them on AOL.
Yeah, on AOL. It took forever. I had dial-up, and like some people had like DSL lines or T1 lines.
No, I
or
saw
whatever.
dial-up in 02. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you had downloaded all these clips. They also had, I think, diaries too, production diaries uploaded to StarWars.com that you had to use, again, QuickTime and whatnot.
If you use AOL keywords Star Wars, you can get this.
Right. There's like a little box there on AOL homepage on the top right, and you just put in Star Wars. But yeah, it was what a time of the internet because this was the first all digital movie. They were completely shot digitally, and they were uploading these TV spots, these diaries to the website, but you had to use QuickTime Player, which is just like now we have QuickTime on our phones and all that, and it's evolved.
Actually, now QuickTime is completely.
Actually, yeah, that's right.
Now we have WebM.
Yeah, QuickTime doesn't exist
That's
anymore.
right. That's right.
Yeah, it's not supported.
Although, yeah,
yeah.
I think the player looks a little bit older versions
all right,
of macOS.
so this scene, right? Dooku steps out of the shadows. This party's over, and then we see around the arena 50 Jedi Knights ignite lightsabers.
Yeah,
this is. You have to remember the Clone Wars was one snippet of a line from Sir Alec Guinness, right?
Right. A New Hope.
And once
I don't believe that's accurate. I believe that was
Leia.
Luke Skywalker said, of the Clone Wars.
You fought in the Clone Wars, he says?
Yeah, you fought in the Clone Wars?
Right.
Yeah, because Leia...
Because I was once a Jedi Knight, just same as your father.
Yeah, Leia says, you served my father in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, I guess Alec Guinness never says the word Clone Wars.
You're right, but it's the conversation.
But
the conversation I'm
He
referencing...
got you. He
but
got
the
you.
conversation...
Well, those are the movies I watched.
Yeah, he's seen those movies.
I saw those. That's not a problem.
But what I'm referencing the Alec Guinness speech about,
Yes.
for 1,000 generations, right? And
Jedi Knights regarded
this
peace and
idea of
justice.
Jedi Knights. There's this whole idea that we're keepers of the peace, not soldiers. Then why are you called Jedi Knights?
They worked at night. They worked
Because-
at night. They were
But-
security guards.
But knights are Knights are
Right.
top of the line.
I think we're getting a
soldiers.
little semantic here, but go
No,
on.
we're not. We're not. And I have a point to this.
Okay.
I have a point to this. So we see the shift happen in this scene in the film, right? So you see all these Jedi ignite lightsabers and go to fucking town on the droids, right? This scene is everything George was trying to accomplish with the Phantom Menace. Done right. Because, hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
Okay. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm just.
Because you have, for a big part of the opening of the film, it's Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon,
Phantom Menace,
fighting droids and
Right.
and doing the acrobatics and the Jedi stuff. This film nails that in the Petronaki Arena.
Sure.
You see all the background combat, the aesthetics and the style and the atmosphere are handled so well.
Are you talking about the scope or just like
Yes.
So
But also-
their offensive capability is fully illustrated.
Yeah, their battle station is fully operational, if you will.
Did you ever watch Genndy Tartakovsky's The
I
Clone
did.
Wars? Yeah,
I did.
I keep forgetting pieces of Star Wars media that I watched, and I really liked
Yes.
those. And that I think also speaks to your point of they do actually have very lethal skills that aren't often seen.
So we have this scene, right? They're fighting the fullest extent, 50 Jedi Knights, right? From what we've seen in Episode 1 and in Return of the Jedi, and all Legends material up until this point in 2002, Jedi Knights are these mythical warriors, right? But they're being beaten by robots. And then we have that scene where all the Jedis fall back into that center pit. And as they're falling back in their defensive positions, you see them fall. They're falling at the feet of their own comrades, right? That's that shot where they're all falling back. Do you know the shot I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You don't, but you do.
Yes.
And you see like one of the Jedi just fall from getting hit by a blast shot.
Right.
These Jedi have gone from keepers of the peace to fucking literal soldiers in minutes, and they're beaten.
Yeah.
And then out of nowhere, and then you have that shot. You have that shot looking up on the balcony of the Petronaki Arena that has some inappropriate shapes on it, and then you have Christopher Lee just peeking over that.
Yeah.
Right, slowly as he walks up. They're defeated, and then the music cue happens, and these ships we've never seen.
Yeah.
With who but Jedi Grandmaster Yoda.
Yeah.
Who is now this tactician, this master tactician, this war leader, this general, leading the clone army on an assault on a planet that has made no aggressive actions up until this point.
Correct. I mean,
The Jedi incite war. The Jedi become soldiers. The Jedi lead armies. This is the corruption and the failure of the Jedi Order in 8 minutes. This is the most important scene in the prequels. It is the folly of the Jedi Order.
So what you're saying is this clearly illustrates the condemnation of
Of the
what you'd
Jedi.
say
Of the Jedi.
There's a staleness, perhaps, or let's say a sedentary kind of
I think
impulse to that.
I think for as much as the Jedi Knights in the prequels state that they are not warriors, that they are not an army, they're not a paramilitary. Because that's essentially what the Jedi Knights are, right? They're a paramilitary. Paramilitary.
Well, certainly, if everybody has to have their own PDF,
Right. There's lots of paramilitaries running around. Right. So I think this 8 minutes, number one, it's a stunning 8 minutes.
Sure.
But
Visually,
but number two, it also shows the fall and the hubris of the Jedi Order.
it's kind of the opposite of a cavalry scene.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
Oh. yeah.
It's an interesting.
Show. Oh.
So you know full well that in the next 3 or 4, or the movie after this, in Revenge of the Sith,
Yes.
we already kind of feel like they're not going to do well. in
Right.
Whatever happens next. Right.
Yeah, we know. Because we know they fall as a result of the Clone Wars.
Just like Anakin does, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
It's an interesting way to frame this particular 8 minutes.
I wish Kevin was here because he loves it when I reframe Star Wars for him.
No, because now I'm trying to see your point of view on this, because do I think it's interesting because they go essentially to rescue Obi-Wan Kenobi.
But then why do they have so many troops deployed on the planet?
Right. So due to Obi-Wan Kenobi's report, right?
But they're taking the first act of open aggression.
Right.
The
No. Oh, wait, hold on. So it is a preemptive strike on a planet that is building an army, that has an army, right?
Sure.
So this begins to fall because they were preemptive instead of reactive.
Yeah. The Jedi use the Force for knowledge and defense, never attack.
Yeah, their eyes were. They didn't even need to get involved. They could have just waited for the clone troopers to show up. The 50 of them in the circle with the lightsabers put themselves in a strategically
Obi-Wan,
disadvantaged
this is the thing,
position.
right? Because you're hitting it right on the head. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme put themselves in that position,
Yeah.
right?
If they had just waited for the clones to show up, everything would have been fine.
Jedi intervention is what causes this.
So the Jedi went to go save one of their own, two of their own,
With an
and
with an army.
Wait, no. Initially, they go and because let's say that those 50 Jedi, they rescue Obi-Wan and Anakin and Padme
And leave.
and there's no clone army that shows up to be like, but that doesn't happen because the droid army comes out against the Jedi that showed up.
But what you're missing is the fact that in order for Yoda to have shown up with the clones at the time he did, it didn't matter the outcome of the Petrodaki Arena. They were showing up for war anyways.
I guess like they were trying to prevent a war by squashing this.
Sure, it is still. But would you disagree that it is still an act of war that they commit?
It definitely is an act of aggression. Yeah.
Okay, is that not against Jedi teachings?
I'm not saying it's not.
Okay,
I'm not also defending that like the Jedi are infallible. Not at all. I'm not saying that. I just think this was for sure. I think a long time coming and which is something that I think
I'm not saying that had this not happened, the Clone Wars wouldn't have happened. But what I'm saying is
because the Clone Wars definitely
would have
for
happened.
Sure.
Hey.
Hey, we have a cat on the set.
Guys, say hello to Galaxy the cat. Hello, Galaxy.
All right.
Galaxy, you're perfect. No, what's wrong? Galaxy love to be here.
She'll get down eventually.
Yeah, she was on our first episode.
She was, I think so. Yeah, it's
I'm just saying it's one of the many pieces of the puzzle for the Jedi's failings, because we find out in the next movie that they're unable to see the dark side, they're unable to predict the dark side, they're unable to predict the
the dark side is already shrouding the everything.
But I'm saying because the Jedi have already lost their way, and this is the final straw that they're unredeemable at this point. It doesn't matter what Anakin or Sidious does. They are unredeemable as an order at this point because they are a paramilitary organization. They are not a religious group of ascetic monks. They're a paramilitary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that goes against what the Jedi are meant to be. Right?
Sure.
I'm not saying that the Jedi shouldn't act as peacekeepers, but they sent 50 Jedi Knights and an army of 200,000 clones.
So you might be able to accuse the Jedi, amongst having their flaws, as their eyes being bigger than their stomachs.
Absolutely.
When it came to their own perception of their abilities. Because they had been, for say, like unchallenged for...
They've been unchallenged for 200 years.
Which would breed like indolence.
Yeah.
Which on top of that, I want to give you I'm going to throw another thing at you. Is it the Grand Army of the Republic, or is it the Grand Army of the Jedi?
I don't know.
Because Yoda and Mace didn't get no senatorial approval before deploying an army of 200,000 clones.
Well, who's to say they deployed it? They might have just been chaperoning them. They might not have been in charge.
But I'm saying, as far as the timetable goes, right?
Yeah.
There's no Senate. They didn't call Palpatine and go, "Hey, is it cool if we deploy this clone army?" Because even though we know Darth Sidious knows this clone army exists, Palpatine would have to ask, "What clone army?"
Well, at this point,
in order to keep his cover, he'd have to ask.
At this point, so the way I think you could,
well, then who does break the news that a clone army exists?
Palpatine.
Oh.
Well, yeah, they do break the news. They would have to break the news at some point, in the course of the movie. We do see a shot.
So
the movie does end with a shot of a bunch of senators overlooking the clone army.
So when Jar Jar gives emergency powers to Palpatine, what does Palpatine say?
God damn it, Jar Jar.
God damn it, Jar Jar.
What does Palpatine say?
I don't know. He says, "I am."
He says, "I will create a grand army of the Republic."
Sure.
And then,
but he doesn't know. He knows. Let me specify here, right? He knows because we know he knows.
yes,
But he's not supposed to know the clones exist yet.
no. But when this army does show up, Palpatine has already stated he's going to create an army. And yeah, is it totally sus that 200,000 clones just
But
show up like
creating
a few days later? Yeah, obviously.
Creating an army is not going to war.
I'm not okay. We're just talking about.
I mean, this goes back to what I originally said. The timing is just really convenient.
Yes,
it's weird. Nobody would
100%.
bring
It
up
is-
the fact that there was a ready-to-go army of clones just when we had made up our minds to vote on whether or not.
Right. So
Where were they 30 years ago when the clones were babies?
So if we're addressing, is this the Jedi's army or is this the Republic's army? It's the Republic's army,
Right.
That
but
the Jedi command.
But the
Yes.
Jedi are acting acting on behalf of the Republic. Which, again, this is one of the
But
things.
do we know that when Yoda went to Kamino and he communicates back to Coruscant to Palpatine's office, maybe he's like, "Hey, do we know that this stuff did not happen or did happen?"
I don't think any of that's in evidence.
Yeah, I don't. That's,
No.
that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
Right. I'm saying either way, it could have or could have not have happened. We don't know for sure. So the question is, you're asking, is this the Jedi's army or the Republic's army? I'm saying it's the Republic's army. I think you're trying to convey that it's the Jedi's army.
I think that the textual evidence would support that.
Even though Palpatine said, "Hey, I'm going to create a
Yes.
grand army of the Republic."
Because who directs the war?
Sure.
The Jedi,
Yes.
right? But that's beside. My point is not whose army is it, right? My point
Well,
is
you asked the question.
right, but I'm asking the question as part of the bigger question of this 8 minutes being the fall of the Jedi.
Sure.
It's not Order 66. It's this 8 minutes. Order 66 is a result of this. Because had the Jedi done their job, they would have questioned. They would have gone, why are we fighting this war?
Well, there's another thing. There's an obvious kind of willful disregard.
Yeah. Speaking of willful disregard,
Go away.
she don't care. She don't care. Yeah.
Now, there is a scene in this film that I read about
Okay. Did you read about?
because I'm actually really curious about this specific
Sure.
line of reasoning.
Yeah.
There's a scene in which Count Dooku is talking to Ewan McGregor, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then what does he say?
Well, he reveals that Darth Sidious is what is it? What is it? What is it exactly?
He says a lot of things.
Yeah, he says a lot. He goes, "Hey, Darth Sidious, he's working. He's doing this. Blah blah blah. More or less."
Yes. It's my understanding that he reveals to Ewan McGregor
Yeah.
that Darth Sidious is actually in full control of the Senate.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. Yes,
Yep.
yes, that's the word.
So now, to your point, Sean, I think if the Jedi Council has it from the mouth of Lord Dooku that Darth Sidious is in charge of the Senate, and that's not immediately dealt with, that more than anything
Right.
is a condemnation
Exactly.
of the Jedi Orders.
So, and that's my point. They get
Potency.
they get so distracted by fighting a war that they fail to see the fucking devil in their own fucking house.
Yeah, no, they explicitly pointed out, no, yes, the bad guy, he's the one who's in charge of the
Yeah.
Senate. And then at that exact same moment, somebody is put in charge of the Senate.
Right.
And that doesn't raise eyebrows.
Right, and this actually starts all the way back in Episode 1 when Qui-Gon's like, "Hey, the Sith Lord attacked us," and they're like, "Wait, well, we need to investigate to
they're
see
like,
if that's
"There's no
actually
Sith Lord. The
a
Sith Lords are gone."
Yeah, they've been gone. They've been extinct for a millennia. I don't know. And then at the end of the movie, they're like, "Yeah, it definitely was a Sith Lord." There's always two. One's the master, one's the apprentice. Who was who? We don't know. And then
And they never go, let's go find that Sith Lord.
right,
They
yeah,
just go, maybe he'll turn up.
sure.
So
like,
I think that's a stronger piece of evidence for the complacency, which
Sure.
I think you're.
Well, the complaint. Here's the thing, right? So there's a time period in canon called the High Republic,
Okay.
which is when the Jedi are at their height as they're kind of sort of portrayed as these Arthurian knights, these protectors of Arthurian legend, right? Mm-hmm. Man, Yaddle gets crushed by that door.
yeah.
crazy. Anyways, that is when the Jedi are at their height. Everything from there to here is their decline, right? So yes, their complacency is part of it. But exactly what you're saying, I actually love that we got him on this because you're pointing out the like very
what I would take to be the glaring
right,
Yeah.
Which yeah, why are they not? You know, they're being presented with all this information. There's a mini series that they just put out recently from the point of view of Count Dooku, takes place during Episode 1 while he's still a member of the Jedi Order, and his former Padawan Qui-Gon Jinn, you know, approaches the Senate, and because of the Senate's inability to act, you know, Qui-Gon dies.
I don't know.
Yeah. Qui-Gon, Liam Neeson dies.
But what does that have to do with Count Dooku not being a Jedi anymore? If he's in charge of Qui-Gon,
well, Count Dooku leaves the Jedi because the Jedi are not acting for the good of the people of the Republic.
right?
They're acting for the good of the Republic,
Uh-huh.
which is the problem, right? The Jedi are not meant to be agents of the Republic. They're meant to be agents of the people of the galaxy.
And they actually know this about themselves, but yet, like as you said, they're distracted.
They're so
by this
distracted
war.
by everything else.
Yeah,
I
they're
don't
so
think
distracted.
I really don't think that distraction though is a appropriate excuse.
It probably isn't. But again,
One would have
I didn't
to,
write the Star Wars.
Yeah, so one would have to say, what is the real systemic impotence of the High Jedi Council?
Arrogance.
Ah, I see.
Arrogance.
Okay.
I would say
So there's a, let's say,
arrogance, self-importance.
a Luciferian concept there of self-appointed authority.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is supposed to hypothetically resonate with Anakin's situation, where
Right.
he's not. There's something of a parallel, is like he's not interested in being told what to do or whatever. He's got an authority problem, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting in terms of, and people have talked about, well, what if Qui-Gon had trained
I don't think it
Anakin
matters.
instead? I do think it matters. I think because you see the difference between Obi-Wan and Anakin, and Qui-Gon in Episode 1. You know, Qui-Gon is not so in lockstep with the Council, right? He tells Obi-Wan, I shall do what I must, and Obi-Wan's like, don't go against the Council again,
Let
right?
me,
and so, well, hold on. And so I think when you have Obi-Wan, who is like, this is what the Council has instructed us to do. This is what we do. We don't deviate. And Anakin, in the beginning of this movie, Attack of the Clones, he's like, why else? He's like, it's implied in our mandate that we find who's trying to kill Padme. And Obi-Wan's like, no, we're just here for security. This is what the Council's assigned us to do.
So there's the letter of the law and the intent.
Right, and then there's Qui-Gon on the other side of it, who we learned, well, I guess mostly through Episode 1, if you're just going off the movies, right? He will do what he feel is right. He will, whether it goes against the Council or not, he will do what he feels is right. Whereas Obi-Wan, he's not interested particularly in what is right. He wants to make sure that he follows the Jedi Order, the Council's instructions. Qui-Gon is not that way. Whereas I think Anakin, he veers more towards the Qui-Gon philosophy, if you will, of Qui-Gon's philosophy in terms of the Force, and not so much so beholden to the Jedi Order. And I think that's where there's the clashing. Now, would he have still turned to the dark side, Anakin? Yes, because he is the chosen one. That is his destiny. But I don't think it would have happened in a way in which
The rest of the Jedi Order falls?
perhaps.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with that. And I'm going to tell you why. How do you feel about genealogy and lineage and like family curses?
Well, I don't know what you mean by how do I feel about it.
I mean, like, can you put some stock into like, maybe Anakin's family is cursed?
Well,
And when I say this, I don't mean Luke and Leia.
I think they're definitely cursed in that they're chosen to be the protagonists of this series of movies.
So I'm gonna take you on a journey.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Anakin's master is
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan failed his apprentice.
Obi-Wan what?
Failed his apprentice.
Self-admitted.
Failed Anakin?
Yeah.
Yes,
Self-admittedly,
Yes,
he
yes.
did.
Okay. Who's Obi-Wan's master?
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Okay, great. Who's Qui-Gon's master?
Count Dooku.
Who's Count Dooku's master?
Yoda.
Right. It all stems from Yoda. Yoda's the fucking problem here.
I mean,
Right?
sure.
Well, you can kind of make that into an absurdity and like, Adam failed Eve, God failed
Right.
Adam,
Cain and Abel.
Brahman failed God. You could,
Yeah.
that's kind of a kick the can
Down the
argument
road.
Sure,
kind of thing.
but what I'm saying is, because so much of this could have been avoided had Yoda. I'm pointing out this 8 minutes because I see it as I will juxtapose this 8 minutes with the Yoda lightsaber fight, right? Because the Yoda lightsaber fight, Yoda is fucking full Jedi Master, and I don't mean his swordplay ability. I mean the first thing he tries to do is get Dooku to stand down.
Yeah.
And then he's not drawing a saber. He's reacting and not acting, because if he acts first, he's no better than the Sith. He's acting in an aggressive state, right? But the whole issue here is complacency and this arrogance that they're right.
Okay, so what
The
does this have to
Jedi-
do with Anakin or the Skywalkers
Well,
being
you kind of
cursed?
got two conflicting ideas there. Because on one hand you have complacency, but then on the other hand you have an
Well,
indictment of
it's-
their participation.
what I
so
wa-
are they supposed to be complacent or are they supposed to participate?
They are complacent in that they have an inability to see their own flaws. They think the way they've been doing everything for so long is working, right?
Which isn't unreasonable because
No,
someone has.
If someone has been
Except
working.
for
Except for
somebody's coming to their door saying whoever's in charge of the Senate happens to
right,
be Lord Sidious.
right, and on top of that,
And that's in the second movie.
and on top of that, 10 years ago,
Yeah.
their great enemy showed up out of nowhere, and they went, it's fine.
It's a blip.
Hasn't been I'm sorry, it was one problem in a couple hundred years. Like, I'm sure we're fine, right? So that's my point. There's both the issue of complacency in their own abilities, which is breeding this arrogance of, no, the way we're doing everything is fine, right? They don't see how far they've fallen from the times where they were these protectors of peace and justice in the galaxy.
So to put words in your mouth,
Please.
it's like
David, I love it when you put things in my mouth.
the stadium that Adam Savage built is a symbol of the Jedi already having too little too late.
Right, exactly.
So
The
it's
Savage-
not so much that their choice to participate was in of itself unethical, it was misguided for their own best interest.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
And as you had said, that didn't necessarily cap off the Clone Wars, but it was a sign of their diminishment, rather.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Let us know what you think in the comments below.
yeah, they all agree. I know they all agree with me. Don't worry. I'm their favorite part of this podcast. That's why last week had more views than the episodes I've been on.
He doesn't watch the episodes, but he looks at the view
I
counts.
sure shit look at the view counts.
Wait, so go back to is this Skywalker family curse thing? Because
No. The Yoda family curse.
oh, the Yoda. Wait, what? The Yoda family curse in terms of okay, Master Apprentice.
The
Okay.
Master Apprentice
Okay,
lineage.
okay.
How many of those fucking Jedi Knights turned to the dark side? 2 out of 4? Not great odds.
It's 50%.
I mean, you're just picking the ones that we know that he trained. There's been countless others.
Yeah,
he's
what's your
trained.
sample size? Then? If you're going to do a study of how many
Right.
of these people
But I
go
mean,
to the
yeah,
dark side,
I think
My sample size is 4.
I think what we've demonstrated here is really really picking at the particulars and stretching them as thin as we can, because there are, I think, lessons in terms of complacency, of hubris, of arrogance and whatnot. All these kind of like vain attributes, right?
Have we even been talking about Attack of the Clones?
No, that's what I was getting to.
Okay.
Because there was
Hey,
like,
how about that fight scene on Topoka City on the on the landing platform? How cool is that?
It's great. Before I even get to that, I kind of just wanted to talk about the introduction of Obi-Wan and Anakin as master and apprentice, and how that, I think, really sets the tone for
It's great.
Anakin's Jedi training and his eventual maturation into what we see in Revenge of the Sith, because when you compare this Anakin, Attack of the Clones Anakin and Revenge of the Sith Anakin, I think you see a much more adult, mature Anakin who does have the dark side tendencies, but I think he's more measured in terms of, he's still pretty arrogant, but I think he's much more measured in his arrogance and not so high and mighty on himself. I think he knows he has things to still master, but he still believes that he is the best, and all his wartime efforts, which you don't see in the movies, you have to go through the Clone Wars animated series to see this, he's not really wrong about how good he is, how he's an amazing pilot, how he's an amazing Jedi Knight. Like, it's not...
Oh, he's a war hero.
And he's well respected within the clone ranks. He wins many battles. I mean, the guy's like, I don't know what his win ratio is, but
Frank,
yes,
wars not make one great.
no, they don't. You're right. You're absolutely right. But he's still, because of all of that, it does feed into this ego and his lust for more power, especially when it comes to Padme. And that's the one thing that Palpatine uses. That's like, if there was never a Padme, which I don't know that Palpatine could have orchestrated the Anakin Padme relationship, or Anakin and some other love in his life that was forbidden.
I think he would have just played the strings of his mother more.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But once his mother is dead, though, I don't know what, because that's ultimately not what. Well, I mean, yes, it does play into the fact he doesn't want to see Padme die, but I think it's, it's, I don't know. It's really interesting between, how much more would Palpatine need to trying to twist that knife to turn Anakin more. What else could he do? I mean, eventually Palpatine would just have to kind of come out and be like, yo. I mean, his other angle was the Jedi are evil. The Jedi are, look, they're making you spy against me, right?
From his point of view.
Yeah. So, there's a lot more manipulation. I think Palpatine got lucky with the Padme thing, honestly.
Sure.
He's like, we can.
You're right.
I'm definitely going to use this to my advantage.
You're right, but also to David's point, right? Anakin's got this rebellious streak that I think would have also, been a string that. It is a string that Palpatine tugged at. I think Anakin has enough strings where it doesn't matter. And again, like you said, he's destined to follow the dark side.
Well, I think in Anakin's defense, it is meant to be tragic. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
And so in the spirit of that, yes, there's an element of arrogance, and that's brought up multiple times. But also in the tragic sense, Anakin is also earnestly trying to improve the situation.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's this is the movie where his mom dies.
Yes.
And so that plays into his dedication, which is severely non-Jedi-like, of I'm going to protect the people who I love.
Yeah.
Which I think is deliberate because all of us watching at home would probably do the same thing.
We empathize.
For sure.
Right.
Including those of us who have those who we love in our lives, unlike Frank.
Yep.
Who
I've met Mrs. Janish, and I think Frank would also go on a killing spree if
For sure.
something happened.
Yeah.
And I think that is
Not just the women, but the children too.
and I think that
Not just the men, but the women.
and I really think the most unfortunate kind of paratext to the film is such a crucially conflicted and you're going to say like tormented role, like a tormented person, is the main reason people critique Hayden Christensen's performance, because you're looking for someone who's really having some really severe gastrointestinal reactions to these horrible situations and how they
Absolutely,
resolve fully, but based. I mean, like I said, I watched Revenge of the Sith, and maybe it was a little bit better than that. But in the Clone Wars that like I watched like a few minutes of just now, is like, yeah, not only is Hayden Christensen wooden, but actually most of the characters are wooden.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as someone who has directed people in the past and performed with them, not to toot my own horn, but it usually is actually possible to spurn someone to perform theatrically with emotion, given enough time and push and caffeine.
You know, George always said faster, more intense. Faster, more intense. Faster, more intense.
That didn't work.
No, it didn't work.
But then again, did it? Then you have to ask yourself, were the performances and the acting in the original trilogy?
No. They're not much better.
But the standards have changed.
Right, but the standards have changed. Yeah, I don't think the performances in the original trilogy are nearly as bad, especially with Empire. But if you look at
Because George wasn't directing.
but here's the thing, right? Yeah, George didn't direct 5 and 6.
Yeah.
If you look at 4, yeah, some of the acting in 4 kind of wooden.
But I mean, not
Leia
much.
barely reacts when her fucking planet is blown up.
Yeah. There's.
Let us know what you think in the comments below.
I think.
So, but no, what I'm saying is, unfortunate, it is a relatable, tragic figure.
Yeah.
The unfortunate thing is that the main emotional content of the film, because we're not emotionally invested in the politics, we're not necessarily emotionally invested in Owen McGregor's James Bond operation. The main emotional drive was actually voted amongst the Golden Raspberry Awards for one of the worst
The
couples. The worst couple was Natalie Portman and Hayden Christensen, and that's the exact opposite. And that really, not to make a pun here, but that really plays a role in the reception of the film.
Ironically, the second worst was Natalie Portman and Chris Hemsworth.
Damn, yeah.
I think maybe the problem's with Portman. No,
Could be.
yeah.
We love you, Natalie.
I mean, I love Natalie, but
Absolutely.
call me.
And she's married. She has kids.
I don't care.
Okay, fair enough.
So I guess the question is, what exactly... So in what I read about the film,
Yeah.
was that people criticized, they all did the same thing for this and Phantom Menace, underdeveloped characters, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So now what exactly to you, and maybe you can come up with examples from some other franchise, except for you, Sean, who hasn't watched anything but Star Wars, what is really an underdeveloped character?
I'll give you a great example from another Star Wars. Keely and Evangeline Lilly in Star Wars: The Hobbit, Battle of Five Armies.
Frank, your thoughts?
I've not seen it.
You haven't
I've not seen the Hobbit. I've not seen the Hobbit films.
I read it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you might think
I read it in junior high.
here's a shocker with how underdeveloped whatever Evangeline Lilly's character is.
Okay.
She's not in the book. That's how underdeveloped she is. No, yeah, I mean it's and I think part of the issue, right? A lot of people look at the love story as a big issue with these films.
Which you're supposed to love the love story, right? You're supposed to be like,
Yeah,
oh,
you should be
gosh."
like, man, yeah, you're supposed to, when we get to the third movie and Panakin, and
that was their celebrity name.
when
yes.
they're a celebrity couple, when Panakin find out they're pregnant, right? When we get to the third movie, and Anakin wants to do whatever he can to save Padme, we're supposed to empathize with that, and we're supposed to understand that, and we're supposed to say like, fuck yeah, I mean, I would also, commit sacrilegious acts against the Force to
So I would sacrifice all else to
to save.
But then what we're left with is, those two did it. Whereas like when I think about a power couple, I think Keira Knightley and Orlando Bloom.
Yeah.
Right.
The first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I've really felt, and I think that's what they call the chemistry. Right?
Yeah.
And it was like maybe there was a notable absence of just any chemistry between any two characters in all of
I think there is
Clone Wars.
I think there is chemistry between Ewan and Anakin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ewan and Hayden. I think that for sure. And I think that's where the love story should have been.
Hey, I mean,
Would've been
I
ahead
would
of
have.
the
I
There is
agree.
a love story there. There is a love story
Yeah.
there.
But it's you're saying brotherly love.
Is there a brotherly
Yeah.
love? I just imagine maybe a movie that's not Star Wars. Is there a brotherly love story that they maybe could have penned or cribbed? I would say.
Have
I
you
think-
ever seen the movie R?
R. Well, unfortunately, that hadn't come out yet.
Yeah,
It's true, but
Fine.
But now imagine this then.
yeah.
Just because we're dealing with a purely hypothetical. Those at home, think of brotherly love movies you'd like to contribute. But imagine an RRR style Star Wars film with Ewan McGregor
my
and Hayden Christensen.
God.
You know, there's a guy on there is a guy who's like reimagined the Star Wars prequels. This was like 10 years ago.
Okay.
And he did
Oh,
these
yeah.
animatics
Yeah,
for him,
yeah.
and that's what he pitched as Star Wars Episode 2 was a brotherly love Star Wars. I'm gonna say, because I've only seen Star Wars films, Star Wars: The Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and the brotherly love between
Short round.
Short Round and
gotcha.
Han Solo.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dang, yeah.
because it is sort of that master apprentice relationship, right? You know, and then you still have the love interest there, you know, with whatever the fuck her name is.
I think what you're referring to with Short Round and Harrison Ford would actually have improved the Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Because we don't actually see a lot of interaction. Phantom Menace, we don't
true.
have much interaction between Obi-Wan and Anakin until the very end, which I go, whoa. Like, okay.
Brother,
so,
my ass.
So I have, I know this isn't our Phantom Menace episode. I wasn't here for Phantom Menace.
No, you weren't.
This is one of my big issues with Phantom Menace, right?
Get it out there.
It's almost this movie that has nothing to do with the rest of the plot, right? Instead
Yeah.
of, we should have started with Anakin and Obi-Wan, child Anakin and young adult Obi-Wan.
I hate snakes, Anakin.
Bonded,
I hate them.
right? We should have started,
I fucked up your mic really bad. On
and
that
he
one.
could have been, who cares? He could have been, Anakin could be like, Dr. Obi.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
instead of Jar Jar Binks.
No, okay, jokes aside, that's my issue with Phantom Menace is it's at least Attack of the Clones.
Your problem with the Phantom Menace is it didn't start where you wanted it to start.
My problem is I don't think it starts in a logical point to begin.
That's
this.
fair. That's fair. That's fair to say. I also just think George wanted to tell a story and show it in a era of Star Wars, and he's like, I'm gonna make. Well, if I want to do that, then Anakin's a kid.
Sure.
You know. And so yeah. But I understand. I've definitely talked about this with Kevin. You know, like, oh, what if episode 1 starts where episode 2 actually starts?
I'm not saying
and
that.
then-
I'm saying.
Oh no, I'm saying that.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
saying like I've thought about where else would you start Anakin's story.
I'm fine with where they started Anakin's story. I think the problem is that Obi-Wan does not play a more active interest or a more active part in Anakin's story from the beginning.
He's an underdeveloped character.
Obi-Wan is absolutely an underdeveloped character in Phantom Menace. 100%. He's a background character for all intents and purposes.
Oh, sure.
Right? And I don't think that's correct.
We do.
Well,
I mean, Ewan was praised with Liam. They were both. Their performances basically carried the critical
Absolutely.
reception.
Oh,
critical
yeah,
reception
yeah,
at the
yeah.
time.
I don't think that. I think it's interesting to see where Anakin and Obi-Wan.
I mean, he's fresh off Star Wars
story.
Train Spotting.
Right. I think it's interesting to see what Jordan. Yeah, put it in the veins.
Death sticks.
There you go.
I'm getting it. I'm
Well,
getting
that's
it.
that's why in the second film he goes, I don't want to sell you Death Sticks, because he's remembering when he
Yeah.
was younger and he saw the baby on the ceiling in Star Wars Train
Dr.
Spotting.
Obi. Dr. Obi.
Oh my God. I just. Oof, what if that movie happened? Good Lord. What was I trying to say?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Who even knows anymore?
Let us know what you think that he was trying to say in the comments below.
I do think that.
They probably have a better idea because they have a rewind button.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, they have a physical rewind button. They don't just click and drag.
Don't you?
No.
You're not watching this on your CRTV with the VCR hooked up? I do think it's interesting where Obi-Wan and Anakin's story
Begins.
begins, and I do like seeing where and how it starts, why it starts that way.
I mean, I think there's an interesting aspect.
Fantastic. This is the episode of Cats. Which says a lot about.
Is this the butthole cut?
This might be the.
Hey, sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So here's my question. Nope, not a question. Here's my statement. I do like that Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship starts on a note of loss.
Yeah.
A note of loss and a note of jealousy on Obi-Wan's part. Right? Because Obi-Wan feels slighted that Qui-Gon shows more interest in this young Padawan when, hey, I'm your Padawan. You're supposed to be, making sure.
So you're still making up for the fact that you missed the Phantom Menace episode.
A little bit,
but Qui-Gon
not entirely.
says about Obi-Wan, I can't teach him.
He's ready for the trial.
He's ready. He's good to go.
Right.
I can't.
But he needs to tell. But Obi-Wan needs that note of affirmation.
He's constantly like, I want to do what's right. I want to be vindicated in what I'm doing.
Because a Jedi Master.
I mean, he does get that in the Phantom Menace before the Battle of the Naboo.
I know he does, but.
Jealousy is not necessarily rational, is it, Frank?
That's true.
Yeah. Anyways.
Kevin. All right.
Kevin?
Toast.
Sean, we're over here.
There's a cat, though.
Yeah.
The cat's not afraid of me. So I'm thinking about other movies in which there are two protagonists, but they aren't
brothers
playing together. So, for example, there's two protagonists in like A New Hope. But they're in the same adventure. What I mean is, like, this is a movie, from what I saw, where it's two different adventures happening concurrently. And that's why momentum is very difficult.
The Empire Strikes Back.
Okay. Go ahead and narrate that for me.
Two protagonists are in a different place the whole time.
Yeah, because that's where Han Solo and Luke deviate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And people love Empire.
People love Empire. Arguably most Star Wars movies, the protagonists are not in the same spot, except the first one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because there's the whole, we got to split them up so that when they come back together for that brief moment of time, you appreciate it more.
Right.
Every
season of Stranger Things.
Oh, yeah, they all go off into their own little spaghetti.
Yeah,
season.
until the last episode.
I don't want to get too far on a segue, but this last season, I was like...
I'm not done yet.
I'm
watching it right now.
You got to catch the fuck up, because that's been out for a year and a half now.
I'm working on it. I'm like 5 episodes in.
All right, fair enough.
Elle just got taken by a doctor.
There's just all these plates just spinning. How are we going to spin all these
there's
plates?
There's so many damn plates. But yeah, that's absolutely, because I watched, I'm going to bring this back to Star Wars, right?
Stranger Things has been ripping off Star Wars for a million years.
Absolutely.
A million, at least, bare minimum.
Absolutely. I watched the first season when it aired.
Of Star Wars?
Of
Stranger Things.
Okay.
And then I never watched any more of it. And then like 2 weeks ago, my fiance and I decided, I had said, let's watch Stranger Things. I think you'd like it. And I want to watch it. So either I watch it without you or you watch it with me.
I wonder how that went.
So, I give her that ultimatum a lot because I'm more willing to binge a show than she is. And often she'll go, yeah, that's fine. I'll watch it on my own time or I won't, but this one, she's like, okay, fine. Yeah, let's watch it. Which means I would already be done with the series if it weren't for me waiting for her. But in the middle of the third season, I go, all these seasons have the same plot. Characters all split up and they all come together and then Elle saves the day. Which seems like where they're leading to for the plot of the fourth season too. Because they're like, they got to go train Elle to be a superhero again.
Yeah. Hey, how about this?
Which brings me back to Star Wars. That's also the plot.
Yeah.
Of all the.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying.
It's also the plot of all the Star Wars movies.
Let us know what you think the plot of Stranger Things is in the comments below.
What are your highlights from this movie?
Yeah. So my favorite parts of this movie are the chase sequence on Coruscant, chasing Zam and that whole thing. Let's see, what else? Definitely, I mean, the, what do you call it?
Which I think very well illustrates the...
Obi-Wan and Jango Fett fight on Kamino. That one is
great.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
you were looking at me like, what are you talking about? I was like,
no. I was going to say, I think the chase sequence very well illustrates the father-son, brother-brother dynamic, younger brother, older brother dynamic of Obi-Wan.
He does say the closest thing to a father to me.
Right. But they also in other, they oscillate between brother father in different lines.
I think at this point in his life, as
It is
he's
a
been growing up,
father-son
it is more of a
relationship.
father son, and as he gets older, they become more brother
Right.
because they become
Through the
in
events
terms
of- through the events
their
of the-
powers and knowledge and adventures. They become
Yeah.
more equal-ish,
Mm-hmm.
especially because Anakin is in ways more powerful than Obi-Wan. It's just that he's not as disciplined
Sure.
as Obi-Wan. Anyways,
Well, but they also fight a war together.
I mean, yeah, they. I mean,
know.
that's talking about Band of Brothers, that type of thing. So
Yeah, if you've seen Band of Brothers.
yes,
Which was
exactly.
ripping off Star Wars.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've never seen Band of Brothers, but it's not a Star Wars movie.
I think I actually really like kind of the Obi-Wan. So Obi-Wan, Jango, all of that stuff on Camino, going into Geonosis, right?
You like Obi-Wan James Bond.
I do.
You
I
think,
like that.
You think there's
there
a
was
world
bit
where
of-
Ewan could have been 007 instead of Daniel
I
Craig?
would
They gave
like-
him his own show, right?
Obi-Wan? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see a more noir Obi-Wan. That would have been fun. But and we got
It
some
wasn't
of that
depressing
in-
enough.
I mean, Obi-Wan he's been through.
I just imagine,
man.
Obi-Wan. It's a hard day on the Coruscant streets.
A dark night in a galaxy that knows how to keep its secret.
My sometime apprentice,
Holy crap!
my sometime apprentice and assistant in all my investigations is after some dame named Padme.
Sean, do you watch Venture Brothers?
No, but I know I should.
Yeah, there's some good. There's at least one really good noir episode.
I think.
Let us know your favorite episode of
Yeah,
Venture Brothers. in the
you know what? No,
comments.
let us know your favorite noir fiction.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole conclusion of this movie I will say, I really love the Yoda Dooku fight. I'm not so hot on Anakin, Obi-Wan, Dooku.
All right.
I just, in terms of the way
It's a huge
it's
step
edited
down.
It very much is, and I think you're going to have some limitations with Christopher Lee at that age, even though they were doing stuff digitally with face replacement and whatnot. But also just the setting, you're in a hangar which is very plain, doesn't allow for a lot of dynamic type
Sure
of
it does.
in a plain hangar, where like it's an open space. There's not terms of I'm talking about in terms of in comparison to the Phantom Menace, where the setting was always
right,
changing.
but we don't need that. I mean, because the throne room is it's a pretty static space. But they added things like catwalks and pits and peaks and valleys. That's a
Sure.
That's a set design and a choreography issue.
That's what I'm saying. It contributes to my lack of investment, or how I would rank this lightsaber fight. Like it does not have as much dynamic choreography and things like that. I like the Yoda Dooku interaction just because we've never seen Yoda like that, and we still have. We probably will never see Yoda like that ever again.
Until he fights Lord Sidious.
Until the next
yes,
movie.
Lord
We see it again.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so yes, this is true. Wow, I forgot like that was a thing for a minute, but
He threw the Senate at him. The whole Senate. I actually remember the Robot Chicken Star Wars stuff now. I keep thinking about Star Wars stuff that I've interacted with. Like, oh yeah, I remember that. That's Star Wars.
All right, so
but
I
the thing
wanna-
was at that time it was like, whoa, we had never seen. So that's why that does have a particular
Shorty
enjoyment.
can fight.
And also like the way he pulls out his saber is just so freaking cool. I was like, and that was another TV spot that I was just obsessed over. Oh my god.
Well, I remember the other one. This is a Revenge of the Sith one.
Mm-hmm.
But when he runs, chucks the saber in the chest of the
Oh, yeah,
clone,
Revenge of the Sith,
and
yeah.
then grabs it, and then you just see.
yeah,
the
we
shot
could have
of
talked
him.
about that. We could talk about that next week.
That's great. You know what, Frank?
We're not going to cover Phantom Menace,
Frank,
Clone Wars, and
Frank, is this?
Returns.
I have a question for you, Frank.
yeah.
Is this podcast about our love of Star Wars, or are we not allowed to talk about any Star Wars outside of this little tiny bubble?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, great. No, I do want to talk about the Obi-Wan, Anakin, Dooku fight scene.
Yeah.
Because I didn't mean to like push back on like, no, you're wrong, but I don't think that it being a hangar is the issue, because there's lots of interesting things you can do with a hangar as a set piece encounter.
Sure. In theory, I agree.
The issue is, number one, how badass is it that Anakin grabs a second saber to keep up with Dooku? Right? That's such a...
Which is funny because Obi-Wan throws it to him, and then the next shot is Dooku and Anakin, and you don't see... And Obi-Wan is nowhere to be seen. I just, in terms of visual filmmaking and editing, it just bothers me. And like, that's a movie-making thing, not a story thing. Like, on the page... Obi-Wan throws his saber to Anakin. I'm like losing my mind, right?
Right.
But when I watch it, I go, "Oh, that's cool." Wait,
where'd
Obi-Wan go? So yeah.
Well, the other issue is that most of this,
And it's only like for like 7 seconds,
Right.
man. I'm like, come on.
and a large section of this fight is framed just chest up, with lights,
yeah.
with colored lights flashing over their faces.
Again, when you cast someone like Christopher Lee,
I get that.
that's what happens. I
But
think. Or it can happen
I understand that, but
because they weren't at the level of Revenge of the Sith
no.
filmmaking yet,
No.
or digital work.
Where because the fight with Anakin and Christopher Lee the
Yeah.
second time, where it's the same fight again, just different, is much better. It's a great fight scene,
yeah,
or a good fight scene, not a great fight scene, maybe.
Sure.
But
Well, my take on that, actually, what you brought up is we were talking about things that we take away from the movie. George Lucas had specifically waited in his mind until the technology had approached the capability that he was able to make the movie that he wanted to make. So when we see, I know Christopher Lee is in it, but I don't think in the fight scene I don't think he's in it at all, frankly. I think it's all digital.
are you talking about Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith?
Attack of the Clones.
He is in there for a little. There's the shots where they're just showing their face and they're waving.
yeah,
the
because
sabers
a
around
lot
and
of the
around.
shots are you don't
Those
even
are
see
practical.
sabers.
It's a practical prop with the, like the light emanating, and that's actually Christopher Lee's face. But for the most part, you're pretty much right.
But that is what George Lucas was comfortable putting out. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah. What I'll also say was when they made the Phantom Menace, they did not have the technology yet to do what they did with Yoda in this movie. But he was like, we're going to get there because we're at a point where we're going to get there. So, yes, comfortable is the right word to use, that he was okay. But if he could have done more, he would have done what he did with Dooku and Revenge of the Sith. And if they had more than that, they would have, he would have done everything possible to make that look what he wanted to do. He was, once again, constrained by the technology of his time an extent.
When you say the Yoda thing, are you referring to
Fully CG Yoda.
The fully CG
yeah?
Yoda,
Because
yes,
Puppet
yes.
Yoda in Phantom Menace
Yes.
looks bad.
Well, thank God the Phantom Menace episode
Was last week.
Yeah, yeah.
But
no,
yeah,
I'm not saying you can.
because Yoda looks amazing in Attack of the Clones.
I think he looks pretty good. In terms, when the movie came out, I thought he looked phenomenal. But when this movie is put on Blu-ray and other digital mediums,
and we've got Dolby
Vision, and it's like it really does make those assets of the movie stand out. And there's nothing wrong. I don't begrudge that. I'm just saying, for its time, absolutely groundbreaking stuff.
That's what.
So like that particular stuff doesn't age as well. I'm not concerned with that ruining my enjoyment of the movie. I'm just simply pointing out a movie thing that I notice.
Sure.
So now, what's interesting is you had brought up the digital camcorders that they had actually made for the show.
Yeah.
1080p, right? Or whatever. But what I hadn't known until I read about it was that George Lucas had actually urged projectionists in theaters to also adopt digital. And is kind of we had talked about how he's on the favor of technology and democratized
He did this.
filmmaking.
He originally did this with the sound, starting with Return of the Jedi. When they were mixing and he went to theaters, they're like, "Whoa, this sounds like crap." It's the whole reason why you have really good sound in theaters, because George wanted his movies to sound the way that he was mixing them and all the sound effects. And thus, again, with when he's shooting digital, and then these theaters don't have the capabilities to show the movie the way he wants you to show it. Again, he goes into actually that's how you got THX when Return of the Jedi. That's how that all started.
And that's why it's named after that other movie.
Yes, the THX 11 38 or 1138, however you say it. And then for the digital format, how he was shooting, he wanted theaters to be able to show the movie the way he was shooting it, the way he wanted the audience to see it. So he's a very innovative individual within the filmmaking world, and I don't think anyone would ever deny that.
Kind of speaks also to this indictment of complacency, right? And it's like, is it the Academy of Jedi or is it the Academy Awards?
Well, that's the thing.
setting this glacial pace of advancement in the technology of filmmaking.
Now, David, I'm curious. What other questions do you have for the movie?
Oh,
let's rapid fire some of these. This is gonna be good.
Okay, so we had covered that there was a lot of money, Star Wars money.
It's not like a Star Wars tax accountant. Right
Star Wars. Well, I mean, follow the money. I mean, I'm just saying there was a lot of money used for these cloners, but they had already been established as cloners, so they were already in the industry of cloning. And they were superior.
And they are all clones.
Okay, so what exactly other clientele are they hypothetically servicing in the and it can be from the books, it can be from video games, I don't know, and the whole saga, the whole Silmarillion?
That's a great question. We don't have a whole lot of details on that because they were sort of secretive in that the Republic forgot they existed.
Well, they were erased.
Yeah, they were erased. But we do know that.
But Dax was like, "Oh yeah, that's Camino, man."
You mean the cloners?
You just gotta hit the streets and start asking the diner, the fry cooks. And the fry cooks know. They know where the dirt is.
The line cooks all know about Camino.
I know whenever I need to find a secret society of genetic engineers, I go to my local diner.
Based off of what exactly? It was like a little
Camino saber dart.
Camino saber dart.
Right
it's
here.
Little, carvings that give it away.
Little fins that give
I watched
it
a
away.
video of a guy and he was identifying pottery shards, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
He was just like, oh, this is from XBC. It's this little piece of crap.
Oh my god.
This is XBC. This is 980. This is something like there's no fucking way.
Was he
this guy knows.
was he also in a diner?
Yeah, he was a fry. He was a fry cook. He was a schizophrenic fry cook, holding up pottery shards.
Someone at the counter just goes, "Is my burger ready yet?"
Yeah.
What is next? So George Lucas is, I think we're confirmed, not making films in the future, right?
Not publicly.
Nope.
Not publicly.
So when we look at filmmaking as a whole, and this has to do with actually my feelings about Babylon. I don't know if you watched that. I know you don't watch anything but Star Wars.
You know what? Okay, so I got excited when I, jokes aside, I'm a big fan of genre fiction, fantasy, sci-fi, that sort of stuff. So when I heard, and I'm a big fan of like historical dramas like Troy, great, Gladiator.
Yeah. Very much also done in the classical style of Hollywood.
Right. So when I heard they're making a film about Babylon, I was stoked. And then
I had to tell you. Oh, it's not about what you think.
It's not a,
Frank.
It's not a biblical movie.
Right. Frank brought up Babylon last week, and I went, "Oh, that's cool. They're making a." Like, I'm probably gonna like that. You're like, and then you said something like it's about old Hollywood or something.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
oh no, I'm
It's a spin on or a take.
Not fucking interested.
Yeah.
Well, it's about so in short, it's about an innovation in filmmaking and how it changes filmmaking entirely. It's like an irreversible, comprehensive, entire change in filmmaking that some people consider to be the death of filmmaking.
Is it talkies?
It's talkies, which is an interesting target. You wouldn't really think about that. But thinking about also contemporarily watching Avatar, another film in which the creative director
is
waiting for the technology to advance to the point. So I have my convictions, but I'm interested in y'all's as fellow moviegoers. What are the next, you think, big shifts in filmmaking that are really going to change it? I will point out, for example, that when we watched Babylon, Frank and I, given the subject matter as the innovation of Hollywood, the movie we watched was in a theater, and we actually got a personal message from Margot Robbie and Diego Calva at the beginning saying, "Thank you for coming to watch this in a theater and not streaming in your living room."
Right.
Which speaks to, and that was not an intended level of humor in my opinion, but it was a level of humor. It's like, yeah, times they is a changing,
Right.
And so
I don't know that this is a so my prediction, I don't know this is for I don't think it's going to affect in the same way that a lot of the examples we're bringing up will.
that's fine.
But I think with the advent of how much media is going direct to streaming, I think the next step is going to be VR. I think we're going to start seeing some more, probably not 360-degree movies, but like 180-degree movies where there's some format for them to be able to put it on a VR headset where you have you can, move your frame of reference to it to an extent. I don't think it will be a full, unless it's maybe a Pixar film, right? They fucking, animate the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I think that's the most likely weird, like crazy leap in technology, right?
Okay.
Because we've gone, if we're talking the big major leaps, right, is, audio, feature length, color, digital,
You're right. These are just lists of innovations,
right?
that
Like
we've
the
done.
big giant,
Yeah, I mean, also
like
non-commercial. I mean, all the stuff that we watch, the line between television and film has already been blurred.
Yeah.
Because these pieces are like an hour and a half to 2 hours long per episode already, and there's like
well,
6
that
to
was
7 of them.
back to Stranger Things, right?
Right.
Like the 4th season of Stranger Things, almost all the episodes are an hour 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So format changes. What I'm thinking of is like, let's say you had a 22-year-old George Lucas today, or a Robert Zemeckis or something, and said, the next movie I'm going to make, I'm really going to use this technology because nothing's going to matter before it.
Well, I think one of the technologies that they are pioneering or in the process of advancing more is stagecraft, the volume, using that. And I think getting that technology to work in concert with how they want to tell stories and how to, I think it might be less.
The volume being the large IMAX soundstage.
Yeah. What they use on Mandalorian, and they've
you can put a person anywhere and you can make
right,
it
exactly.
Yeah.
Real
like
time.
the construct from Star Trek, right?
Yeah, kind of basically.
We don't. This is a Star Wars podcast.
Sorry. Let us know how much you hate Star Trek in the comments below.
Yeah, just like the Danger Room.
Okay.
Yeah, Danger
Danger
Room.
Room.
I think it'll probably
You know what?
be more.
Have we reached the point where we could make a Danger Room now?
Probably.
With VR and the volume, you think we can make a real Danger
Oh, I mean, in
Room?
VR easily, but like in terms of without putting anything on yet, it's the volume is the closest you're going to get to that.
Okay. So you think the volume? So everybody's going to have a volume in 2 years, perhaps.
I mean, it's
already
that's not
it's already
that's
happening.
that's not private like software, whatever. That's not owned solely by Disney, whatever. Like it's open for anyone to use. It's
So we could set up a volume in our backyard.
we could
Yeah.
we could.
We could do it right now.
Let's get started.
But I think it'll be probably more. Won't be so much for the movie going experience. I mean, they're already shooting more movies with IMAX cameras. I think that's probably like you'll see more and more movies with.
Well, Christopher Nolan had been the only person who had really dedicatedly done that, and not even the entire film, just specific.
Shots,
aren't
right?
they-
You're right.
Isn't there like I don't know. I don't.
But I think what that means is like it's gonna try and create you can only get this stuff in the theater. No one's gonna have a 70-foot screen in their backyard. Someone in LA would probably,
aren't they-
but like there's gonna be the quality cannot be matched at home. You can only get it at the theater, and I think through that type of thing will be for the customer experience, the audience goer experience. But in terms of like filmmaking, it'll be more economical ways to make film, which includes things like the volume and stagecraft like that.
Aren't they now doing things in some movies where they have like an additional component in addition to audio video? Isn't there like something where your seat moves a little?
No,
bit?
that's 4D, but that's still
thing.
very, very
I've
niche.
never done that. I
That's
think
still
I did
very,
that
very
in
niche.
like Universal Studios.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
yeah,
I've never experienced it.
I've never
but
done
I've
it
heard
either,
of it
but
as
yeah.
the 4D.
There's
stuff.
also another like 180 experience, I think, too, where it's
This
some
movie
movies can
was-
do it. Like I know, like Top Gun Maverick had that thing where you had like
You had
screens on
okay.
3 sides or whatever it was, and it's still very niche stuff like that. I don't know that it would be super mainstream ever. The VR thing, I think that does not adhere to the theater going experience at all.
Right,
So
but
I don't think that's
But I
going to
think
have.
I think that's part of what we're seeing change right now. Right, is the theater going experience is being minimized in favor of streaming. So, as far as what's building off that technology, what's next? I mean, I can hook up a streaming rig in my fucking.
I mean, people can already do that. Watch theater, watch movies VR wise. Anyway, so
right. But what I'm saying is something formatted for VR.
Sure, I guess. I mean, yeah, it's like maybe I don't know.
Because there's nothing to say you can't go sit in a theater seat and they put a little headset on you in the same way they put 3D glasses on.
Yeah, that's like that one game that was turned into a movie. What was that?
Why would you sit in a theater to do that?
Not everyone could afford a VR headset.
So you would be shoulder to shoulder with people with VR headsets, but you wouldn't have one, right?
No, everyone would go in a theater and you'd get, instead of putting on 3D glasses, you put on a VR headset.
I don't know why you would go to a theater to put on a 3D headset.
Because I don't own a VR headset.
Correct, but they could just put you in a room, like on a bench somewhere.
Oh,
It doesn't have to be an auditorium.
Right.
No, I'm being persnickety about the dimensions of the room, not anything to do technically.
I think the reason is because you want to pack in 120 people all at the same time.
I got you.
Yeah.
What else did I have?
Got any Star Wars questions?
No, I love it. I love it.
So Dooku. No, sorry. Dooku's Confederacy of Independent States, quote unquote, threatens the Galactic Republic. What is basically unethical about a democratized confederacy of independent systems?
Well, they're called the Confederacy, so clearly they're bad.
Yes, they're called the Confederacy, but I'm wondering what, in terms of policy, it was that specifically set them as being antagonistic to the Republic.
Oh.
Because
It's vague.
it was decided by the higher-ups of Naboo that it was basically non-democratic, and it was also cited by Palpatine himself as being the division of a 1,000-year-old republic and
Right.
being reprehensible. But there's not any actual policy
No.
that suggests it. But we all know that that was just a smokescreen for divisive.
Right.
I've two responses to this question. So first, how would America react if, say, California wanted to secede from the Union?
I think it happens all the time.
Right, but began to actually take action for it, and it looking likely.
They would probably ridicule California.
Right, and it probably wouldn't. They would probably take action to stop it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Texas would probably cease to have power. Like,
There'd
So-
be no electricity.
yeah, exactly.
So the second response to that is we find out in other media that, hey, maybe the CIS were more good guys than we thought, right? Or more people involved in the CIS were good guys, right? Again, both sides are stemmed from the same source and the same source of power. So everyone's bad. But we find out in other mediums that there was nothing wrong with what the Confederacy wanted. It was just the influence from Sheev, prevented it.
It says here Palpatine already can issue executive orders in his position. So one questions the necessity of his power play.
Well, I think that generating public support is a better option than just going, nah, fuck you. Because that's the thing, right? It's been a hotly debated topic as far as the creation of the Grand Army of the Republic. So the Military Creation Act has been a hotly debated topic. If he just overstepped his own planetary senator, it would be a bad look that would undermine his power, because his power means more if it's power from the people rather than power in spite of the people. So he's trying to make it look like he is acting in favor of the will of the Republic. Whether or not he is doesn't matter. It's
Added
just
legitimacy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you watch the 3D re-release in 2012?
Didn't happen.
Yeah, did not.
Well, I guess I'm misinformed.
So
Only Phantom Menace came out.
was released in 3D.
Okay.
And then Disney bought Star Wars, and they didn't release the rest of the films in 3D.
Yeah, it was slated. They were slated to release all of them in 3D, but then
Oh, it was Phantom Menace that was re-released in 2012, not Attack of the Clones.
that's probably
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
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 No, you're
I
absolutely
did.
right, because that's how it netted That's how it grossed $1 billion, because it hadn't grossed $1 billion.
Oh,
So
look at that.
I did watch the re-release.
lowest.
I did not. I was really upset that I didn't see it in 3D.
Great. I got
So-
I got a little heart pin with 3PO and R2 on it.
Oh, that's cool.
Uh,
Should have talked about that on the Phantom Menace episode.
Would have been great.
Lowest grossing Star Wars film, but still in the top 100 highest grossing films of all time.
What does that tell you?
That's the power of Star Wars.
Yeah, that's the power of the universe, the world that he built. You know, people want to go into that world, and they'll still come out and say, "I didn't like that movie, but man, was it cool on Geonosis? Was Camino awesome?" You know, like that's
George Lucas began writing Phantom Menace. George Lucas began writing Phantom Menace in 93 and was released in 99, and then was given the unenviable task of writing the second the movie Clones in 3 months instead of 3 years.
yeah. But I think he already had some he had some backstory of.
He had backstory.
Yeah, that's all he had, really.
You know what? I don't have a good response to that question.
Yeah, but
It wasn't a question, really.
I do.
I hadn't got to the question yet.
Oh, great. Okay, go ahead.
3 months writing Clones and finished Clones 3 weeks before they began principal photography for the movie.
Oh, that tracks.
And then LA Daily Times.
Galaxy's back.
Hello, Galaxy. LA Daily Times, which is one of the better contemporary reviews I could find for the movie at the time it came out, gave it a 3.5 out of 5 stars. Breaking an agreement they had made with the studios, releasing their review on a Sunday, day early. And they said 3.5 out of 5 stars, pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but that was, I'm so sorry, because I have two, that's Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
Phantom Menace, they broke pretty good. So my thing is,
Okay, Galaxy.
this, I think it's not that fun to kind of pile dirt on top of the film, which we already would be
Right.
traditional in saying was polarizing, at the very least, right?
You know what I think's not polarizing? The wonderful 50s retro futurism aesthetic that George was able to achieve in this film. The design for the clone troopers, the design for all of their vehicles and technology so elegantly captures that sort of sleek 1950s aesthetic,
Including a diner.
Including the diner.
including
Most notably the diner.
most notably Dexter Jettster's diner. You know,
Yeah, because he wanted to paint a picture of what it looked like before the Empire, and so you could have the
wanted
contrast
the
between what you get with the Empire and what you get with the Republic. You know,
This film makes some interesting movements, right? Like this film begins with fucking American graffiti in Star Wars,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it was tracks.
We get a street race. We get this story of lost love between Padme and Anakin, and we get this. Then we move to this assassin plot, this political thriller, this Bond film that's still embracing these 1950s roots. Then we go to an All Quiet on the Western Front, full on war epic. A Saving Private Ryan.
well, yeah. I mean, I guess you call Obi-Wan Private Ryan.
How great.
Why me? What makes me so special?
What a great fucking film, right?
Look, overall, I enjoy it. Do I have particular issues with how the movie was made and how it was executed? Sure. More than than the rest of the Star Wars films, absolutely. But then again, I look at kind of the story it's trying to tell, and I appreciate, kind of the story. And I wish it was executed differently or told differently in certain regards, especially to the love story and Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship. Sure, there's certain things that I'm not particularly over the moon about, but I understand what George was going for, and that's not to apologize for the movie, and not at all. I understand it, and I'm also not one to dedicate large amounts of energy
To hating the film.
to hating the film or to keep just piling on the negative aspects or the perceived negative aspects of it. Look, I only have to talk about it once or twice, and it's out there. Fine, I don't need to keep harping on that stuff over and over
they'll do
again.
that for you in the comments.
Exactly.
well,
make sure you do that in the
Other
comment
people
section.
will do that. I do not have to do that. Just know that I don't hold as much passion for the negativity for the film as others do. I choose to spend my energy on the things that I like about the movie, which is quite a lot, and that's how I choose to experience the movie and enjoy the movie.
So speaking of how this film is executed, if you want to go ahead and execute a like on this video, execute a subscribe, execute a share.
If you've made it to this part of the episode, you are an absolute clone trooper. Let me tell you.
Fucking legend.
Next week, we're going to execute an episode on executing Order 66.
Too bad it wasn't episode 66.
I know. That would have been
sweet.
so great.
That'd have been, but it's not. It's like episode 30 or
I
27.
personally love this film. I think it's so Star Warsy and campy and fun. And you know what? I want to thank David for executing this episode with us. David,
this was a trip.
what are your before we take off here, David? What are your final thoughts on? I would say Attack of the Clones, but you haven't seen Attack of the Clones.
Well, now I've seen the majority.
Okay, so what are your thoughts?
Some of it in incomprehensible Japanese and severely distorted by
And some of it muted.
and someone muted on
much of it
subtitles.
muted.
Yeah.
David, what are your thoughts on the episode as our producer?
Hey, I'll tell you what. There's going to be haters, whatever. I missed out because
so?
if I had seen this movie, when I was in school,
Yeah.
right, I probably would have been jazzed about it because, whatever. But it's just some people miss out on this stuff when they're kids.
Yeah.
The stuff that you see when you're a kid and you're into when you're a kid, like quality isn't the main determining factor in the stuff when you're watching. I used to watch like stupid cartoons when I was a kid too, and they're the best cartoons. I'll fight you about it. The cartoons. So there's going to be haters. Who cares? It sounds like I missed out because it sounds like you watched it at the perfect time.
Yeah.
And you liked it. You don't have whatever. And I'm really makes me happy about is there's the whole Ewan McGregor, Hayden Christensen show now in Disney. And I know that Hayden Christensen is in stuff in the Star Wars universe still. Like he's voicing and he's doing that stuff. And, he got hate. But I want to say I'm going to go to bat for Hayden. I'm going to go to bat for Hayden. If there's one takeaway, it's like I'm going to bat for him. I feel like I've worked with performers and I've worked with actors. And I know that you can get responses from them if you coach them, and it doesn't look like he was coached.
No.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he was coached.
I just want to point out that you missed a great opportunity to make a callback
Oh yeah, no, tell me about it.
by saying you could have said you would have been jizzed about the music.
Yeah, I thought about it. I was in my mind.
Oh no, I fucked that up. Sorry. I don't think about jizz like that.
I will-
I just don't. That hasn't connected. I forgot that already.
I will say Star Wars does a really good job of casting for characters in particular roles, but sometimes, most pertaining to the prequel trilogy, perhaps the performances aren't where they could have been or perceived they could have been.
I got a great example for this.
Yeah.
Jimmy Smits
Yeah.
is cast in this film.
100%.
Who's that?
That is Bail Organa
Princess Leia's adoptive father.
Okay.
is in this film.
All right.
He doesn't give a great performance in this film
Well, there's not much for him to really
because there's not much for him to do. But I'll
Yeah.
tell you what, the dude shines in all the other Star Wars things he's been in because he's given so much more as the series goes on. You just got lucky casting him.
Same thing with Genevieve O'Reilly, right?
Right. Who's
we'll
cast
talk
for,
about
we'll
next
talk about that
week.
next week,
Yeah.
but she's cast for a deleted scene
But like Natalie Portman, an amazing actress. Samuel L. Jackson, amazing actor. You have Ewan McGregor.
To be fair, Sam Jackson was already a known quantity when he was casting this, right?
But like that, I think that even speaks to your point even more. Is that look at the kind of performance you got out of Sam Jackson in Attack of the Clones, and you're like, that's Sam Jackson. Like he's.
I was at the DMV. Shit.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're reaching 220 now on this episode. So
no, not 220. We're at 2.
I was just making a callback to the runtime of this film.
Oh, okay. But yeah.
Oh, did we just spend more time talking about the
Almost.
movie
We have
than
like
the
another
movie
19
is?
minutes.
I don't
to go.
talk. I don't count the end credits.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We have
Okay.
like 19 minutes to go.
Yeah. So I was just making a call.
Yeah. I was like, well, I had to check the time. When you said, I was like, really? And I was like, oh no, we're not.
I think
But
Hayden
then go ahead.
Christian. I know we're not gonna move too far into Revenge of the Sith, but that was the last one I like watched in a theater.
Well, hopefully our other two co-hosts will be here next week, so you can join us again.
But I think Hayden Christensen's performance in Revenge of the Sith is way better.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So obviously it was a matter of time and effort, and not so much his. I just think he got a lot of hate, and I think he didn't deserve a lot of hate.
100%.
Hey, can I give a programming suggestion? I think every week we should have questions from the producer
Oh yeah.
as part of the episode.
So far, my production has been relatively silent. I tried to stay behind the scenes and out of sight. It was only because of
He's really our Darth Sidious.
set
if you think
in
about
the
it.
circumstances that I don't mind participating in.
Yeah,
it. But
Especially
I'm
with all
also
more cats. We couldn't.
Yeah.
We need one more cat appearance before we wrap out.
traditionally wrangling the cast is part of the production.
This is what
because
happens.
I'm out of place, they're running the show. We have cats behind the camera.
Oh my! Who's running this
I wanna
circus?
give
It's the cats.
All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for joining us. Just to wrap up, I'm going to thank our two cameramen, our
Galaxy
and Toast.
What an
MVP.
episode this has been. I didn't really know how this was going to go. I still don't know how this is going, to tell you the truth.
I had a blast.
Yeah, I know. This is great. We were all over the place.
Wait, you know what? I got a question before we wrap
Oh,
up.
of course.
What do you think about my 8 minutes?
We talked about the 8 minutes for
Yeah,
like
but you never
90%
told me
of the
your
episode.
opinion on the 8 minutes. You love them, right? They're great. They're a great 8 minutes.
Yeah, I love the spectacle.
Okay,
I love
cool.
seeing the Jedi.
You mean the climax of the movie where they're fighting with lightsabers? Yeah, we like the climax of the movie.
Yeah, okay.
With the themes come to a head and there's a lot of conflict. Oh yeah, I really liked that part. It was exciting. They did a great job. I was tense. I didn't know what was going to happen. My God, who's in charge?
Got one chance. Let's make it count. This is Scoundrels Inc. My name is Kevin Smets. This is Brandon. That's Frank. I already screwed up. Already screwed up, dude.
Screwed up.
I haven't done an intro in so long. I said, Frank, can I do the intro? And now I already screwed up. We are Scoundrels Inc., and we are going through a galaxy far, far away and doing a saga rewatch throughout the entire Skywalker saga. That saga is
Do
actually
you
a name.
literally want to start over?
No, I don't. We're keeping it. Sagwa is the name of a Chewbacca's friend in Solo, a Star Wars
my
story.
gosh.
Schmo down that. Anyways, we're doing the Skywalker saga. This is Brandon. This is Frank. And we are going through Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. And I think this is right here. I think, oh, no, I'm going to get it. Like, subscribe, do all those things, comment, join the Discord. Discord's popping off. We got like at least 5 messages a day now. It's off the chain, dude. Everything's happening in Scoundrels Inc. world, and we're starting with Revenge of the Sith right now. Roll the logo thing. Bah!
Man, what a professional. That was really professional
I've
stuff.
got pit stains, dude. Like 0 to pit stains in 5 seconds.
Zero to pit stains. Yeah, so we're talking about Revenge of the Sith. I watched this about 2 times last night. One, the original version. The other one, which one did I
greatest-
watch?
The only version that exists in my world. The Frank cut.
That's right, where I splice in the last 4 episodes of the Clone Wars, Season 7 Clone Wars, into the storyline that is Revenge of the Sith, because they do coincide with one another. And I was watching, I was like, damn, this is so good.
It is great, man. And
when
I
you put them together, I'm saying, not just my cut, but when you combine the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars and you watch Revenge of the Sith, it just really goes
I'm looking
well together.
forward to the super special edition where we're going to add all of the Order 66 footage. It'll take you about it'll be like another hour of content. But
There's only one thing that I would actually add, and that's from Tales of the Jedi when Ahsoka's at the funeral. I might go back and just put that part of the funeral into that procession. I might.
look at that.
I don't know.
Goosebumps. And
It's really there. I don't know why
You
he's
legit
like this.
gotta throw. I'm sorry, Kenobi. That scene that is so intense. You gotta. I'll sit down at the edit bay. We're gonna knock it out tonight, right after we record.
You're all
this.
wondering what the hell we're talking about. Actually, I did make an edit with the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars and Revenge of the Sith. If you want to watch it, it is nowhere to be found.
$20 a head.
If you want to watch it, go into our Discord, message in the Discord. You can directly message me or just throw it in the general chat, wherever. Tag me in it, and I will send you a link to watch it. Because obviously, you can't really sell the thing.
Well, also, you forgot to say, then go to Venmo and go to
that's
Brandon Hannah _
Also
Science.
scan the link for viruses before you open it.
Well, you should really, yeah. Also, I will say, I do have like a Google Doc of all the notes or where I made the edits. So if you just really wanted to watch it and skip to the edit parts, I have a whole doc where you can just go there and see how it transitions and how it plays out.
This is how much I loved your cut. When I would go hardcore study mode for the Schmodown or whatever, when I would get to Star Wars, like sometimes I'd watch you'd have to watch these movies at like 1.5 speed, all the bad movies, not Star Wars, but like all the geek movies. But when I would get to Star Wars, no matter what, even though I didn't have no time I had never have time for it. Like I need to get to the next movie. I would still give your 4-hour cut the love it deserved.
It's actually 3 hours and 39 minutes.
Yeah, but it's going to be 4 one day.
Maybe.
Frank, when you said you also watched the original cut of Revenge of the Sith, I thought you were referring to the theatrical version, which actually, I don't know if you guys know this, but they trimmed down for the DVD and Blu-ray releases. They trimmed down the amount of time that Vader goes, "No."
Did they really?
Yeah, in the theatrical version, he goes, "No," just a little bit longer. And then George looked at that and he was like, "You know what? That's a little too long. Shave a couple
did
seconds
not know
off that."
that.
No. Yeah.
I have so much to say about that.
So think about it.
Well, we got ways to get there, buddy.
George was making changes not just to the original trilogy, but the prequels as well.
I mean, yeah.
as far back as the DVD release of Revenge of the Sith.
Now, what I love about these retrospectives is we first talk about how you saw it. Like I know you're about to say.
Yeah.
I like to always, if you're here, I like to always go a little couple steps back because I'm stealing soundtracks, I'm doing everything else, right?
Right.
So with
Sorry, we don't have the nefarious era.
Yeah. So with Revenge of the Sith, I actually have a story of looking at footage way earlier. So I worked for a commercial company, and I would print DVDs out for the commercial agents' reels and all the directors and stuff, and it was mostly like car commercials and stuff. But someone had worked on the episode 3. It was either like a DVD for all of Star Wars, but it was like a DVD addendum or whatever to some game. It was either like Trivial Pursuit or some weird Seen It game. I think it was Seen It. Whatever it was, this is now in about 3 weeks before the movie came out, and I actually got my hands on it early, and it had full scenes. And we always joke and say, at least we're flying half a ship. And sure enough, in full. So all you'd seen is trailers, but here I am sitting in this commercial agent's studio or whatever, and I have the early cut of this DVDs that were going to get released or whatever, and I watched the whole, like, we're coming in too hot with, like, the fire ships and everything. Yeah. And I remember sitting there, and I was like, I felt so cool, and I wanted to go to my old boss who was a super Star Wars nerd, so I used their DVD, like, cloning machines. Cloners.
Copy machines?
Well, back then it was kind of a big deal to do that kind of thing.
Remember,
that's
old.
true.
That's
this
true.
2005. So I copied and I went over to his office. I'm like, hey, man. And I acted like, I was like, I got early footage of episode 3. You want to see?
Oh, my God.
See it? He's like, yeah. So we popped it in, and I think it was that one. And then the other one that we both kind of cringed a little bit was, we're smarter than this. Like when they get caught in the ray shields. That's kind of a weird.
Activate the ray shield.
In a vacuum, that scene's kind of weird where it's like, what? We're smarter than this. And they're hanging out and they're quipping funny with like Palpatine in it. But yeah, that's my pre-episode 3 story I thought I'd share.
It is weird watching them hang out with Palpatine a little bit. It's like,
chilling.
That guy's evil.
Yeah. He's an evil doer.
And when you saw the trailer, did you think that one shot of him hanging off in the elevator shaft? I always thought when you first see it at glance, that's like the part where he's gonna fall into like into lava and stuff. You just never know when you first see trailer.
To a vat and becomes a Joker. Right.
Revenge of the Sith was actually the second movie that I went to a midnight screening for.
Oh.
The first one was Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King. Greatest movie ever made.
Well done.
Interesting.
So we could talk about that in another podcast.
That's loud.
Yeah.
That sounded like a door slamming in Naboo.
Ruining my memories, Kevin.
Sorry.
And I just remember like a lot of people being dressed up in like Jedi robes and lightsabers, and it was.
I never went to
Yeah,
a
it's
midnight
pretty cool.
screen for the prequels, which it kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do?
I saw it. I think I saw it 3 times opening weekend. I saw it twice in the same day. So I went to the midnight screening, which was like Thursday night at midnight going into Friday. I went to school the next day, and then we got off of school, and then me and my buddy Ryan, who I've mentioned on the show before, shout out to Ryan, we were like, obviously he also went to a midnight screening of it, and we were just obsessed with Star Wars at the time, still are, obviously. And I just remember, I think it was my stepmom who was like, you guys want to go again? So we went again right after school.
That's awesome.
And we saw it twice opening day.
Twice opening day?
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't get my bike stolen or like, do whatever nefarious plots Kevin was up to. But that's my story.
You never saw any nips, dude? Never nipple rings?
No nipple rings. Just the movie twice.
I don't think I saw it opening day. I might have seen it opening day. I know I did see it one time with my friend, like my lifelong friend Dan, back home in Chicago, and we were I was a Star Wars fan, he was a Star Wars fan, so we were instantly friends for that. And like I really had nobody else in my life, friend or family, that was like into Star Wars as he was, as I was, as we were. And so I was away at college, and I came back, and I think I do remember. I don't know if this was the first time I saw it or the second time I saw it, because I only saw it twice. But the one time that I did see it with him, it was the first time, I think. Walked in late, like the crawl. I didn't see the crawl. And I'm pretty sure I didn't see it.
You didn't know that there were heroes on both sides?
Heroes
did
on
not
both
know.
sides.
Walked in as
What is it good
as
for?
they're descending
Heroes
over
on both
Coruscant,
sides.
the ships and everything. And so that was when I was like, well, obviously I'm going to see it again, so whatever. But like I was still kind of like, although Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe my memory's a little fuzzy about what part we walked in. But I only did see it twice. And at this point in my Star Wars fandom, I wasn't super, super deep into Star Wars the way I had previously been for the episode 1 and 2.
Attack of the Clones lost you, huh?
Well, I think 3 years is a long time. I go from being a sophomore in high school, then being in college.
You discovered girls?
And, yeah. And
There's
so,
girls in this movie, Frank.
there's 1, 2.
She's
3.
pregnant. She's pregnant. That means she hooks up. Because you know that she hooks up.
You got Padme, you got Leia, you got Aunt Beru.
Oh, shoot.
Leia.
Right.
You talking about infants?
Did Shak
listen,
T make the cut?
No, she
I'm just
didn't.
saying that there are girls in the movie.
Yeah, okay, there's 5 or 6. Okay, whatever. Anyways, there's a handful.
I'm not doing anything to anybody.
Yeah, how about the blue chick? She's hot.
Yeah. Oh, Ayla
Secura?
Yeah, and
Secura,
Adi
yeah.
Galia.
Adi Galia was the other one, too.
Poor
yeah,
thing on that speeder.
Yeah,
like,
get murked. Yeah.
That's her name.
Anyways,
Adi Galia.
yeah. So, what? Oh, and then so here's another ancillary kind of like anecdote.
those are my favorite.
After the movie
Sly
had been
Moore?
out, I guess technically, yeah.
I love bald chicks. I asked Dasha to shave her head. We'll see.
All right. Oh man. Well, you're going down to San Diego. No one's going to see her for a little while.
Yeah, that's true. You can always grow it back if she doesn't like it.
Anyways, so after the movie had been out for a little while, or was out of the theaters, I guess, I was able to find like a bootleg copy of the movie online somewhere, and it was actually a really good copy. And so what I did was, I don't remember. You remember Nero, the software Nero, whatever it was, burning software
Star
for
Trek
like
2009.
not that Nero.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
And so you could actually make DVD menus. And
Yeah.
I downloaded the movie illegally, obviously.
What?
Put it onto this DVD.
Can we admit to that?
Because
like,
come get me. Come get
Because
me.
Statute of limitations.
I may or may not have had a bootleg DVD of this movie also.
And so
Ironically, I'm the only one who didn't.
and then I had one of those like label cover
Called
like
cloning machines.
No,
like I
no,
told you.
makers. It was like
Damn
a
good
like a-
ones,
like a
too.
printing.
Oh,
You know,
I love that.
And so I used the Darth Vader, that one shot of like
The Who's Your Daddy
one. Yeah,
poster.
the Who's Your Daddy right there. And so
He's in it so
I
much.
put
What
that-
a marketing
I know.
campaign, huh?
man.
For this movie.
So I put that on the DVD, and then I got a jewel case, not a jewel case, but a DVD case from a DVD I didn't want anymore. I think it was like, it might have been Shrek.
Wow.
And so I took out the cover for that one, made my own cover, I did like it was like an actual like a bootlegger would sell on the street. Made my own version.
That's right.
And
you sold it for a lot of money.
No, I kept it, and I hope I have
have
it
it?
somewhere. That would be insane if I still
Was
had
it a
I
cam from the
wonder-
theater then?
It it was better than a cam,
So it was
but it
probably
could have
taken
been,
from the
but like
projectionist.
maybe, yeah.
Back then there'd be called TS files or whatever. Like TS, I think it was like some cine weird thing where they would.
Yeah. It looked good.
I wonder if I still have my bootleg Revenge of the Sith.
Man, I wish.
I'll bring it in next week if I have it.
That'd be great.
If I don't, but I don't. Are you a cop? You have to tell me if you're a cop.
The other thing, this actually just, here's another story. This just happened last night. And I actually put this in the Discord too. I don't know if you saw it. I wanted to watch some like special features from this movie. And so I have the Blu-ray Saga box set. And has all the movies and like 3 other discs for special features. One for episodes 1 through 3, another disc for 4, 5, and 6, and then another disc for like documentaries, special things, whatever. And I pop in the special features to go to the episode 3, and there's like nothing there. Like there's like half as many deleted scenes. There's no the petition for 2000. Like there's those scenes aren't on, not in there. There's other deleted scenes that are not there, and I was like getting really pissed off. I was like, what the hell? And like Disney Plus has them too, so you can watch them over there. But I was like, for this Blu-ray set, like really? And it was just really just hit home for me that DVD special feature menus and special features that you get, it was like an era unto its own of like, that was like the reason why you got the DVD.
Yeah.
Was because they packed it full of special features. We talked about the episode 1 documentary. That was great. And those got kind of skimped down by the time we got to episode 3. And even just like the design of special feature menus and whatnot and different backgrounds and stuff like that. And so what I ended up doing was I just found episodes 1, 2, and 3 on DVD and I bought them. And
You didn't already own them on DVD?
I have them back home in Chicago
Because I
somewhere.
got mine.
I think that's the only problem because I think
Legal
I don't.
and illegal.
Yeah. So, which is funny though, because the delivery times, they're all 3 different delivery times. And this is pure coincidence. The first one's that's arriving, episode 1. Second one that's going to arrive is episode 2. And then episode 3 in like 2 weeks. So,
That's funny.
I just wanted, for my own collection. I was like, now I'm going to go find, I found VHSs of the original trilogy. And I was like, oh boy.
The only problem, I was definitely the kid, my family had like, square TVs, right?
Yeah,
As we all had back in the day. So I was like very stubborn. I was like, I wanted full screen DVDs as a kid.
Really?
I didn't know any better. I was
yeah.
just like,
You needed
I'm
the
like,
widescreen.
I'm a little kid. I'm like, I wanted to fill
Because
the
they
whole
sell
screen.
the DVDs in full screen and widescreen.
Yeah, I wanted to fill the whole screen. Little did I know that all these years later, they would have TVs shaped like rectangles now.
Well, not only that,
With that-
the full screen cuts off stuff.
Now, if
so.
I put on a full screen DVD, there's giant black bars on the sides.
Full screen DVDs are rarer too, so that might be worth.
Are
more money.
they?
Oh, that could be something.
You want to buy some full screen DVDs?
Who's hanging on to their full screen?
Yeah.
$50.
$50.
Just kidding. They're priceless.
But I didn't realize there was also another release of the DVD. It's just the DVD with like a different box cover art. I'm like, man, if I want to be a completionist, I would have there's like 4 different versions of just the prequel.
Oh, I feel like they recently did like DVD re-releases.
Well, now they
Is
also
that
do the
what you
4K,
bought?
the Blu-ray 4K. No, I bought the original
you bought the
DVD.
original, okay.
Because they also have now the 4K Blu-ray combo. Then there was just the Blu-ray digital combo or Blu-ray DVD combo.
How crazy is it that they still make DVDs for new movies? Like, have you been to like a Barnes & Noble lately? Best Buy, not anymore. But like Barnes & Noble still has a decent selection.
Interesting.
Like, I go there and I see DVDs for movies that like just came out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And I'm just like, why are they still doing this?
Huh.
Who goes, yeah, I can't, I have a DVD player, but I don't have a Blu-ray player. We're already on a 4K. Your Blu-ray player is already obsolete. And why are you buying a movie that's only in like 720p?
Nostalgia.
If there's not at least 1,000 pixels going across my screen, I don't want it.
Maybe it's a family that can't afford a big screen TV or
Yeah, Brandon.
These DVDs
think
are
about someone else.
These
besides yourself.
DVDs.
They
No,
can't
no, no,
find
no.
VHS tapes.
No. These DVDs are still expensive. They're not that much cheaper than the Blu-rays.
Yeah. Well, anyways, thanks for that.
No, I'm heated.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the movie?
What a waste of resources. Is there market data saying that people still buy these DVDs?
Probably.
Has to be.
I feel like you need to follow that up with "Get Off Me Lawn." Get off me lawn.
Get off me lawn.
What am I?
And what about your Lucky Charms? Where are your Lucky Charms? Yeah. Get off me lawn. And my Lucky Charms.
If it's Star Wars themed Lucky Charms, I'm there. like the old Attack of the Clones cereal. That
Lucky
I didn't get to talk about.
Palpatines, maybe.
You ever see that? Back to Robot Chicken, the Admiral Akbar cereal.
Oh yeah.
You can't repel flavor of this magnitude.
I want to talk about the beginning of this movie because I think it might be my favorite intro and
good.
crawl, maybe, probably. Actually, Force Awakens crawl is pretty
War.
great.
There's
But
heroes
Force
on both
Awakens.
sides.
Force Awakens is pretty great.
Solid.
Nothing beats the Dead speak, man. we go 8 whole movies. The Dead completely silent. All of a sudden, they're
talking again.
They're talking.
Somehow they know how to talk.
What have they got to say? If you want to find out what they've got to say, you got to go play Fortnite. That was a real thing that happened. We'll get onto that in a few weeks.
Yeah.
But yes,
But-
I do like the opening of Revenge of the
Of course
Sith.
not. I mean, it's the coolest.
The whole entire planet is one big city.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
they
Kevin, I
say.
didn't mean to touch you.
That's okay. That opening is fantastic,
It is.
and the score, from the beginning it pans
Yeah,
down.
it was
and
like
you get the
drums.
war drums,
Yeah.
and then the ships, and it follows them. There's not a real cut for like a minute and a half
Yeah.
or whatever. It's just it's just Coruscant with war over it. You never think of it like
The
you're always-
reveal, like over like the
Yeah.
they're not called Star Destroyers, are they? The Clone Wars era
No.
Star Destroyers.
Like the Vener class? Is that what they're called?
Like when they fly their Jedi Starfighters over it to reveal the entire
Yeah.
like battle going on.
Yeah, Sean would know. Actually, I do.
Oh, batteries,
I do wanna
fire,
give
fire!
I got speaking of this because it kind of fits into our thing.
Magnetize.
what did Sean send?
Sean's statement is this, and I quote:
Uh-huh.
"Revenge of the Sith is the best Star War." And then I said, "Feel better, bro. Is it your favorite then out of all the 12?" And then he wrote, "In all seriousness," he said, "My favorite movie is whatever movie we're talking about each week." And then he said, "In all seriousness, Revenge is definitely top 3. But talking about Star Wars, that's what reminded me of it. His that battle, I think, was my favorite Star Wars battle. Endor, Battle of Endor is probably tops for me. And then that was always number 2. And then I think Rogue One overtook it because Rogue One space battle is fantastic too, where you see Red 5 die and stuff. Really cool. But the opening...
What are you doing, Red 5?
And of course, with the I remember in the theater on opening night because I have some opening night memories of it. When R2 kills the Buzz droid,
Yeah.
What's
it
that?
flies off. It flies off, and you hear dun 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 dun. It's like you hear that theme, and he flies off. The crowd went
Hell yeah.
ape shit. Like, excuse me, I can cuss,
Yeah,
right?
we
The
did.
crowd went nuts, like it was a home run played at your home stadium. So a home run hit.
People love R2.
Yeah, it was great. And yeah, that whole thing, and then like, you know what's crazy too? I always think about it when Obi-Wan's ship gets hit and it fogs up. Like you're dead basically. Like if that happens on in a Cessna plane, you're going down. And he's so calm. He's like, all right. He's basically saying bye, like he's gonna go die because you're not gonna eject. You can't do anything. And he's just like, oh, I'm gonna be no good. You peel off, and then Anakin's like, no, I'm gonna like save you, you fucking idiot. But like, it's crazy that like Obi-Wan's so calm. He's like, it's all fogged up, and yeah, he probably die. He's like, all right, I'm good.
You know, that's the thing. I think in general with the Jedi, it doesn't really play well on screen, but they're just like overly calm about everything because they're just supposed to accept life happening to them. Like literally later on in this movie, like Anakin's like, I think Chancellor Palpatine is a Sith Lord, and then Mace Windu's like, a Sith Lord? That's the most excited.
I was thinking about that
That's
last
the
night,
most
too. I'm
excited
like-
he gets, and then
they're like-
Anakin's like, yes, the one we've been looking for. And he's like, all right, you stay here. I'm gonna go check this
Yeah,
out.
they're chill. Brother, how about in Phantom Menace with if you were in a submarine and a giant fish ate you and put their teeth on it, you'd freak out, right?
Like
Only
Jar Jar.
Jar Jar's freaking
Jar
out,
Jar,
and these
yeah,
guys are like, huh, and Qui-Gon's quipping, there's always a bigger fish. The only one who's human that does that too is Han Solo, because they're about to get squished by the trash compactor. He's able to make a quip and say, one thing's for sure, we're all going to get a lot thinner.
That's great.
Hey, but he kind of said it in a way. He's like, I gotta get one last zinger.
He's about to die.
I'm going out.
If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go out having the
Yeah.
princess think I'm funny as shit.
But yeah, Obi-Wan's just calm and collected. Like all the beeps are going off. That's fog. I mean, I guess he could fly with the Force.
If what you told me is true, you will have earned my trust. I'm like, you just had like earth-shattering news.
should have brought it. He should have brought
Earth-shattering
Anakin
news.
there. But yeah, we'll go on.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, so I mean, this whole intro brings us to. I do really like that this opening does mirror in a way. We're on this adventure, we're on this mission, much in the way we were with Return of the Jedi. Luke Skywalker is going to rescue Han Solo and whatnot, and it becomes a much bigger deal. And same thing for Obi-Wan and Anakin. They're going to rescue the Chancellor, and Also,
Ryan
were
me-
you
Ryan-
guys?
Oh, sorry. Ed.
Were you guys just like completely like thrown off and like, holy hell, we're getting a lightsaber fight right in the beginning of this movie with Dooku?
Dude, hell yeah. Like, I was obsessed with this movie as a kid. I'm like, there's like 5 lightsaber fights in this movie. It is insane. From the beginning, it's
Yeah.
like one every 15 minutes. Nuts.
I wasn't shocked because, truth be told,
Oh,
I
God.
was on a website that was leaking the novel. The novel, I think, came out like 2 weeks before the movie. which is
And the
crazy.
game, right? And the
I don't know about the game,
PS2
but
game. I
the
think
novel
it did.
was, and I
I think
remember
it did, yeah.
And when you get to another scene, I'll bring it up again. But the novel, I remember, had the Dooku fight, so I was like amped and ready
Damn.
for
There
it.
is-
I think it mirrors. I think the Phantom Menace too, with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan.
Oh,
I thought
sure.
that the opening was
Yeah.
very.
That's actually
like,
a good point,
I like
too.
that adventure on the ships. They get in elevators together, and like there's deleted scenes now. Not that baseball deleted scene. Wow, thank you for that. You've seen that one, right?
The which one?
Baseball?
Oh my God, you haven't.
Baseball. See, you're saying baseball. Do they actually use a baseball? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm not joking when I say there's a deleted scene. You talked about it where
Anakin, you're rooting for the Mets
Shakti-
or the Yankees?
You saw
Shakti.
Shakti get stabbed from behind. You see the
Yeah.
deleted scene where Grievous did it?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay. What happens right afterwards is they're like, you made a big mistake. And Obi-Wan and Anakin are standing there. And then they're like
Oh,
this.
the
They're like-
line?
no, they start doing this.
Oh yeah, yes,
doing
yeah,
baseball
yeah.
signals.
They're doing little. Oh, and then Obi-Wan does one of these.
Yeah,
and
like,
it's
the thing. And they're like, no, I was thinking we could do this or
Oh,
whatever.
yes.
And not to be outdone with the other one where they're like, oh, what did R2 say? And then they actually dub in R2's beeps in Anakin's
On
voice.
Anakin's, yeah.
He's like, oh, he was saying bleep, 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 bleep. They're like, glad you cut those things
I
out.
wonder if
Wasn't
that was
that
just
a
like
joke?
Yeah, I thought. I
Oh,
wonder.
it was a deleted scene.
It is a deleted scene, but I
No,
wonder
I think
if the
it's a
R2
joke.
beep is a little bit of a joke.
That has
part.
to be a joke.
He's trying. I didn't say anything.
No loose wire jokes, okay?
There was something I was going to say, but now my mind is totally blanking on it. What were we talking about before this?
Well, we're talking about the lightsaber fights and how they were meant to
Yeah,
be
the
fights.
lightsaber fights. You were losing your mind every 15 minutes.
Losing my mind. Damn, I can't remember. But another thing I was going to say until I do remember is that it kind of reference to Sean's comment saying that like this is the best Star Wars. I don't think this is the best Star Wars movie, but I will say this is the Star Wars movie that Star Wars the hardest. I was actually talking to Sean last week because I was like getting kind of excited to talk about this movie with him today, and then he betrayed us. But I told him like 15 minutes into
His
the movie,
immune system betrayed us, Brandon.
your thoughts dwell on your mother. I don't know.
Well, in your mother.
But I was like only 15 minutes into the movie at the time because I watched it kind of in chunks. But I was like only 15 minutes in, I just had this thought where like this is the Star Wars movie that George Lucas always wanted to make. That's what it felt like to me
Yeah.
watching this. Is like finally he was able to make the movie that he imagined in his head. And I think you can really like feel that love and that passion in this film, I think. And just because like this
Oh,
obviously of all the 3 prequel movies, this is the one where the technology is the furthest by far. And I think it's one of the most beautiful looking Star Wars movies to me.
It definitely, I think, is the most aesthetic pleasing of the prequels. But I would say I think this one, then Episode 1, and then Episode 2, like in terms of aesthetic enjoyment for my personal taste. But again, you know, when we talk about George, it's always about pioneering and pushing forward technology in film. And Episode 1 did that. Episode 2 greatly did that. I think like that one
First film
has
ever to be shot on digital.
completely digital. There was other ones that were like have like little shots here and there, but this was the first film that completely digital. And obviously Episode 3 was completely digital. But yeah, I mean, I think the look of this, and it's also it's a little bit closer to, because what he does with this movie is kind of gives you hints of what the Empire looks like. So it has a little more gritty feel.
Can we talk about the hair? Anakin's hair.
I like his hair.
He had Episode 3. He had Aragorn hair. He had
This is
badass
great hair.
long hair. I remember when a photo leaked like 2 years before the movie came out of him in the elevator with Obi-Wan, and it was kind of blurry, and you saw his hair though, and you're like, oh, it's kind of like long, like they're almost going 80s style, like they're trying to bridge it to like the 70s haircuts, and you see that with Antilles later and stuff like that, like with all their hairstyles.
Antilles, yeah. He has like a weird, like padded down hair,
Yeah.
whatever it was. But no, I think Anakin. What sucks is I was thinking about this too. Is it's a real shame we only got one movie with this version of Anakin. I know there's Clone Wars.
So far.
Right. But I'm talking about like a movie of it's about Anakin, and it's so interesting to watch him throughout this entire movie because it's so tragic. He feels the pull, and at the same time, he feels like there's nothing he can do but give into it. He can't help but give into it, and it feels so tragic in a weird destiny filled type of way.
Have you read the novel?
No, I haven't.
So I think I'd mentioned this a long time ago on this show, but the novel is from his point of view. Some of the chapters are, and he talks about the dragon that's inside and how he cannot.
Does he say the word dragon?
He does. It's the dragon. He in his head, he's like, the dragon still pulls to me.
Is it a crate dragon? He is from Tatooine.
But the dragon, and it's very poignant too when he's finally in the whole machine, and he like finally submits and gives in to the dragon and realizes the dragon now has been his master all along.
Damn.
But it's very like there's a lot of cool things about that. I would really recommend you read the novel. Like,
Yeah, I really should.
The first paragraph is talking about how the galaxy was so fearful on Coruscant, and they're all worried. And it's this like the citizens look up and there's war, and they can hear the explosions and they see the ships. But everyone across the galaxy knows it's going to be okay because Anakin and Obi-Wan are there. And it basically talks about how Anakin and Obi-Wan were almost celebrities in this world. I don't know if it always just it was just the book, right?
Right.
But how everyone knew of their exploits. And so when Coruscant heard that Anakin and Obi-Wan's were on their way, it's this great, beautiful paragraph that talks about how throughout the Clone Wars, the two of them became the most famous Jedi of all and like the most victorious, heroes and stuff like that. And it reminded me of kind of like in the Civil War, like there were a lot of super generals that were like really famous in the South. You had Stonewall Jackson, and you had Grant in the North, especially near the end of the war, and of course Robert E. Lee for the South. The North had a bunch, like they weren't going through. They were really bad in the beginning of the war, but when they finally, like I said, but the people would know and be like, "Oh my God, don't worry! Like Stonewall Jackson's coming, or Grant's about to do his march." So and Sherman too. So I thought that was a really cool thing, and the book has so many interesting things. Some parts we'll get to where I thought that would be in the movie and it wasn't, especially during the Mace with the 4 Jedi.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
I kind of want to.
They do take a little kind of.
I think I remember what I was going to say, and it's in reference to the book. If I remember correctly, my buddy read the book before the movie came out.
Interesting.
And there's always been one line that's in the book that like stuck with me because he was like, "Oh, he says this," and it wasn't quite like that in the movie, and that's when General Grievous says like, "You fool! I've been trained in your Jedi arts by Count Dooku." Yeah, I think in the book, Obi-Wan responds with, "Oh, what a curious coincidence! I trained the man who killed him."
Dang.
But it's not in the movie.
Oh,
I mean,
a great
that's
line.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple really
Pretty
bad
cool.
lines too, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, backtrack a little bit before we get super deep into Anakin's story, because we were talking about the lightsaber duel right off the bat. But this was always, and we were talking about. I was talking to Brandon about this right before, and Dooku messes up Obi-Wan. He shoves him, throws him across the room. He could have killed him. Instead, he just lowers that platform onto him just so he can't
Probably would have
move.
broke his legs though.
Right,
You
right.
didn't think you wanted
Looks
to kill him?
heavy.
That's what I'm really.
Maybe he just didn't have
wondering.
time to kill him.
Well, I mean, you just hey, catwalk, just fall on.
Maybe he
Obi-Wan,
wanted to do to
It's
him
just
what he
like-
did to Yaddle. Put him down first, and then after he takes care of Skywalker,
Maybe.
go back to Obi-Wan and just slash him when he's down.
Well, in any
That's
way,
Dooku's
in any way,
style.
I always felt that was a interesting thing that Dooku did. I'm always curious about why didn't Dooku say anything to Anakin when Palpatine's like, do it, kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't Dooku come out and say, Anakin, this is the Dark Lord you're looking for. I'm not, like, why? I mean, he's going to die regardless, whether by Anakin or by Palpatine, right? So he's good as dead anyway, but why not give up the whole spiel thing, So I've always kind of thought about why Dooku was doing or not doing certain things throughout this fight, because I don't know if it's mentioned in the book or elsewhere that I'm just not privy or not, I don't know about, knowledgeable about. Was Dooku in on turning Anakin?
No,
He right?
I know that.
Okay.
I
So
feel
it's just
I read
like-
this somewhere. He was completely in shock. Like, he like turned because even in episode later, he's like, "Oh, soon I'll have a new." Well, to Grievous, but
Yeah.
like I think I don't know if it was in the novel, but I think his direction was basically like when he's like, "Do it," like that's the first he's heard of it, and he like looks over and his eyes are wide. Like,
Yeah.
What? And he doesn't speak up for himself, but I don't feel like that much. I mean, maybe he's still processing it. Like he doesn't.
Because my whole thing was that then Palpatine just has to reveal himself way sooner to Anakin then
Yeah.
Palpatine would have liked to, because he still was, still has to twist the knife on the Padme angle and whatnot, and the Obi-Wan stuff still trying to
There's
use that
so many
manipulation.
ways. Yeah, there's so many ways that like if this or that happened, like Anakin wouldn't have fallen to the dark side.
No, but he would have. And we're gonna find that out in the Ahsoka show. I guarantee.
Yeah, he would. I really no. I think he really would have.
like,
I think that's the way he's
destined.
constructed.
Because I was
right?
thinking this while I was watching the movie. What if like when Mace Windu has his lightsaber up to Palpatine, he's like, he's too dangerous to be left alive, and Anakin's like, no, he must stand trial. What if Mace Windu just like, yeah, you know what? He does have to stand trial. Disignites his lightsaber. Goes, all right, you're going to trial, buddy.
But then Palpatine is absolved. Then it's turned around on the Jedi because
but
he
then Palpatine
manipulates the Senate.
Palpatine can no longer say like, "Oh, the Jedi are taking over." It'd be like, no, we came to talk to him just like we said that we were, and then the dude just screeched at us and did like a 360 in the air, and then stabbed Kit Fisto in the face.
Oh, in the
And we all love Kit Fisto around here. He's
the-
dead now.
In the novel, Anakin walks through a crashed window. He lands his ship and he walks through a window, and on the desk is Kit Fisto's head. And it says he looks down at the head of Kit Fisto with eyes. It's like with dead eyes, and it almost looks like a smile. Like, there's a weird thing where it's like it's literally like it almost like he could look alive, and he's just faceless or he's
I'm
lifeless.
sorry, I don't trust anyone that decapitates Kit Fisto.
And by the way, that scene is also seen from the eyes of a recording tape. So the way that that he taped, the novel makes it out that it says, and it's like, oh, are you threatening me? And then
So he doctored.
It says like, I am the Senate or whatever. It's like suddenly the audio cuts out, and then it returns with. Basically, it's showing they omit when the playback of this audio, they omit the parts that are.
So damning.
Damning to Palpatine, and
yeah.
that's what he plays for everybody on Space CNN. So,
Gotcha.
So yeah, but he has to cut out a lot though. He has to cut out the lightsaber fight. But then
He does.
How does he explain the 3 dead Jedi?
Damn.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Incinerator, no one knows.
But anyways, but also at the same time, you can get bogged down in these types of particulars and lose aim of what's the story.
We should get more bogged down.
You can get Boga down.
Originally
Bogan,
Anakin was supposed to show up sooner, and if you pay close attention when you watch this movie, when he's fighting Mace Windu, and he's like holding the lightsaber like right in front of his face like this, he's going yeah. He's actually the hilt is actually Anakin's hilt with a red lightsaber.
Oh,
because originally this scene was he was supposed to grab Anakin's lightsaber and fight with it. But then they changed it in post.
Interesting.
To be
Which then begs the question, and I might as well ask it now because it's a perfect cue up.
Yeah.
I talked about this with you. Do you think that Mace beat Palpatine, or did Palpatine let himself get beat? Now, here's why I ask that. If in the cut, Anakin's nowhere around watching it, so he's already on his back by the time Anakin enters the room. That could lead us for like why is Palpatine faking it unless he senses Anakin coming? But in the original cut, Anakin's walking down the hallway the whole time. You can see footage of it online. You could if you search for it. And that fight was supposed to be a lot longer too. There's footage of the stuntmen practicing for it, especially for Kit Fisto and all those guys. They give him a couple more seconds of a fight for God's sake. But Anakin comes in. But if Anakin's there the whole time, and then did Palpatine let himself get beat by Mace? Was Mace the better swordsman that time, or did Palpatine let him? That's what I wonder.
My take on this is that Mace beat Palpatine. That's my take.
Oh yeah, well I think Palpatine let him.
Damn. Kevin?
Civil war without end.
Oh, I mean, you watch the Clone Wars. Palpatine looks like he can destroy him. He beat Maul and his brother like 1-on-2.
And he like,
Savage wasn't really.
And he smiled the whole time he did it.
yeah.
Savage is not like.
He was having fun.
Come on.
And if Mace can beat Palpatine, I think that takes away. I think it's kind of more defeatist if you realize that even if Anakin tried to fight and kill Palpatine on his own during the Revelation,
or
that he would die too. Like that Palpatine was just so strong. You know what I mean?
Mace is just a master of lightsaber form 76 of a pod, and he was able to channel the dark side of the Force in this one Legends paragraph that I read in 3rd grade.
It was a good novel. It was called Shatterpoint.
Okay, so Kevin, answer the question.
I'm going to go with what I went with the first time I saw it. I think that Mace does take him out.
Okay,
so
I'm curious too for everyone
I've been
listening
back
and
and
watching.
forth. I have, but I think
yeah, with the knowledge of knowing that Anakin was supposed to watch the whole time when they shot it, maybe.
I think it was all part of his grand plan to like.
See, I told you I was right. The Jedi are taking over.
Well, see, I mean, you could also
Can't say that if you're winning, bro.
and to counter that, like Anakin's watching the whole time. The thing is, Palpatine, if he knows Anakin's watching, right? He's not going to necessarily try to win that fight. He just is anticipating Anakin intervening. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
It's not about Palpatine trying to win the fight. It's about getting Anakin to intervene and complete his turn to the dark side and start that. So I guess you would really never know if Palpatine's true intention
I wonder
with
if the
this
novel
encounter.
sheds light in it, or
Yeah, I
you
don't
what
know.
mean? That would be one thing I could look up.
I don't
It's
know.
such a great novel. I implore everybody to listen to it. It's great audio too. If you want to listen, I read and listened to it.
How? I don't know. What was I going to say? Something about Mace Windu.
He's awesome.
He is pretty awesome, but he's also kind of like a dick.
I mean, yeah, most awesome people are.
Are you saying that you're awesome, Frank?
I'm saying Kevin.
I am really awesome.
No. Yeah, my
I'm the
mind.
awesomest.
My mind just went completely blank. There's definitely something about Palpatine and Mace
Your
Windu.
poor mind.
Oh,
I mean, right here, he just needs
I
to
got
go
it.
forward.
It,
and
it
just
came back
be
to
done.
me. I just,
Esophagus, right there.
I
in
just
the
need
thing,
more
esophagus.
caffeine. But actually, wait, now I got to talk about this scene. Have you seen people point out this is the scene?
Well, we're not watching,
this
doing
is-
a watch
This
along
is
right now.
This is
so
the
no
scene
one-
for those at home. This is the scene where he's like, "You're the Sith Lord," and he's like, "Do you want to kill me? I would certainly like to." When Anakin first whips out his lightsaber, when Palpatine's fidgeting with his hands behind his back, I think you could actually see the
Wait,
lightsaber
really?
fall out of his sleeve just a little bit. Like he has like a reflex where he's like, I might have to like stop Anakin from killing
Do I
me
have
right
to
now.
investigate this?
I
What you're-
think if you look at his hands, it's a little tough to see, but I think it is there.
I see what you're saying with his
No,
hand
he's
going
fidgeting.
up.
It's a little bit.
fidgeting.
It's
I
a
see
little bit
he's
before
fidgeting.
this. It's a little bit before this.
But the fidgeting I like. It's kind of like a gunslinger.
Right
you
there.
know?
It's at that angle right there when he first ignites the lightsaber. So
Yeah, he has it ready. I like that. That's a
That's a cool
subtle.
little.
got it
Yeah, I
ready
never
to
really
go.
noticed
I
that.
feel like
actually.
that's a George Lucas thing that he's just like, that's great. No,
so this kind of leads me to my next point of, Anakin slices off Mace Windu's hand when Mace Windu comes
Arm.
down to kill. No, he slices off just his hand.
yeah, he's like this.
I thought it was his,
Yeah.
I thought it was
He's
his
not like
arm.
this.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
He slices off his hand when he goes to kill Palpatine. Is like, how hard was Palpatine banking on the fact that Anakin would like stop Mace Windu? Like, what if he really banked on it and then Anakin just let it happen? Or would Palpatine at the very last second just like use the Force and stop?
My
the blade?
argument is that was the weak. Like, first of all, if I'm gonna kill you like this, I'm down, and it's a lightsaber.
Yeah.
right. It's not like an axe where you need like momentum. I could just be like, whoop, and then you're decapitated.
Yeah, for
he
him,
does this.
for him to go back, he's like, I'm like, why wasting
Sure,
time?
sure,
and you're also putting yourself in a vulnerable position by bringing the
That's why I
lightsaber
think
all the
that
ways
now
behind
I'm gonna
you.
change my thing. I think Palpatine let him beat him because I think he knew the whole time it wasn't gonna happen.
I don't know.
Team Palps guy.
And also, either way, whether he let him win or he lost fair and square, like he was purposely doing this to manipulate Anakin in some
Yes,
way.
Yes.
So
Which just kind of goes to the point of like we might never really know the motive. Like
yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is, would you allow your face to get that deformed if it meant you became the Emperor of the Galaxy?
Here's what I think though. I think that Palpatine was so strong in the Force or the dark side of the Force that that's what it did to his face, and that any time he was out in public or anyone had to see him, he had to channel more of the dark side for his face to look normal, as opposed to what he had actually become because of the dark side.
See, I
That's
like
just a
that
little-
headcanon, and here's why.
Yeah,
I think
and
he is a
wasn't here
Sith
for-
Lord, and the Sith Lord is a changeling.
I wasn't with the Attack of the Clones episode last week, but if you notice in Attack of the Clones, he has purple, like his eyes are getting more sunk, and
He looks really old.
He just looks old.
his
yeah.
old, yeah, and his hair, and he has like more of the liver spots, and like there's like a shot, there's a famous like photo of him with like purple under his eyes.
Yeah, yeah, I understand
And
that,
I
yeah.
was like, dude, the dark side slowly corrupted him. I love that. And then in episode 3, it looks like he went to Club Med. He just never looked better. He has like nice silver white hair.
It's almost like George was like, oh, he made him too old in the last
Yeah.
one.
He
Make
makes
him look younger
Makes
again.
him real sharp, silver-haired guy. He could probably go to any golf. It looks like he's going to go golfing, right? But so I think that was a radical departure, and I wonder what made him do that, because I would have loved if like in episode 3 he's like he wouldn't be as bad as the Emperor per se, but if he's really getting, and it's kind of like those pictures of before and after the war, like President Lincoln like before, and then you see 4 years later after the war how much aged he get, and it's like talk about Palpatine after the Clone Wars. Like he looked like this, and then he looks like the Emperor. Like maybe that's what happens.
I mean, what if he's using some nicer magic to be like, hey, give me a nice face?
I don't know.
He got a nice He went to
got a facelift.
he went to Burke Williams, got like a nice like $599 massage, and like with the little rocks on his back. But yeah, he looks fresh, and I didn't like that. I thought that it would have been cooler if he was just slowly degrading to that. But that's why I kind of like what you're saying, is that maybe he was always just holding it off, using the Force, and then he was finally like, cool, I can let it go now. Let it fly. Let the wrinkles
And
fly.
it's another manipulative type of tactic where look what Mace is doing to me. Look at my face now.
Yeah.
And again, it's an argument he could tell to the Senate. Look at my face. Look at
And even his
know,
voice,
man.
he was like, hell,
Like I'm just like, I think it might have been the lightning.
you must choose.
Like because afterwards he's like breathing really heavy. He like almost sounds like Darth Vader. He's like,
Hey, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. In Return of the Jedi, when Luke's getting electrocuted, how come his face doesn't change?
it was over, like because it was over his whole body. Like,
But does his
where-
face
you
include
should
his
see-
whole body? No, don't say it. Don't say it.
All right, I did it. It was a PG show. Who's going there?
Because I was gonna say, I think this is another Robot Chicken episode,
Probably.
where
Our resident robot chicken expert.
where Anakin is like, "Oh, are you okay?" Because all of that lightning bounced off of Mace Windu's lightsaber and went into your face. He's like, I don't think there was one bit of lightning that did not bounce off of Master Windu's lightsaber and hit you directly in the face. Like it just all went to his face.
Yeah. Like why?
Luke got it like all over his body.
But also in his face. It was in his teeth.
Dude, all that smoke was coming up, and he's
telling
like
you.
he's like breathing really heavy,
how
and like
bad it smells?
and his voice, and his
Yeah.
and the weird thing is his voice is like
I actually
modulated.
have a funny story.
His voice
about
is like
burning.
modulated and really deep.
Yeah.
Up until he puts the hood on, and then he talks like the normal Emperor Palpatine again. He's
His
like
true self.
He's like good,
His true self. He is so fueled.
and then he puts the hood on, and he's like good.
He had phlegm. He had space phlegm. From
Speaking of
lightning.
burning, I could have
Go
saved this
back
for
and
the
watch it.
end
It's
of
that
the episode,
moment.
but I'll bring it up now.
We're going a little Tarantino with this episode.
Sometimes we're bringing up one of the cats here, Galaxy, burned her tail this morning. Burned her. A candle was lit and just burned her tail. Oh my god! Caught on fire.
Did it do it in the cartoons where it did this?
Yeah.
And like jump in the air with
Kind-
all the things,
kinda-
with the eyes.
What a
coming
real
out?
geek
Kinda.
that Galaxy.
Kind of, but she's doing all right. She's doing good now.
No, that's good.
I just thought it was kind of.
Our thoughts and prayers are with you.
So
she had 8 more lives. anyway.
let's talk about the Padme Anakin relationship and how it was received and how you received it compared to Attack of the Clones. Because Padme is like
Coruscant looks really good in this
hardcore.
movie.
Yes, it
I just gotta say, it's on right now.
yeah,
Stunning.
Padme is like full blown, all in love with Anakin, where she was very resistant in Attack of the Clones.
Because I'm so in love with you.
No, I'm so in love with you. You know what? I had this idea the other night. I was like, I'm gonna print up sides for that scene and make you, Brandon, and Kevin read it, reenact it.
So love
And
is
that would
blind
be
to you.
officially my last episode on Scoundrels Inc.
Are you Anakin or Padme?
Moving on.
Well, he would have to be Anakin. I'm sorry,
Well,
because you have to tell your Anakin story because you weren't here
saying
last
that I
week
look
to tell it.
pregnant?
Yeah, I'll tell it another time. But basically,
No, actually, I know you're gonna tell it. Don't worry.
I would just say this. It relates to Order 66. So when we get there, I can kind of tell you what my plan was, but we're not there yet. So when we get there, I'll tell
Order
you about it.
69, bro.
But I do enjoy. I thought that their relationship. I love the love theme, making a nice triumphant return in this movie. And you got shirtless Anakin. All the girls were loving that. I love the Japor snippet.
Japor
dude.
snippet was great. That's
and
a
then you
great
see it later, but
the
like
end,
right
yeah.
there, he's like, I remember giving this to you. Like, yeah, give a little love to the Jake Lloyd Anakin. I like that because they really, and you even hear his Anakin theme from Episode 1 played right there in that scene. It's great, and that is a scene. Funny enough, I know that these two are together, but it reminded me that lighting. We're talking about the nighttime after the dream.
Yes.
And he's saying, "Oh, I remember giving this to you." That scene and the lighting and the pacing reminded me of the Luke and Leia scene about like, I must go to, he's my father and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And it gave me real Return of the Jedi vibes, and I was just like,
Interesting.
man, this movie's on point for being the third in a trilogy, and I really liked it. And again, I think that in episode 2, I wasn't part of it. Did you guys talk about the cut scenes with Naboo with the family of Padme?
No. Bro,
Okay,
it's a trip. That
huge
episode's a
thing.
trip.
If we ever do a Frank cut of episode 2, I mean, there are scenes with Padme's family, and I get it. I get it was already long at 2 hours 20, but if you have those scenes in it, you have a scene of Anakin talking to her father, and Padme and her sister and her mom are in the kitchen, and they look out the window and see Anakin talking to her father, and like it is great. And then you have a scene of the Anakin and Padme in her bedroom. That's not what you're thinking. They're actually looking at Hogwarts style photos of the movie, but it's really good. You should look at it online. And I think that would have added a lot to that romance and made it a little less kind of out of nowhere. And so for this one, I think it's cool. I mean, Padme really in this movie, though, does take a backseat. You're going from like...
Yeah, she really does.
The
She
midriff...
really does.
Like now I'm in a hot midriff with a perfect cut. You go the badass girl with like the Leia outfit or with the white outfit, which we're trying to pull off in a KOTOR movie we're doing. I'm trying to get that for Bastila as an homage. But you go from that to now she's just almost like Susie Homemaker with like her little belly, and like she's like scared about what's gonna happen, and Anakin's like, this is a happy time, don't worry about it. And then the other thing another thing that they just shortchanged Padme a lot. I know that the Confederacy of 1,000, or I'm sorry, the Confederacy, the
Petition.
Delegation?
Delegation of
Petition.
1,000 or
It's
whatever.
petition?
Yeah.
Petition of 1,000.
I'm challenging that.
Those
Go
scenes, those scenes that were deleted were kind of a bummer because there's a great scene where Anakin's standing behind Palpatine during a meeting, and like she's like, on behalf of the delegation, it's the delegation,
Right in the face.
on behalf of the delegation of 1,000, we thank you. And like they leave, and like before she leaves, she looks at Anakin like, are you gonna fucking do something? And then later which gets a little more into like, now you're sounding like a separatist. Like, there's a lot that they still like cut out. It's like I understand you needed your 5 lightsaber fights, but like you're cutting out some great stuff between Anakin and Padme. So I do think that your version, if we ever go back and revisit the Frank cut,
But I think
we put in those scenes, especially because of Rogue One, like it informs that movie.
I'll say, I think like the exclusion,
Andor, I mean.
the reason those are deleted because I think George probably felt, at least in this movie, they had done enough with Padme and Anakin's relationship, and it's more just about Palpatine, Anakin, the Jedi, and Obi-Wan, and like.
And there's another cut scene that's great, I told you, but unfortunately they never really finalized the graphics.
By the way, guys, not just a hand; it was an arm.
No, that's his hand. What are you talking about?
Watch.
Let's see.
Oh well, I guess his sleeve kind of.
The sleeve's covering it. It's
But
his hand.
like-
No, it's
That's
his
a
hand. You can see the
hand.
nub.
But it does look like the arm.
You see the nub. But Anakin and Palpatine.
See the
There's
nub.
a great scene right before he asks Anakin to, I must ask you something. I want you to be the eyes.
It's like
and
his
ears
forearm. It's like a little. It's a high on the wrist. It's a high wrist. Sorry.
It's all right. I've lost track of what I was saying.
Poor Mace Windu, man.
He could have survived. He could survive that drop. I'm not gonna lie.
I remember.
Anyways,
Well, I remember like I think it was like the 2017 Star Wars Celebration. Samuel Jackson came on screen and
I do remember.
he was like, Kathy, to my understanding, Jedis can fall great distances and survive.
I do remember this.
Man, the Anakin thing. Oh yeah, Anakin and Anakin and Palpatine are talking, and before that, of him asking to be the eyes and ears, he's like, oh, Obi-Wan has been spending more time with Padme. He's literally one of the plots that's in the book, and there's even a scene when he's looking at like that Game Boy Advance thing, and he puts it down. I don't know if they ever shot it, but at first he's looking through the records of their home and sees, why was Obi-Wan here? And in the novel, he's like, well, why is Obi-Wan here? And she's like, I think that's in the movie, but it's way more pronounced in the novel. And Palpatine really tries to convince him that like, oh, Obi-Wan might have a thing for Padme, which is crazy.
I know Obi-Wan's got like a girlfriend on like Mandalore or whatever, but in terms of the films, nobody gives off platonic energy more than Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It's true.
That dude's just like, I'm here to do 2 things. That is cut Sith Lords in half and watch them burn.
And I'm all out of cutting them in half.
I really recommend these
And hanging out with my boy Dex. Never had. Remember that one time we drank 2 gallons of Java juice? That was crazy.
Oh my God.
Oh, so I've been told from a certain point of view. There was something else I was going to say. I keep
Obi-Wan,
saying
the
that a lot.
perennial friendship zone.
Yeah.
My brain is just all over the place, just like the Galactic Republic in the latest days before the rise of the Empire.
What voice are you doing?
I don't know. It's kind of like an Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's kind of like my own Jedi, really. Well, there's a little bit of Palpatine in there for sure.
Okay.
It's evolving.
Well, so we have this relationship that we see, which I think it makes more... Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. No, yeah, go ahead. No, go.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Frank.
If it's about fucking Mace's arm, I'm leaving right now.
So I think it's just below. You know how like some of us have these little like nubby things that stick out, but on like one hand it's
Your
bigger
wrist?
than the others. Yeah, little nubby thingies.
Bone?
Anyways,
I hate the bones.
okay.
Forget about what you were trying to say again.
I almost did.
You're derailing yourself now.
I remember hearing somewhere, I don't remember where, that the reason we don't see a lot of Padme in this movie is because her and George Lucas didn't get along.
Oh,
is there any truth to that?
I'm not bad. I'm not
Do
Natalie
you
Portman.
not know? Were you not on set with Rick
No,
McCallum?
I wasn't.
Get Rick in the room. We need to know.
I don't know. I mean, I know Natalie Portman at this stage in the game was starting to do a lot more movies outside of Star Wars, but also becoming have more of a name recognition. I think she did.
They signed a contract though.
She did. She had to do all these three, and same thing with Ewan and whatnot.
And she's pregnant. I mean, what do you want her to do? Jump on her? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, she can't really. Yeah, I mean, you
really part of the
could, but
action.
I mean, this is 2005 now. It's like,
Yeah.
So
Padme can fall great distances onto her crotch.
I know.
And be totally fine. There was a great TikTok about this a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So if she can do that, imagine what she could do pregnant.
But what's interesting though here, then
Should have sent her to kill Grievous.
the one of the most interesting parts of this movie though is when, you're right, when Palpatine is assigning him to be the eyes and ears of the Republic and be on the Jedi Council, but it's this whole back and forth, this whole manipulation between what Palpatine's doing and what the Jedi Order is asking of Anakin to spy on a friend, on a mentor. That's out of place here. But this whole the Council uses Obi-Wan to do this because you're the closest to Anakin, obviously, and Anakin's the closest to Palpatine, so it's just
Great
everyone.
acting by Ewan when he's like, the council's asking.
I think it's I think it's one of the best scenes in the prequels of the saga. Really, I mean, it's such a turning point for everything where it's all coming at Anakin. He's like, he is the Jedi Order. Yes, he's still at odds with them, but he is still a servant and loyal to the Jedi Order. But then his friend Palpatine, who is the Chancellor, who has all this power, has put him in positions of power on the Jedi Council, which is denying him rank like that. And so I just feel like this is such a tragic part of Anakin's story that is told in kind of what you would call, I guess, the lull of the movie, where it's just really setting up everything else that's going to come, later on in the movie. But I really look at this part of the movie and I just feel like bad for my guy Anakin. Like, damn, dude, this guy he just could not win. He just could not win.
I think the Clone Wars thankfully had that Ahsoka arc where they set it up. Because at first when the Clone Wars came out, I didn't like how it didn't feel congruent. Like, he looked like Anakin was getting along with everybody. Like, he's doing all these missions. And it's like, it just made no sense that why wouldn't they send him on the mission? But that Ahsoka arc, and that really started showing his more being jaded by the Jedi Council. I still think that Clone Wars could have made it to where throughout the whole series, the Jedi were kind of dicks to him.
Yeah.
And that goes into, again, when we get to Order 66, I'll tell you what my plan was when I was going to do that thing that I was going to do.
It's happening right now on the TV screen.
Yeah.
Commander Cody.
We're almost there.
We're almost there. But
do any of her clones have he has the best shout out of any clone, I think, in the series.
Cody?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Like we hear oddball, but like
Commander Cody, the time
Well,
has
yeah,
come.
because it's said by Palpatine. Yeah.
I never liked it. I just think Cody felt like a Star Wars name. Cody. It's like, oh, hey, Cody and Commander David, please come. And is that his last name? Or are we doing Commander Steve, Commander John, Commander Bobby? Like, I always just thought that Cody was like, hey, Cody. Like, I think it's also because Cody sounds like a guy that would be like on your water polo team in high school. Like, Cody's like the captain of the water polo squad, right? This sounds like it. Like, tall and like
how
buff
special,
and good looking. And
Wait, what?
He is. How special is Cody though to Palpatine? Because that was the first call he made.
Well,
Also, could I ask why?
not really. Not
Cody,
not in my cut. Not in my cut. Not in my cut.
Cody,
It's
you're not going to believe this. Anakin just joined me. It's great.
Could I want to see the deleted scene where Palpatine's sitting there and he's like, okay, I should start.
Go through the Rolodex.
He's like, Cody, execute order 66. Then he's like, all right, Commander Bobby, execute order. Like, why don't you select all, highlight, and just all together now? Because if you do Cody and they're doing it,
Yeah.
then someone else is going to find another galaxy.
Yeah.
But he's just sitting there like, it's like learn how to group text. Everybody group text now.
Yeah,
Back
how
in
many
the galaxy
calls did
far,
he
far
make?
away. Yeah, he had to make several individual calls when he
Check
should
the
have
logs.
Yeah, he should have just been. There should have been like a button like call all, and he's like Commander, everyone in the
At the
Empire.
very end, he's like,
Commander Rex, the time.
Actually, the very end it would be Commander Xandar.
He's only at the end of the alphabet
Yeah,
now.
your damn last name, Commander Xandar or Zach. It would be Commander Zach.
66. Do the thing. Kill the Jedi. All
I know
right.
what I'm saying. I've lost my voice.
But no, I'm really curious on your thoughts about this part of Anakin's story of this movie, where he's in between the Jedi Order, Obi-Wan, and Palpatine. What are your thoughts about? Because there's a lot of talk about, well, the Jedi failed Anakin, or and it's, is it as simple as that?
I think it, like, I don't know, like all these years later, I think it plays a lot better than it did when it first came out. When the movie first came out, I think everyone was kind of like, wow, that happened really fast.
Sure.
Like all of a sudden, this dude is like Palpatine's like, henceforth, you should be known as Darth. I haven't really thought of this. Vader, that sounds cool. And now you're stuck with that for the rest of your life. It's just like on a dime. But like, with the context of like the Clone Wars and just like being so ingrained in the Star Wars universe, like we know where Anakin is at this point in time. And in the context of all of that, it makes sense. I think it does play well in the movie. And I think, like you said, like a lot of it is highlighted by like Obi-Wan and like Ewan McGregor's acting like alongside Anakin.
Yeah.
Like the council's asking this of you. And you could like see their friendship and you could see that trust that they have for one another. But ultimately, I think, and then also watching the fall of Dooku and even like seeing more of that with Tales of the Jedi, it gives a better understanding of like what really happens to someone when they turn to the dark side. Like the dark side of the Force consumes them. It changes them, turns them into a different person completely.
Yeah.
Like Count Dooku was a good man, but then the moment he like gave into the dark side, he became a piece of crap.
Yeah, it consumed him. You're right.
Yeah, like he just
All-encompassing,
became a horrible
yeah.
person. And same thing with Anakin. And that's why like you're like Anakin was like a good guy and now he's like killing younglings. And I'm like, yeah, it's horrible, but like, in the context of understanding what the dark side does to you, kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Clone Wars was a good bridge to it because the only thing that bugs me is like he's just saying bye to Obi-Wan, saying I've been arrogant.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I understand. And then
Fake
it's like-
apology.
and then 2 days later, he's committing mass murder of children, which is just nuts. Like I want to see the hologram
This is
footage.
nuts.
I mean, there was a horrible video someone did once where they did a Jedi Academy mod and you can go into the room with all the kids, and it was like, and it had a mod on top of that where it's decapitation, so arms, heads flying, and they had their son, who was the modder, had son like do these kids screaming, and you can see the Anakin go in.
come on.
It might be online still.
Okay, just stop talking.
But here's
now.
the
We
thing.
get it.
Show's
So,
canceled.
I still think no matter what, it is so hard to do that, such a turn. And I get that you had to because it's in this movie. And I think sometimes that's the only thing where I'm like, oh, maybe episode 2 could have been 1 and episode 3 could have been 2. And then like a long war movie, like an Apocalypse Now war movie where you see the war really change Anakin, but the war doesn't really change him. He's very heroic throughout the Clone Wars. Which
He's very
is a
acclimated.
yes, where it's
like the
and
clones are.
To be honest, in our Revan prequel, Revan everyone knows turns to the dark side during the Mandalorian Wars, and I'm really going to take that opportunity when I do that prequel series to do what I think it should have been done with Anakin. Like Revan literally is so obsessed with winning the war that at one point he destroys a spoiler alert, sorry for KOTOR 2, you find it out. He destroys a planet that knowing all of his soldiers are on there, but he knows that it will end the war there, and he's so consumed with trying to win the war. So Anakin's slow descent from war, I think, would have been made it a little more smoother, but it's very hard. He just says, "What have I done?" And then Palpatine's like, "Well, you got to kill everybody,
You are
including the kids,"
fulfilling
and then
your
he's killing
destiny.
kids, and like. as a father, like it's just crazy to think that someone could go and like murder. I mean, and as a not a father, it would be crazy for you guys to think it too. But like, he murders children. Everybody's talking about, oh, Kylo Ren's irredeemable. He stabbed Han Solo, and like meanwhile, Ghost Anakin's over
That's
here. Like,
'cause Han
hold
Solo-
my beer. I murdered an entire like kindergarten class.
That's because Han Solo's my boy. I don't know those kids.
Man, have a heart, bro. I also want to talk about. We have to talk about one of the
Liam's not in there.
I didn't
He's
wanna ignore
graduated
your
to
question.
Padawan at that point.
I feel really bad for Anakin. When you do rewatch it, especially the older we get and we're less about the lightsaber fights and more about the story, he really is torn. Like it's not fair. They put him in a horrible position. They really mishandle. Like if you talk about like parents that like mishandle their child and that's why they ended up like, you know, committing a mass shooting, like the Jedi really mishandled Anakin. Like it was already a juggle, or it was already a gamble doing it when you're starting him when he was older, but like the lack of trust, like I mean, Mace was a total prick to him after like he literally came to like turn him in. He should have brought Anakin with him to the Senate, and or, you know, he should have showed Anakin like, no, I got your back, dude. Like, and they didn't do it. And I think that Anakin, of course, at that point, he's like, dude, these guys are pricks. Like, Palpatine's been nothing but nice to me, and now he says I could save Padme. So everything about that's great. I just think maybe, and I know it's an iconic scene, but maybe the turn would have been a little easier for me to handle if he was just knowing, like he saw like the stormtroopers go in. Oh, that'd be kind of like if he saw the clone troopers go into like the kindergarten ward or whatever, and he knew what they were doing, and he could almost be torn, and then he's like, no, I'm not trying to like fan fiction it. Like I'm not trying to be like some other. I'm just saying it would have been interesting if he wasn't the one, like because when he's hugging and what I can't not unsee is when he's holding Padme's hand and saying, don't worry, I'll be back from. It's right here, actually. No, it's right here, actually. I didn't even mean it. And like those hands literally murdered, I think, kids like that were 4 years old, 5 years old. Like I would rather have it just been like he hears the order, like oh, we've gone into the infant ward or whatever, and we've took care of took care of the baby ward. Yeah. Believe me, dude.
The war of the terrible.
I think I do think you're making a really good point, and I think that would have been an improvement over like. Because it is tough. Like, you see the guy whip out his lightsaber. It's, like, pretty messed up.
With the kid, like, doing jolting.
Yeah. I think it would have been much more impactful and much more understanding for us as viewers if, like, let's see, like, he's, like, killing Jedi or whatever, like, fully grown adult Jedi. Yeah. And then he sees the clone troopers go into the room with all the...
It has like a baby
with all the younglings
above it.
With all the young because they're like in like the council chamber, I think.
Yeah, they're all hiding.
They're in a classroom. It was a classroom.
They're in the council.
Which you just it breaks your heart. They're like, hey kids, go into the council chamber and hide behind the chairs. We'll be right back. And then when Anakin comes, I mean, again, look, goosebumps because it is a powerful.
It would have been better, if the clones go in and the door closes and like and he kind of stops and then just keeps.
I just want to throw out there that we're also talking. We're also talking about this from the point of view of adults. Right?
Kids want to see the
you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you convey a dark side turn without being overly graphic?
Yeah.
For stories that are intentionally made for children,
about
right?
making it a little less graphic.
No, but even to like Kevin's point is like, hey, this would hit harder, blah blah blah. And that's from a point of view
of... Putting the black
of,
hat on Anakin more by killing the... You're doing the mustache... Like it's,
it's more... For, like, we're talking about it from the point of view of an adult, but how would a 10-year-old,
At that point...
What do they need?
At that point, the 10-year-olds are already sold. He already said, like, I will do anything you ask. Ooh. Like, there's, like... That's, like, there's, like, so many red flags to me, like, with Palpatine, like, that Anakin, like, trusted him, like, all the way up until that point. Like the guy that went, do it, to decapitating Dooku, red flag number 1. Yeah. Man walks around with T-Rex hands, red flag number 2.
But look at those aren't red.
I can go on.
Those are
him
green flags.
Everything
That's
about the
flag.
Sith, red flag number 3.
Yeah.
Hey,
wait.
Hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Brandon, those are all green flags for Anakin. They're red flags for us, but they're seen as green flags for Anakin because Palpatine's letting Anakin be who he wants to be, and Anakin's at odds with the
Make
Jedi
things
Order
the way we want them to be.
Exactly. And he's at odds with the Order when he's talking to Padme in their apartment, and he's like, I know I want more. Obi-Wan's holding me back, blah, blah, blah. He has all that, although he has those conversations with Padme. He knows he shouldn't want any of that. But here comes Palpatine saying, no, it's okay that you want that stuff.
Yeah.
Even if it goes against the Jedi Order. Goes against the Jedi Order.
You ever hear the tragedy of Darth
I'm not
Plagueis?
saying they're not red flags, but they're not for
You ever hear
Anakin.
the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, my Sith master that literally nobody knows about because we lived in secrecy for 1,000 years? You know that guy? You ever hear that tragedy? I'm the only one who knows the tragedy. You want to know why? Because I was freaking there, bro.
Yeah, let's talk
Huge
about.
red
I want to
flag.
talk about that scene though,
Huge red
because
flag.
it is such. There's actually, I want to give a shout out to Sean real quick too, because maybe a couple months ago he sent me, or he put it in the Discord too. It was a song that, what is it called? It is called. Oh, what the hell is that called? Oh man, it's a song that uses the lines that Palpatine uses, the Darth Plagueis. They use it. It's the lyrics for a song, and I cannot think of the name of the song. So you guys have to talk.
Okay, well, I will be happy to talk because I got so many thoughts about what happened when Palpatine killed Darth Plagueis in his sleep. Did he go back to Exegol because, like, you know, Sith, a planet full of Sith worshippers at their disposal at all times? So, anyways, guys, I killed Plagueis in his sleep, so guess I'm your boss now. What happened there, Kevin? What do you think?
I don't know, man. In the novel,
What the hell?
in the novel, he was getting elected. He was just elected chancellor, so he can't really go back to Exegol. Kills him in his sleep. If you've read Plagueis,
Okay, the name of the
Well, he says it in
the name
movie.
of the song is called Peeve Shalpatine, and it's by Canadian Softball.
oh wow,
And it's pretty
No,
pretty
we said
it's
we're
pretty
getting,
emo.
getting
It's
rid of
pretty
the
awesome.
baseball stuff.
Right. It's pretty great. It's a pretty great. If you haven't listened to it, give it a whirl, give it a shot,
Anyways,
hit a play.
No, to bring up Rise of Skywalker one more time, when he does say that line, the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities. Some consider to be
Were
unnatural.
you in the crowd doing this?
Hell yeah, I was. I was like, yes, he said the thing. He said it. Yes. I like the prequels. Okay,
Okay.
like when they pay respect to the prequels and the new stuff, it's cool.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, it's awesome.
Because you feel like there was a mandate early on where they were like, try to make it more like an original trilogy as much as you can. Let's get it skyway.
There's-
And then a new movement came where everybody likes the prequels, and now you have the Mandalorian flying an N1 Starfighter. So
Hell
yeah.
yeah, bro.
There's a scene in this movie when Anakin and Obi-Wan part from each other for the very last time as friends.
very sad.
I'm curious. Do you always pay extra? I know I do. I always pay extra special attention to that moment when Anakin says, "May the Force be with you," and you know,
Yeah, it's a powerful thing.
I was literally, I was watching that scene last night, and Sabrina was on the couch just on her phone, and I just like looked at her and I was like,
that's it.
I was like, are you watching this? This is the last time that they speak to each other as friends.
Yeah.
Isn't
It's
it
a great
sa-
scene.
Isn't it sad? She was like, yes, it's very sad.
You just wish, like, it's like no. Obi-Wan should have been like, dude, you know what? Just come with us. Like we could use someone like you, but like he should have brought him.
And he agrees.
Goodbye, old friend.
Unless it's a wild bantha chase, but
Yeah,
but
maybe-
Obi-Wan knows.
Yeah, he
And but he's so beholden to the Order. That's part of. See,
the
if,
Order is so
if that was
dogmatic.
Qui-Gon would be like, yeah, you can hop in the back.
Qui-Gon
Anakin.
and Dooku to that. That's why
Yeah.
Qui-Gon is Dooku's apprentice. Let's in spirit, meaning like I mean, obviously in reality too, but like he carried over that kind of outlawish kind of idea about
Except-
the Jedi Order. And
I-
I agree with Palpatine when he's like, don't listen to the dogmatic. Like the
Narrow
Jedi
view
were
of the
so just set in their ways, and they were wrong. And I feel like hopefully in the end that even Yoda realized, like, man, we were fucking wrong. I hope he told him off camera to Luke, like, dude, we were way wrong, dude. We were way off on the way of things. You should find Mara Jade out there and make love to her. Don't go to
They were definitely they have great ideas, but they were definitely too rigid. And
But yeah,
Yeah.
I
even
wonder if something happens in the High Republic in Acolyte
yeah.
will show us why they got rigid.
even in the original trilogy though, like they're still like they should have learned their lesson, but they are still kind of stuck in their ways. Like Obi-Wan had two opportunities now that the Obi-Wan series came out. He had two opportunities to easily kill Darth Vader and didn't take it. And then Luke comes around and then Obi-Wan's like, Luke, you got to kill your dad or you're a bitch. Like that's basically what he does.
Yeah.
He's
I
like,
mean,
and
yeah.
the Emperor has already won. He's like gaslighting him and like
He really is.
manipulating him. Like, oh, well, if you can't do it.
Then you're not a Jedi. You're not a
Yeah,
Jedi.
and then even some of the things that Yoda preaches, like most of it is like great, like a Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never attack. But some of it is like still, I think they still, it takes them a little longer to still learn their lessons. I feel like Luke is the one thinking the most logically. To get to later in the sequel trilogy, when he says some of the things that he says, he calls it all out.
Well, Luke, I think, also was the first Jedi to say, no, I'm going to save my dad with love. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to kill him. I'm not going to listen to you. You guys were wrong. Luke basically in Return of the Jedi is basically saying everything you did that led to Revenge of the Sith, this movie we're talking about, I'm not going to do that because you were wrong, Obi-Wan. You went out there and you weren't trying to save him on Mustafar. You will do what you must. No, you should have kept trying to get at him. I'm going to save my father with love, not hate.
You know who that's like? One of the best Jedi ever. Ahsoka Tano.
Yeah.
Ahsoka Tano would never listen to that advice from Obi-Wan and be like, no.
Yeah.
She doesn't even want to kill clones that are trying to kill her in Order 66.
Which, in this movie, Obi-Wan and Yoda, they don't care. Yoda cuts 2 heads off immediately.
I mean, look.
Oh, and that scene outside the temple. Yeah, he's
scene outside the
throwing
temple.
his saber like a. He's like grandstanding.
I wanna-
to be honest.
That's one of the best shots in all of Star Wars.
It
when
is
he
pretty
just
cool.
chucks his
That was
saber
a TV spot,
and
I
then
believe.
pulls it out. Crazy.
So
TV.
good. And also, I love that because it was the 2 mentors of Luke Skywalker in the height of their prime, finally killing humans, not droids, and just kicking ass.
And also showing that there's a reason that they were 2 of the very few Jedi to survive Order 66. They were outside that temple taking on like 50 clones.
You know who would have...
Without breaking a
You
sweat.
know who also would have survived Order 66? Mace. He would have survived.
Yeah, he probably would. I'll tell you this:
Didn't make it. He couldn't even make it to Order 66.
right before that scene outside the temple. If you could look this online too.
The
they
deleted
filmed
scene?
a scene where and it's in the novel too. They're actually in the underbelly of the temple trying to get in, but the directive was to put hoods over the clones. And then Yoda in the novel, Yoda is in a carriage, and Obi-Wan's trying to pass him off as a baby, and he's pushing the carriage, and then in the novel, the clone trooper looks down, and is like, "That's an ugly baby," and then done, like decapitated, like you said, and then that whole thing fights, and they did shoot some of it. You can see footage of clones in robes.
I totally
so
forgot about that
ridiculous.
deleted scene. I watched it last night, actually. I watched it. Not the baby carriage part, because you can...
Baby carriage, I think, is only in the novel.
Okay. But yeah, the deleted scene where you see... And Obi-Wan's like, you guys don't look that great as Jedi.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys try a little harder. But let's... So we talked about pretty much the Palpatine, Mace, Anakin, all that stuff already. Get into Order 66. I mean, this was like another thing that's been talked about, whispered about in A New Hope. This goes all the way back to Obi-Wan talking to Luke in his hut in A New Hope, where Darth Vader hunt down
and
destroy the Jedi Knights. This is, decades in the making, this sequence. Man, I was like, I don't know how this is going to happen. How can we can see Anakin go around hunting down individuals. I'm like, no, it was this whole thing where the clones chip. We would later find out about the chip thing.
And brilliant on their part too. Like all the Jedi are spread throughout.
Yeah.
So they're not. They're
They're
strength
all
in
alone.
numbers like
Yeah.
you see in the arena, but here they're all spread out and they're able to be kind of picked out one by one, which was a brilliant plan if you're kind of mapping.
And bitch means, by the way, I mean, they really like cheap shot. I mean, just firing squads. Oh, you're on a speeder bike. We're gonna pull back and now shoot you.
More
like,
deleted scenes. Have you seen the animatics from where they look like video games? But you have Quinlan Voss, where the tank stops in front of Quinlan Voss, and the turret turns around and just blows Quinlan away. And then Adi Gal, another female Jedi, I forget who it was, actually gets shot in the back, and then they have an overhead shot of the walker, and the walker slams on her and lifts her up, kind of like Jurassic World style, where the guy gets stomped on. Those animatics of extended Order 66, crazy. You could find that online too.
Before we get further into Order 66, just before that,
Order 65.
Before I forget, the search, if you want to search it on YouTube, I remember what they called it. They called it Revenge of the Sith 4-hour cut, and I think it was clickbaity. But if you look up Revenge of the Sith 4-hour cut, there's so many, there's videos, and it has all the animatics, all the Spielberg animatics from the Mustafar battle, all the extended.
No, that was the Grievous stuff. That's actually what I want to talk about. I did not know that Spielberg was supervising the animatics for the Grievous chase with Obi-Wan and Grievous because Spielberg wanted to get hands-on experience working with animatics like that, and so
He's
that's why
responsible for those eye shots.
and that sequence is like 8 or 10 minutes long. Like the initial sequence is like 10 minutes long. Like the whole anime, and it's a crazy animatic that I watched last night. It's really, really interesting. You're like, man, Steve, relax, bro.
That's interesting because I remember years ago, like kind of hearing like that, like Steven Spielberg directed a scene in the movie, but you didn't know which one it was, type of situation.
This is basically where this is coming
He
from.
also did
I'm
some
sure,
of the Mustafar battle too. I think with the big thing that when they're
they're swinging back and forth on the lava. Yeah, they're on the lava river. Yeah.
The Order 66 thing, I can go back to what I was finally going to say. So for a while, I used to really still have trouble with the Anakin turn, and I would talk to some of my KOTOR guys. I'm like, why don't we do with episode 2 what we did with KOTOR and like replace Anakin's lines with our own and have lines work within the parameters of what we have to do, like we did with the game. Because I always gave Logan Starr his own words. And so perfect example is when Anakin in episode 2 is on the, and I'll try to keep it quick, he's on the balcony and he's like, he's like, are you having bad dreams again? Obi-Wan says, and he's of your mother, and he's like, yeah. And then he says, I much would rather dream about Padme. Just being around her is intoxicating.
Yeah.
Then Obi-Wan says, be careful, Anakin. What you wish for, that is going against the Jedi Order. You've made a commitment to the Order. I took that line out of Anakin saying about I'd much rather dream about Padme, because I always thought that was cheesy, man. You just saw him like 10 years. And instead, he says, so you're thinking about your mother, you had bad dreams? He's like, yeah. And he says, dreams pass in time. And then Anakin says, well, you know what I would do? I'd like to go free my mom. In fact, I've asked the Jedi Council every day or every year for 10 years, and they keep denying me. Why are they doing that? And Obi-Wan says, be careful, Anakin. Oh, and then he says, I have half a mind to go to Tatooine myself and free her myself. And then that's when he says, be careful, Anakin. You made a commitment to the Jedi Order. And so my whole goal was to, when I was rewriting these lines, and I was even like, maybe I'll try to like green screen myself into it, when that would have been too crazy. And then I got too old. So I was like, well, maybe I could just still do I could do a redubbing. They've done it with Jar Jar and stuff like that. And trying to just make Anakin's fall a little more congruent with less about Padme and more about his mom and like how he hates the Jedi Council. And so there's even a line later where he's like, it's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's holding me back. I asked that council every year. My Obi-Wan should have been there for me. He should have helped me get it. And now she's dead. And the whole point is then he feels that he's literally a slave of the Jedi Council himself. And that then later, the only line that I would have changed in episode 3, and we go back to that shot of the kids. He says, Master Skywalker, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are you here to do? Or what he says, what are we going to do? And Anakin's line, the only line I would Anakin would say, I'm here to free you. And basically, Anakin's thought was he was freeing the Jedi of their chains.
Damn, that's dark as hell.
Which is total, like the Sith code, too, is with that, through passion I gain strength, through strength, my chains are broken. And that would be Anakin's whole thing. And so in this retelling of episode 2, every line, and my goal was, and the pitch was to make the sand line more epic. And so he would say, I don't like sand, but he wouldn't say, because your skin is soft and smooth. Sorry, bud. Your skin is soft. Nice guy.
Maybe it is.
His line would be, I don't like sand. It reminds me that my mom right now is rotting away on that rock and I still can't get there. And it's like, he's a mad teenager. He's like, let me go free my fucking mom. And when he finally says he's going to go off and do it himself, he doesn't get there on time. And so then he hates the Jedi from that moment on. And then any rewrites after that. And again, I was trying to do it all with redubbing, and it would have all been just an alternate audio cut just to see like what it would do. And then I kind of gave up on it.
Doesn't seem like you've thought about it a whole lot, though.
But yeah, so going into the Order 66 thing, I was like, I just wanted to make Order 66 little free. And some people are so the villains that really believe what they're doing is the right thing are the best villains. And if Anakin literally went in there and he's like, they fucking owned me, they were my slave owners, I'm gonna free them all. And he didn't want his life is so torn, he lost his mom, he lost everything, that if he literally thinks he's in that Jedi room to kill all the kids, but he's not killing them, he thinks in his twisted mind he's freeing them, because now Darth Vader's taking a hold on him and the dragon inside is telling him free these kids by ending their lives. That would have been I don't think it would have been. It's a way darker take, like,
way darker, dude. Holy hell.
Yeah.
First rated R Star Wars movie.
Yeah. And like that's the
also, here's a free icy
that
on
was
your
my
way
Attack
in.
of the
It's gonna
Clones.
be rough.
I was bummed to miss the Attack of the Clones episode.
and the scene where Anakin does kill the younglings, that's not even why the movie is PG-13. That's not even the reason why. It's
because
it's
the burning scene.
Yeah, it's the burning
It's because it's heavily implied that him and Padme had sex.
What?
Well, not like the Tartakovsky animation.
Yeah. Tartakovsky is. It's like,
Are you saying the implication is because she's pregnant?
Yeah. How'd she get that way?
One of my favorite scenes in the movies.
how did Anakin get that way?
Anakin's the father, isn't he? And he's like, "I'm so sorry," and the music swells.
It's a good
So
line.
good.
Yeah. But okay, so good villains are the ones who believe their own hype or whatever you said. Do we think that Palpatine really thinks he's bringing peace to the galaxy?
Absolutely.
I mean,
Well, no, he's that's how.
he's bringing. I think he believes more about
shall
order
have
than peace. Yeah, he believes more about the order than the peace. I
Yeah, it's
guess.
order.
Yeah.
Execute peace 66.
Peace would be 7-7. That just sounds like a 7 or like 0.
Seventh heaven.
It's an angel number.
Yeah.
7 is a holy number.
Are you an angel?
Execute order 7, which is hug everybody around you.
On the moons of Diego, I think. Yeah, what if and speak,
Whatever. The droid
and speaking of Luke's approach versus Obi-Wan's approach, what if when Anakin was like, if you're not with me, then you're my enemy, if Obi-Wan just went, bring it in, buddy.
does. Bring it in. You want a
Let me
hug?
give you a hug.
You want a hug?
Come on. Let's hug it out. Okay? You know I love you.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. I just washed my robes. They smell nice. Come on.
I think Obi-Wan, though, in his defense, he's going there to kill him because if I just saw footage of Frank going
He's
into a
pissed,
kindergarten
right?
classroom and killing a room full of kids, and when I'm coming over to confront Frank, I'm coming in there to kill you. Sorry.
Yeah, because because it's like, okay,
killed kids.
You are too far gone now. You've gone over to the bad side.
That is
like
that is something that I do love about this movie because I'm very big on what the Jedi are supposed to be, and that line that I mentioned earlier, like Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never attack. I think that mantra should be everything the Jedi live by, and I think Luke Skywalker is the one that actually does it better than anybody else. But what I love about this movie is that Yoda is kind of like, normally Jedi use the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. But not today. I'm going to go right to the Emperor's office, and I'm just going to kill that mofo.
yeah.
I love that Lucas probably created those red Imperial Guards and was like, yeah, they're cool, but like I didn't really literally right there. Yeah, they're cool, but I didn't really like think they would catch on as much as they did. And I think he was doing a little like dig on them when he was like, I'm just gonna have Yoda go in there and like that. And
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not as badass as everyone thinks that they are.
right.
They're nothing compared to Yoda.
So I mean, we have this final confrontation. We're seeing Anakin just kill everybody, the Separatists, Nuke Gunray and all them.
Which I noticed for the first time that Geonosian leader guy is also getting slaughtered
Paga the
in that
Lesser.
Oh,
room.
they're all and in the novel, there's a great line. Not a great line. Sorry, there's a line that was glad it wasn't in the movie. He says, "Oh, you said we would be peace," and then Anakin says, "Correction, I said I'd leave you in pieces."
Oh my God.
that's in the novel. Correction, I said I'd leave you in pieces.
Correction. I said, you want a piece of me?
I'm gonna end up reading the junior novelization because that shit is dark.
It's crazy, dude. Like he's like quipping. He's like pulling Han Solo's like killing everybody.
He's pulling Vaderisms basically.
Yeah.
Poor separatist, man.
Well, they had it coming.
They knew the Republic was corrupt.
They were right in
for
the end.
decades.
I mean, yeah, they were.
They're like, the Republic's really corrupt. We kind of want to just leave.
Yeah, let us leave.
Yeah. This Palpatine guy, he's still in power, and we're not cool with that. At
Yeah,
all.
I mean, like they had it coming. They like literally like followed a Sith. Like they allowed a Sith Lord. They knew he was a Sith Lord. They allowed a Sith Lord to just like give them the play-by-play. Like this is what you're gonna do.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Like I'm running the show. Don't let a Sith Lord run the show if your intentions are good. Okay.
So we get to
Rule number 1.
we're past Order 66 now, and now we're into the finale of this movie with Yoda,
Pretty
Palpatine
good.
fight,
Pretty good.
Anakin, Obi-Wan. Anakin chokes out Padme, which is just like, damn, that's it. Like that's it. Like this is he is Vader at this point. I will say
Best part.
the opening salvo of the Anakin Obi-Wan fight. Look, when I was going into watching this movie, like my Star Wars fandom wasn't what it once was with Episode 2 and Episode 1. But after this movie, it really invigorated. Because I mean, it's 3 years, and we didn't have the internet the way we have the internet now, where it's just a constant cycle of content being pumped out every week or month, whatever. You go through large chunks of where, and like I said, I only have my one friend Dan my childhood friend Dan, that was also the only one really that I knew that was interested in Star Wars. But what I'm getting at is that opening salvo between Anakin and Obi-Wan, I memorized it with my lightsaber. And I had no one to play with. I knew Anakin's part, and I knew Obi-Wan's part.
Did you remember that one part that I hated?
I still know both parts.
Oh, I can do like the twirl behind the back and everything like that. Like I knew the whole fight. Yes.
This part though,
I know all the music cues.
This part where they're doing this.
Yeah.
And then they push.
Just See, I could play you the music that's playing at this moment that the movie's playing. I'm not even looking. Yeah, I just know it all. Big music guy in this.
Back
movie.
to it. You have these best friends that are about to fight and kill each other, and they're the only thing I was like, and I talked about it again, I think once on one of our episodes. My only thing I love it is Chef's Kiss. It is the greatest duel, and what I love about it is it takes place in so many locations, and it's so long. No duel ever caught it. Thankfully, they didn't even do it. I like that they never caught up with that because that is the big duel that decided the fate of the galaxy, basically, or one of them. And they kept it long. They kept it epic from one side of Mustafar to the other.
Yeah.
And Rey and Kylo never matched it. Luke and Vader never matched it. I mean, they did in terms of if it's your favorite duel, I get it. But I'm saying in terms of history, if you're writing a book of this battle took place from here to there.
Sure.
It was such the
scale.
The scale of the fight. The only thing that was just missing a little is just a little more of the back and forth talk. And I was hoping that the Obi-Wan series would have a little more of that too, and they really, not as much as I would have liked. I still think that Chef's Kiss, that last battle at the end of the series, but I just wish that like they're fighting and then he has him down on the ground and when he's choking him and he'd be like, Obi-Wan can be like, I am your friend, like just pleads, like pleading, like look what
Obi-Wan was there to kill him. Why is he going to talk to him?
Yeah, I get it. Like that's a good counterpoint, which has made it a little more stomach for me. But he's still later on. He's like, I have failed you,
here's
Anakin.
the thing.
I have failed you. But like
because
early on in the fight,
I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take
At that
over.
point, though, at that point in the fight, look how long they've been going. And like we could be doing this forever.
He's
like
trying to get a breather.
He's trying to okay, look. We are really good swordsmen, obviously.
Could we just
can we talk it out now?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's true.
Come on, man.
Yeah. But I mean, I think early on in that fight, if Obi-Wan is definitely taking a more defensive thing, and Anakin's the aggressor. But like,
I don't know. I think actually Obi-Wan's more the.
But Anakin's on top of him, and he could be like, "You're with Padme, huh? You bringing Padme here, motherfucker? Look what you mean." You know what I mean? Like, it could have been really. Like,
Actually,
again, my episode.
Actually,
3,
Padme brought me here.
if you're liking my ideas of how dark I get shit, then you're gonna love my Revan prequels because I'm taking Revan to dark places because that's where he was. Just saying. That's like my little pitch when it comes out.
Code Tour Revan : dark places.
Rated R. Rated NC.
Rated Revan.
Rated R for Revan. Rated R for Revan. I'm stealing that in the promo.
Go ahead, do it. I'll take my check in the
I'm gonna have an F-bomb, the first F-bomb in Star Wars.
Oh no. Well, to build on to your point, what I love about the Obi-Wan Anakin fight is I do feel like Anakin is the aggressor in the fight, even though Obi-Wan's the first one to ignite his lightsaber.
Yes.
He's in defense there even. He's
but if you pay,
he's trying to play Anakin's arrogance the whole time.
Because if you pay close attention to like the choreography, it's like you can see how intelligent of a fighter Obi-Wan is because he's moving his lightsaber a lot less than Anakin is. He's letting Anakin exert all of his energy. He's allowing Anakin to tire himself out, and then that's what causes Anakin to lose at the end of the fight.
Wait, lack of energies would cost Anakin?
If he had more energy, he would have jumped higher.
This is a great boxing.
Maybe.
Floyd Mayweather was known as the boxer that like all of his fights tactician, and all of his fights were always boring. People complain about it. It's like, dude, like he's never going for the knockout. No, he's just sitting there waiting.
The war of attrition.
Yeah, he's just exactly. He's just waiting for the other opponent to get. And I think that I can kind of see your point there.
Yeah, but I also think Obi-Wan was trying to play into
like
Anakin's
Rocky
arrogance.
Clubber Lang, man.
Yeah, Obi-Wan was trying to play into Anakin's arrogance and his idea that he was the best. Like he was the best, and so what is in Obi-Wan's favor is that the dark side, it can give you all of this quick and easy, false bravado too. But Obi-Wan, I think, is still much more centered throughout the fight. Anakin is fighting with pure rage, whether it's all the things that Anakin's been holding against Obi-Wan this whole entire time, the Padme stuff, And so, but at the end of the day, Anakin, or really Darth Vader, is a badass. Like, but Obi-Wan
But he can't
plays the long game.
He can't beat Obi-Wan in a fight.
Never does.
So
Can't-
the
he
one
never
time
does,
he
yeah.
does this because Obi-Wan let him win.
Yep.
Let him. What do you mean? When did he let him?
In A New Hope, Obi-Wan let Anakin
Oh yeah,
beat
yes,
him.
that one. Yeah.
I will say, as a shot, if we're talking about the Mustafar fight, if you've ever been around fire or lava, if you ever get
Yeah.
that close, your skin would actually catch on fire.
I'm around lava
when they're
all the
hanging on
time,
this
man.
thing and there's lava things coming out. You know, one little piece of lava lands on your face, it's searing through.
We should go to an active volcano.
Okay,
and
I'm
do
good.
an episode
I'm
from
good.
there.
I live in L.A.
Scoundrels
so,
Inc.
Like, I'm just
live
waiting
from-
for earthquake.
From
so.
Mustafar, guy?
Live from Mustafar.
You know, didn't they went and recorded actual lava? There's an eruption that was happening when they were making this movie, and that's where they got a lot of the reference material for how
Kinda-
like all the lava that you see, the way it acts and shoots up. Like they use a lot of reference that was
could
of an
not-
active volcano. That
You've
way.
ever been at a bonfire and
Oh,
when you get
100%,
really close to the
100%.
fire, how hot
So
you
does
get?
that ruin the movie for you completely? Then
Their
Okay.
faces.
And listen, Anakin's clearly very sweaty.
yeah.
It's hot.
But not from the lava. It's from the cardio workout with Obi-Wan.
Again, I keep sending you guys away from our video, which
That's
is
some
why
good
our
lava,
view count
man.
hopefully will be high because you'll have to keep clicking back. There's another thing. I forget if
shit
you
holds up.
search. It might be from the same guy that posts those 4-hour things, 4-hour videos when you search for Adventures in 4 hours. I showed it to you guys. There's one YouTuber who's friends with Nick Gillard or one of the other stunt people.
Yeah.
Who got a lot of footage, and Anakin's Obi-Wan fight was a lot more brutal, and there were pieces that were cut out of him arrogantly dodging like an Anakin, an Obi-Wan swing, like just like that, and actually throwing a little bit more Vaderisms in there, throwing things at
Obi-Wan.
and it's very interesting to see. So you could look that up, and there's even an alternate animatic somewhere out there. I think I showed one of you guys that where he's on the platform, and it's not. They didn't do the higher ground thing. It was another thing where Anakin does some like arrogant like swing, and then Obi-Wan lowers and then cuts him off right at the knees, right on the platform, and then like I think it might have been an interesting thing where then he's like looking up at him, like grasping at his like at his chest, like as he's like sinking to the ground
Oh,
with
God,
no legs.
jeez, all right.
That's again the
Lieutenant
the
Dan.
R-rated Revan cut for I'm gonna get for you guys.
Sorry, I'm just glued to the TV right now.
Yeah, I
I
know.
should have known the
Yeah, I
Jedi
think
were
we should
plotting
turn
to
off
take
the
over.
movie
I know.
from now on.
Nah, man, this movie's
Because
good.
Brandon can't handle it.
Well, so
let's-
into
let's
the
talk-
movie, he
let's-
loses track of what's going on.
Let's talk about then Palpatine and Yoda, because this was.
Did you think that was going to happen? I never thought
I
that was
didn't
going to
really
happen.
think so.
I
I was
would
like,
think-
dang, they're gonna put the two strongest mano y mano in this fight. I'm like, that's
With
really,
sabers
really
too.
interesting.
Like,
yeah,
I mean,
Yeah,
again,
I don't.
I still think maybe it would have been more epic if it was more of a Gandalf style, like battle of wizardry.
well, there was a little bit of that.
A little bit of that, yeah, because like the saber stuff, it's just again like I wasn't. It was a fun pop. It was a cheap pop, as they say in wrestling, when he did the thing in episode 2,
Yeah.
and I think it just carried over to episode 3. But like you never just think that Yoda and the Emperor fight. Because they could have easily just had Yoda go into hiding and then just the Emperor sitting there waiting for Anakin. So it's cool they did it. It was all over the marketing. I remember that trailer of and he throws the saber, always cut to the logo. But you never saw that coming. Did you think that they were gonna have that fight leading into
Not like that. No, I was like,
I think I'm going to cut you off.
and I was like, this is a really interesting way to go, but it ultimately plays into the fact that you have to show Yoda failing, because why else is he going to go into hiding?
Yeah.
What? I mean, yes, the Jedi Order has been destroyed, so that's enough to go into hiding, but that's like a systemic-wide type of galaxy-wide thing that's happened with the murdering of all these Jedi. But what happens to him personally that where he goes, I have to do this now in order to, because I'm in shame, like I live in shame because I could not save the galaxy. I could not, all the Jedi that died have died in vain now because I could not stop the Sith Lord, which is what the Jedi are supposed to do, right? And he couldn't do that. So, but the physicality of it all, of Yoda jumping around and everything like that.
Did he give up
and-
too soon?
Yeah.
You think Yoda gave up too soon?
He could have
Well,
walked.
there is a juxtaposition
He
between
could have walked back up.
the high ground,
where's
right?
his saber?
There's
fell down on
there's
the
the juxtaposition with the high ground. Obi-Wan had the high ground, and then he ended up winning because he sliced Anakin up. Palpatine had the higher ground, and Yoda didn't go up there.
But like
Yoda
when
was smart.
when Yoda was on the low ground, though, Palpatine was literally dangling off one of the Senate seats, going like really cartoony. But like Yoda,
he's over the top.
And the laugh, by the way, the laughing too, like the maniacal
Yeah.
laughing was very jokery. Like
Yoda could
my
have.
Sith Lords don't laugh.
Yoda
They're
Yoda
fucking
could
quiet
have
and
looked
stoic.
up, seen that he was like just hanging off like the end, and just done like a little force push. You're Yoda, bro.
Yeah.
Come on.
But the scene that you're talking about, that always it's heartbreaking, is when he's like, "Failed have I? And in exile I must go." Like the imagine of the heartbreak that
What
he
a
had. Like
quitter's
he had-
mentality.
Yeah. Yoda was a quitter.
Yeah, he's a quitter. Listen, to paraphrase Billy Madison, you go back out there and you fight that effing emperor.
Because I'll tell you who's not a quitter is Padme. Because I have my theory about how she died, and it's not by giving up.
Well, I guess when we get to that. Well, I guess we're there.
Well, almost there.
I was
immolation scene we should talk
Oh
about.
yeah, and I was just gonna say, like, I think it's really cool that we got Yoda versus Palpatine fighting. I think that's something you would always envision as a fan of the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't that be so cool? But they're never gonna give it to us. And nowadays they probably wouldn't. But at the time,
No, I think they absolutely would.
At the time, George Lucas was like, yeah, let's give them what they want.
Yeah, let's throwing
be-
everything out there
that'd be
in the
cool.
kitchen sink, which they actually have a kitchen sink in the opening.
I just told that
battle.
anecdote to David before when we were
Really?
watching earlier. I told that
They
to him
really do
earlier.
that. He gives us everything in this movie.
And the kitchen sink,
And the
literally,
kitchen
you can
sink,
say
that was a
But,
joke. That was a joke. Yeah.
I would say that the immolation. Yeah. So if we're going into the final fight, then and the immolation scene, and there's another. Why am I the deleted scenes guy today? But you can see there's a line that is cut from the script, and you can find many videos on YouTube that explains it and even shows a piece of the script. But you can see in a wide shot when he's first crawling and he's reaching towards towards Obi-Wan, he mouths "Help me."
Oh,
in the
yeah, I remember
script,
you telling me this,
Originally, the line was "Help me," and then Obi-Wan said, "I would help you. You were my brother once, but no," or whatever it is. But he literally ignored, and then I guess they took it out. Probably smart, because it's like, dude, he's saying "Help me" now, and like, put him out of his misery or help him.
Yeah.
But they muted that line. But you could still see him mouth it in one of the shots. Keep your eyes on it. You could see him. He says, "Help me."
I would help you, Anakin, but you just can't turn toast back into bread.
Oh my god.
There you go, man.
But that's just a really tough scene to watch, which is why they got the PG-13 rating.
Yeah, that's a brutal one.
And like, because every movie is PG. I mean, well, the originals and the two prequels are sequel trilogy are PG-13. Just because of the MPA and all blah blah blah. Yeah. Anyways, watching Anakin have just burn and Obi-Wan stand there and watch that, and you see him with the Sith eyes again for the second time in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, damn, man. You're like, damn, he is. And that's literally, that's probably the only way he could survive that.
It's true.
At that point, because he's obviously no longer aligned with the light side. And if he was, he would not be in that position.
I like that.
But that's the only way he could. And if anything, that further drove him deeper into the dark side, and feeling all his anger and hate towards Obi-Wan, which, comes to play in the Obi-Wan series again.
Obi-Wan!
Oh, that's so great.
I
Oh, my
remember you
God.
texting me about that, or you tweeted.
I sent you a video of it, I think.
you tweeted it too,
or something
like,
like
that
that.
scream. But
I want to see the 5 minutes of him talking to the Emperor before the scene that we saw in Obi-Wan.
how good?
Just like, guys, Obi-Wan beat me again.
How good does that rain feel on Anakin?
Not good at all.
When he's
Not
getting-
good at all.
You
Not
think
good at
that's-
all.
Yeah, just pelting him.
Yeah.
like, and because the Emperor didn't care.
He is so exposed to germ and disease right now.
These raindrops, man.
And by the way, once your body becomes constricted, you suffocate when you're a burn victim like that.
Oy.
When you start healing. So that's why
rough.
most burn victims,
Well,
they die of...
He should have died on the table, but
He should-
Palpatine kept him alive using the life force of Padme, and we'll get to that.
well, I think we're there.
We're there. So, Padme, the robots, I like to call them robots like Luke did in the New Hope, the only time they're referred to as robots. We don't understand what's going on here. It's suddenly she lost the will to live. She did not lose the will to live.
What did the book say?
I don't know what the book said. But if you see the editing and the cross-cutting, it's going on in the background here, but I'm trying to focus on telling the story. The moment she dies and her heart stops beating is the moment that Anakin's I think it's either the fate. We'll get there in a
Poetic.
second. But it's basically he's being kept alive, and I've always thought because when he gets up and he's on his seat, he's like, "Wait, what are you talking about? Where's Padme? Is she safe?" And he's like, "And it seems you killed her." And he's like, "What?" Like Anakin even says, or Vader at this point says. She was alive. I felt her.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't feel her because he was across the Force. If he was able to shoot his Force jizz across the galaxy to create Anakin, he could also go across the galaxy. Sorry.
I don't know. That's proven.
Comics, they kind of talk about it. But he's sucking at the same time, he's sucking the energy from Padme. And it's tragic that Vader is kept alive through Padme's life force. He sucks the energy out of her. And as she dies, the helmet gets lowered and the first breathing happens. As her heartbeat stops, the breathing happens. I believe that's the timing of it, or at least right around that same time. And I happen to believe, and the robots, the droids, they don't know. They don't know because they can't process it. They don't understand. It just seems like she lost the will to live, but that's not it. They just can't process it because they don't know why her life force is leaving her, but it was a cosmic force thing. Look, if Palpatine could fall down a shaft and then project his life force to go all the way across the Exegol, if it's not proven, but if it's the theory that he created the life force to create Anakin, if this is
that's
possible,
pretty much implied at this point. But yeah,
then he could,
or widely accepted.
He could easily have taken away the life force of Padme to keep Anakin alive. And for my headcanon, I kind of like that because I don't like that a mother would all of a sudden like lose the will to live because you lost Anakin. Like, no, you're the strong Padme we know, the strong senator, the strong queen of Naboo, and you're gonna give up because you're heartbroken. Like she died of a broken heart. No, dude, she died because the Emperor sucked the life force out of her, and as she dies, the death of Padme becomes the birth of Darth Vader. I rest my case. I yield my time.
Okay. I think it's a very nice theory and a nice way to frame it. I think yes, when you throw in the wrinkle that is the children being born and as a mother, but I mean we do know this from our own real world. Spouses do die of broken hearts. Like they're just. One dies and then shortly thereafter, a week or two or a month, whatever, they pass. So like that is a real thing. And sometimes even though you have other children or other people that you love in your life, sometimes your love for someone is so strong that you can't even control that. You can't control. That's just something that happens to you that you don't even ask for. It just is what it is.
But 3 years ago, she was saying, "Don't look at me that way. It makes me feel uncomfortable." You know what I mean? Like I get it. You could fall in love so hard with someone, but
Sorry, my lady.
Why can't? Yeah, true. Why can't?
I'm not asking you to accept what I'm saying.
Oh, no.
I'm just asking you to listen.
No. I get it, and I hear you. And my counterpoint to that is another thing they could have done is just say, "No, she died because she got choked." And she was pregnant and got choked out and fell to the ground until she went into induced early labor and died from that.
I'm not asking for a counter.
I'm just saying that in real world that could have been it. But the dying of a broken heart. Be honest with me. Do you like that as the reason that Padme Amidala died?
I like that. What the story is trying to tell me, the way I interpret it, is that their love was so strong that this is what happened when Anakin died. So did Padme. That's how I interpret it, and I think that underscores their love story. Mm-hmm. That's their love story.
I don't think your headcanon's wrong. No. I don't think my headcanon's wrong either.
I like your idea too.
I really like that.
I love that point.
I really like that interpretation a lot, but I also like the poetry of Palpatine like taking her life force and giving it to Anakin, like because. We see like in The Mandalorian and Rise of Skywalker.
First of all, she's just a normal person. She doesn't have the Force.
But like we see in The Mandalorian and Rise of Skywalker that Jedis can...
Jedi is plural.
Whatever. Jedi, whatever.
Jedis. You said that earlier today and I let it off because I thought you were quoting or Samuel L. Jackson, but...
Jedi.
Wow. Are we going to go hunt some deers later?
Maybe. But Jedi...
I love cactuses, or is it cacti? Watch out for that killer cacti.
Jedis.
Hey, dude. That's an old school reference for Nickelodeon fans. Let's see if anyone in the comments catches it.
Gosh.
Continue.
Anyways, that Jedi to heal other people can take the life force from themselves and give it to someone else, which is a completely selfless act. It is very much what a Jedi would do. But a Sith would take the life force from someone else, not from themselves, but selfishly take it from someone else.
Yeah.
And that's something that a Sith would do. So that makes sense as something that Palpatine would take Padme's life force and give it to Anakin, rather than give his own life force to Anakin.
Yeah. Hey, look, you're getting the snaps. You know what that is? The snaps?
What's the
In
snaps?
sorority houses, when you would go visit the sorority houses in college, and you'd like say like, "Hey, we're just out here as a fraternity to say thank you for our fundraiser," but they didn't want to interrupt you. You would hear a whole room of girls just do this. They would clap, and that's just the way of saying like, "Hey, we hear you. We're clapping without interrupting your speech."
I hear you, Frank.
Okay. Also, very sad that they have to make Padme still look pregnant in this funeral procession, and she has the.
But Boss Nass is
Smart.
there.
That's the way to do it.
I mean, no, I know it's very sad though. It's just like, hey, Padme died and her baby.
Yeah,
It's
and
like
I
there's
wonder,
the
I wonder,
necklace.
like, well, I don't want to ever know, but like when they do bury someone who's pregnant, like, do they take the kid out first? You know what I mean? Like, if it's that
I
kind
don't.
of situation.
Man, they got those proto Star TIE fighters fast, huh? And look at all, like, they're already on like a Star Destroyer with like these Imperial outfits. Like, how many months later is this last
As
scene?
we were doing a
Just-
watch along of a
Brandon, just relax.
Do you remember the first trailer that came out when Vader came up
I got
on
issues.
the desk? Or
Yeah.
it was released, but he was like this, and his
Oh,
arms
yeah,
were like
yeah,
this,
yeah.
And everybody was like, he has like weird chicken arms, and they thankfully like CG'd it and like fixed it to where he got lifted up like that. But
Oh, I gotta
you can
see
dig-
these chicken arms.
You
Oh, you
gotta
never
dig
see-
it up.
you ever
You've
seen
never
that?
seen
I probably
Vader with his
have.
arms?
I
Yeah,
just
you
don't
probably have,
remember.
yeah.
Everybody, that was the only thing everybody's like, why? What is he doing with his arms? Like, why would he be like attached like that anyway? Like he would be down. so.
Because he's like this, and then Palpatine's like, "You look pretty cool,
Yeah.
friend."
For the audio listeners, I mean that instead of his arms all the way down, pinned down like at a hospital bed, like his arms, his like elbows are up as if like you're about to do like a shoulder press.
And I'm doing the T-Rex arms that Palpatine does.
You've been like doing the T-Rex arms the whole episode.
Because he's always ready to just zap a person. That's why he's like that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you trying to mess with me? Zap. Gotcha. I was ready.
Dang.
I do want to say that by the time we get to this part of the movie in the Frank cut, it is so epic because you've been watching a 3.5 hour movie. It does give you like Return of the King vibes, especially
Yeah,
like when
yeah.
it's wrapping up, and then I will take the Tatooine, the most place you shouldn't take him because his last
Yeah.
name's Skywalker, but that's another story. But I just think that Frank's cut did a great job when it was showing everything, just showing like, and you're exhausted. No, and that's not a negative when I'm talking about Frank's cut. Like you're really exhausted
Guys,
because of so much war is happening and so much loss, and like, and it's great too. Or like Maul is in on it. He not in on it, but he knows the whole time, and he starts to laugh when he puts it together. He's like, "Ha, of course, I was so worried about blah blah blah. I should have been worried about Anakin. Of course, Anakin was the missing key." And Maul could have stopped it all. Maul could have stopped
He could- he
Anakin from
tried.
turning. He could have killed. He could have tried to kill Anakin and
He
stopped
tried.
all of Vader.
He tried because he wanted to get back in Palpatine. Like
he
that was the
thought-
whole thing.
He thought Anakin would show up, but instead Ahsoka did. Because
no, he
then-
thought Obi-Wan would show up.
No, but
because he wanted to kill Obi-Wan first.
Oh, I thought he wanted.
No, I just watched it. So,
It's
yeah.
your cut, so yeah. I just
He's
thought-
like,
Well,
I think he literally says, "I wanted Kenobi.
Yeah.
Why are you here?"
Yeah.
But then why does Ahsoka then say, "Oh, you're lucky that Anakin wasn't here because he'd kick your ass"? Oh, he must have said like, "Oh, I wish I brought Anakin here. That was the one I was to kill."
I don't know.
Because Ahsoka says, "Oh, you're lucky he didn't
She
come.
does
'cause my
say
master
something
would have
like
whooped
that,
your
yeah.
ass."
He wants to kill them both, basically. I mean,
Yeah. But like, and I remember you guys were talking about last week, like how Star Wars was able to get like a lot of amazing actors and actresses.
Yeah.
Like early on. So how cool is it that they got Joel Edgerton for
Right,
Attack of the
yeah.
Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and for him to come back in the Obi-Wan show,
Yeah.
and the same thing, the actress who plays Beru.
Yeah, and the
Oh,
same
yeah,
with
Bonnie
Genevieve
Peters, yeah.
O'Reilly on a
Yeah.
different
Genevieve
respect
O'Reilly.
with Andor. And
Yeah.
that they have the skills to like back it up, like because she had a bit part. She was cast as a bit part, and then later on to be in Andor and to really kind of crush it there. It's like props, and in Rogue One, obviously.
A Star Wars story, yeah.
Does anyone else have any anecdotal takes or stories about this movie? Because I know when I finished watching the theater, I'm like, dang, this is it. No more Star Wars. Like, that's it.
You thought.
I thought, and I was right for a while, for like 7 years.
Unless you count
Well,
the Clone Wars.
No, Clone
Movie.
Wars came out and that was in the theaters.
But like, you
They had
know,
a
yeah, but like,
2008 release.
you know,
War in the Galactic Republic.
The
you thought the
Skywalker
movies
story-
were over, but they're not.
the Skywalker story was done. Like this was the last movie. 1 through 6, we have the complete story of the fall and redemption of Anakin Skywalker. And I was like, dang, I can't believe this is it. And then I never thought Star Wars fandom would turn into what it has become today, because I also never envisioned George ever selling Star Wars. I didn't. Think about. I didn't think like a businessman, obviously, and so when
He regretted it though. He later in interviews was like, well, I mean, he knew he needed to step away from it, but he was bummed that they didn't use his treatments. And we can get into what they were next week on The Force Awakens, because I know they have this great book of I forget, it's his production art and like the process of the prequels.
Yeah.
And it talks about how George's idea, it involved Maul being alive, which they then later used for Clone Wars, and it involved Darth Traya, who is from the comics, Dark Talon, who's a female, red and black, tatted out.
Twi'lek?
Yep. And that's also kind of borrowed from the comics, but we can get into that.
You know what drives me nuts about the prequels? When the end credits switch to the scrolling end credits, the stars in the background disappear and it's just a black screen. It's the only 3 movies in the whole saga where that happens.
That's right.
The original
I guess,
trilogy
yeah.
and the sequels, the stars remain for the entire
time,
credits.
Huh? Look at that.
What's that about, George?
You know what's also interesting, watching the prequels most especially, is that you look at these and you're like, these are indie films.
Yeah,
like these are indie films, man. Like when you watch them like that, with that like in your mind, I'm telling you, you just look at it and you go, holy shit.
George Lucas was like, I'm fronting all the cash. I'm gonna make them. You can release them if you want.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm balling out.
It was dope to see Kashyyyk. We kind of skipped over it.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
with the Wookiees, and I know that a lot of people are aware of this. One of the earlier versions of Return of the Jedi, instead of Ewoks, it was going to be Wookiees, but it was just too kind of brutal, and that's why Ewoks is spelled with the same letters that you could form in Wookiee. He wanted it to kind of be a similar kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of cool to see Kashyyyk or Kashyyyk. I don't know how you guys call it.
I say Kashyyyk.
KOTOR games called it both ways, so you never know. But I thought it was cool that you got to see that, and then see like when they're all standing up there and then they're making a water assault. But usually you don't run out to the water, but these motherfuckers do, man. They hop out of that trench and they're just headed straight
care,
for the
man.
waves. They don't care.
They
And
don't
they're
care.
just running towards
Poor,
droids.
I feel like the story of the Wookiees in general is just like so tragic. They're like fighting this war against the Separatists. The clones are on their side, and then in the middle of the battle is when Order 66 happens.
Man, yeah.
And then they're like, yes, we beat the Separatists. We have victory. And then the clones probably just turned around and said, oh, you thought you're going to be our slaves
Call
now.
an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Not for me.
Because Order 67 is enslave all the Wookiees. That's what Order 67 is, so get ready.
I'm just glad they didn't have Han in there. You could find online production art of a little baby Han Solo that's like a 10-year-old Han Solo hanging out with the Wookiees on Kashyyyk, and he's wearing, it's basically like a kid cosplaying as Han Solo for Halloween.
Episode 3 has a YT freighter that flies into, I guess, the Senate or wherever on Coruscant.
Right into Palpatine's face.
All right, Kevin, you want to take us out?
Man, I started. I just want to say thank you for watching it. I will say that the prequels were fun to kind of go over. I mean, for two of them and the original. I will say that these movies, I think I liked the sequel trilogy, and I'm not negative on the sequel trilogy. Force Awakens is one of my favorite, but I did like that it wrapped up Anakin's story. And the only thing about Palpatine being alive in the Rise of the Skywalker, I think most of these things enhance it, right? I think the Clone Wars enhanced both Episode 2, because then you weren't bummed that you only saw that scene, and you weren't bummed at Episode 3 that the first battle was the end battle of the Clone Wars.
Right,
Like, wait,
yeah.
where's the Clone Wars?
You see the beginning and ending, yeah.
So I'm glad that they everything enhanced it, but I do think that the Rise of Skywalker hurt Revenge of the Sith through or Phantom Menace through Return of the Jedi, because the whole thing is Anakin sacrificed himself. He finally comes to the light side of the Force to bring balance by killing Palpatine, and when you bring him back, it just kind of, I think that if you didn't bring him back, his arc was like, yeah, he did undo that horrible evil, and you could have created a new evil in the sequel trilogy, and we can get to it. So I don't necessarily think that the Skywalker saga needed to be, like, you could have been a nice little bow right there, and you could have really done it.
I just wanted to chime in real quick too, because we'll talk.
The saga.
I'll chime in after you.
We'll talk about, obviously, when we get more into the sequel trilogy, because Anakin was the chosen one to bring balance back to the Force.
Yes.
But
now they said later he didn't, though, because now apparently in interviews they said that no, it's Rey that's the one that brings balance back to the Force, so she was the chosen one. I think I read that.
Okay, I've never heard that. Hold on, that's absolutely no way. Even if I gotta go look that up. But anyways,
find that.
well, that withstanding, Anakin brought balance to the Force, that doesn't mean that'll never become unbalanced.
I understand, but it could have been kind of unbalanced from another thing or another threat. Like he gave up. He finally broke his chains. He
so it's not about that it became unbalanced again. It was that the same guy did it.
Yeah, and also I don't mind that it could have been unbalanced again for someone else, but like
evil existing doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's unbalanced.
Yeah, that's true. But
it's
just again when you create it was such a great story that the guy that enslaved Anakin, the one, if anybody needs to get that kill, the righteous kill is the one that literally turned him against his own friends, his family, basically in my head canon murdered his wife, right? Like it just seems fitting that he should be the one to get the revenge and finally kill through love, kill the Emperor. And when that doesn't happen, then suddenly it's
killing through love.
Listen. Okay, first of all, I just want to say
KOTOR 7.
I say when to me, I see the canon as when Vader chucks Palpatine down that shaft, whatever.
Yeah.
He does in that moment, he does bring balance into the Force, because everything up until that moment, the Force was out of balance for one reason or another. Way too many Jedi, which I'll get to in a second, and only 2 Sith and things like that. That moment, he brought balance into the Force. And I think from that moment on, even though Palpatine was still out there being evil, I think the Force remained in balance after that point. For example, we'll talk about it, but like Kylo Ren showed up, and then Rey showed up, and Luke says, powerful light meets powerful dark. Sure. The Force had to remain, the Force kept itself in balance by imbuing Rey with this power, hence the Force awaking. But anyways, we'll get to that next week. What I want to talk about now is,
fair.
This is my own headcanon. It's not true, but it's my own headcanon. When Mace Windu's like, in that scene where he's like, I don't think the boy can handle it. I don't trust him. I think it's that same scene where he's like, isn't he supposed to, is he not the chosen one? And then Yoda says, a prophecy misread could have been. I think he says that's exactly what he says. And that line, mixed with the fact that there's the Great Jedi Purge, to me, that kind of makes a lot of sense, where Anakin bringing the Force into balance was purging all the Jedi, because there was way too many Jedi. The moment he purged all the Jedi, he brought it back into balance. So this, like, we misread this prophecy. The guy who brought balance is going to kill us all. Whoops. That's my own personal headcanon.
Then it was just Darth Vader and Palpatine, and then Yoda and Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I like that. That's my own personal headcanon.
I don't think that's completely
that's good.
Like wacko. Like there's some other like things out there that are probably just really interesting.
Like I know that's not the way George Lucas saw it, but that's the way I see it.
I took it as it's gonna take a lot longer than you think to bring it into balance. Like you think it's gonna happen this way. It actually is gonna happen this way. That's how I read that line ultimately at the end of the day. Kevin, you want to take us out one more time?
Yeah. Scoundrel. I like the sound of that.